Hello, everyone, and welcome to a Girl by Moonlight coaching session with me and a picture of John Harper. It's very stern, very severe. God, it's totally one of those pictures where, like, the eyes should move, they should follow you through the, like, creepy mansion. And it's like Sir John of Harper the Seventh, Esquire. It's like, ah, yes, my grandfather, Sir John of Harper. Here's the thing, John. I'm gonna lay this out for you. You are a very lovely, warm, kind, wonderful person, and you look really grimdark in every photo of you. You just look so severe, and then, in person, you're so, like, jovial and nice. No, you definitely look like the guy who designed Blades in the Dark in this photo. So... How try now?
How about now, chat?
Yeah,
it's me, the photo of John Harper. I am speaking. Yes, we did it.
Okay, yeah, it's because I had my audio out muted because I don't normally stream with other people.
I always did that too.
Yeah.
Thanks, chat.
Okay,
we got there.
Replay that whole part, but just imagine what John would say. He was very witty. It was delightful. So, John, thank you for coming on to this little one-on-one with me and helping me with my game.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah. You're my only hope. So, okay. So basically, for everyone's information, John and I are going to be doing these sit-downs every once in a while, every month or two. And he is going to use his mighty thought hammer to shape me from being like cookie dough into an actual game designer, kind of, hopefully. That's the plan. And so today we're going to be talking about we're going to kind of meander around and talk about some stuff. It's all mostly going to be centered around my game Girl by Moonlight that I'm trying to design, which is based on John's game, Blades in the Dark, which is amazing and wonderful. And yeah, feel free to ask questions in chat, and I'm going to write them down, and we'll probably review them in chunks. I don't want to get too derailed, just constantly answering questions from chat, because I have some... This is about me. I have an agenda here, okay?
Yeah, screw you, chat.
And so, for starters, I would love to hear... So, John and I played one quick session of my game at Go Play Northwest, and so at the time there wasn't a lot of opportunity for feedback, and I just want to pick John's brain about anything that immediately springs to mind now that he has had endless nights to lay awake thinking about my game and how important and significant it was for him. I just want to hear about that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of sleepless nights thinking about Girl by Moonlight. What I said to you on the day, as I recall, when we wrapped up the session was, man, I was really looking forward to giving you a bunch of feedback on your game because I'm so excited about it, and I can't because it was great and I loved it, and you should make this because it's great. So that wasn't super helpful.
It's not helpful.
No, I think part of the reason that I said that was we had already talked a little bit about some potential places for tweaking, like the exact number of certain things, like how many ticks it takes to do a thing and how many stress you might have. Is it the same as Blades or is it different? How many uses of your transformed state? That kind of stuff is really more stress testing questions. Is it? Yeah. It's going to come out as you play it, and we can't really necessarily just say oh, this should be 6 or this should be 5. That'll come out from more experimentation. But the overall shape of the game and the pieces that were there felt really strong. And the other thing that fits into that bucket of playtest stress testing is special abilities, probably as well. Which ones are actually useful, which ones do people take, which ones do people ignore, etc. And that's something that I haven't done. I haven't gone through really and read each one closely for those kind of things, because I think that's a little early maybe for that. So
yeah, and I mean, playtest has already revealed a bunch of stuff like that I have iterated on
cool
in the weeks to follow. So
yeah. Although since then I have thought about the game and I've talked to some people about it, and I have a very, very occasional sort of meetup here, where other game designers, we chat about stuff and our projects and things. And I've mentioned Girl by Moonlight to other Blades hackers because it solves some problems in interesting ways, like the way you use tier based on missions rather than sort of world tier or crew tier is interesting, and that's a good solution for potentially other hackers to consider.
Yeah, because if I can just like do a little take on Blades real quick at you. Here's, from my observations, this is something I've seen, and I'm wondering if this resonates with you, that in Blades, it is like the setting is the game in this way that you don't see, like, like Faerun isn't D&D, but like in Blades, there are so many mechanical ties to the actual specific elements of fiction, such as like the tech, all that kind of stuff, but also like the factions themselves, their tiers, the kind of everything is really smoothly integrated in this way that I like appreciate and admire. And when I went to go design my game where I don't have that, I was like, this is something I need to account for, right? This is like a big chunk that I'm removing that is a functional piece of the game in the way that we don't normally think of setting.
That's a really important insight, and I think Blades is a child or grandchild of Apocalypse World, and something Apocalypse World does very well is it doesn't really give you a setting except to say it's the post-apocalypse and everyone's cool and has piercings and
and swears a lot and there's bullets and gasoline,
and it leverages the pop culture notions that everyone already has, but also really wants you and your game group to like flesh that stuff out that isn't there. But the mechanics of the game, the specific moves, and the reason why there are the moves that are, particularly in Apocalypse World 2nd Edition, which does it even better, I think. The moves themselves, Burning Wheel does this too, kind of, that's where the setting comes out. Like that's where you learn where the game,
like the playbook choices and the absolutely.
And even in stuff like there are moves for shouldering a vehicle and for being on the lookout as a navigator in the car, so that automatically just puts you in this certain sort of setting space.
Yeah, where people look out from cars that shoulder into other cars on some roadway.
And all of that's being driven by the mechanics. And I think what you're pointing out here, which is important to consider as a hacker, is that Blades kind of does it backwards. The mechanics are much less like, I don't want to say they're generic, but they're like shaved down into this very slim package that you apply to all kinds of different things. And the way you know how to apply them is because the setting is way more detailed and way more fleshed out. So that helps you. It helps you use the mechanics properly because you know all these things about the setting.
Yeah, I think I ranted about this at one point as I was hacking. I was just like, Blades is an Apocalypse World hack with one move.
Basically, yeah.
Right? There's like a bunch of characters have a bunch of advances, but their move is just like when you do something that might go wrong, follow this procedure, right? Have this conversation. And then there's just a boatload of fiction there to let you know when that's true or not, right? Like, would it be dangerous for you to do this thing or that, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So if you take the setting out and you just have the mechanics, then you can be a little bit left, lost. Like, and you can solve that problem either way. You could, if you wanted to, build out the move set of a Blades hack into something that has, a little more going on besides the one sort of action move. Or you could do the other way and you could sort of bring in your setting material to help guide the players in using that action move in a more functional way. And I think both of those directions are interesting, but they aren't necessarily both right for any given project. You got to kind of navigate which one is right.
And so something I've been noticing that I need to work on is like establishing people very quickly establish a consensus about what where things stand within that scale. I feel like I haven't had a lot of trouble with people just being like, oh yeah, everything is controlled or everything is desperate or whatever. Like people create that gradation pretty comfortably, but what can get weird is then moves like any of the push yourself for blah moves that you have in Blades makes sense because we know what a human being can do.
Yeah.
Whereas in superhero type fiction, which is what a lot of magical girl stuff kind of ends up blending into, that is less clear.
Right.
And so it's like when I say perform a superhuman feat of like physical force, which I have in one of my advances, we have less context for that as a result, right?
Especially in anime, there's a wide range from like mildly superhuman to I kick a building down. So that's
yeah, and trying to have people generate that whole structure is a lot to ask of a crew at the table, right? Of the players to just pull that out of nothing. And so trying to find ways to help establish those consensuses and stuff needs a little more guidance, right? I need to have bits in a rule book that talk about how to do that well, or something. I need to support
that's
people.
something that came up in Star Force, one of my mini games. I had like ranks originally where you had like rank 1 cyber strength or rank 2 cyber strength or whatever, and it was kind of dumb. So eventually that game just ranks you by the thing that you're like. It says like, your speed is interstellar craft, or your strength is cargo lifter robot or whatever. And so there's no like number assigned to it or whatever. It's just you look at it and you go, oh, okay, I'm as strong as like a load lifting robot. Okay, cool. I can.
We need some frame of reference, right?
It's
so
maybe there's equally good like cool touchstone words and phrases for magical girls that will kind of point people in that direction, whatever those might be. I don't know, but
that it's just you have as many feelings as a teenage human, which is to say the absolute maximum amount you could ever imagine plus then some.
That's right.
Okay, and I mean that is a useful conversation with regards to my game, to think more about that. Think more about what removing the setting means in a Blades hack, right?
Yeah, particularly when it comes to if you are keeping, I think you are, if you're keeping the controlled, risky, desperate thing, we kind of need to know some stuff about our characters and the setting, and then how those two things intermesh in order to say, well, that's obviously controlled because you're a magical girl and you're kicking down a door, so like, or do we say you're 14 years old and you weigh 90 pounds, and so this is actually like really a tough thing for you to deal with.
The one tool I have in my game is the like transcendence switch, to say like you're a superhero now or you're not. And so I think the main place I run into trouble isn't with managing like what the mundane people can do. It's when they transcend, then being like, how high of a ceiling do I set on this, right? And that becomes a lot more. That part's really ambiguous, right? Like, and your mileage will vary depending on the kind of game you're running and stuff like that. So I think it's, anyways, how I will solve that has thus far been about just like a friendly at the table consensus and hoping that people play nice and get into it, but. Maybe that's enough, maybe it's not. I feel like it's kind of not. I need a little more structure, but I'm struggling to figure out exactly what.
Yeah, I think you might ultimately need maybe pointers during the setup, or tag words to riff on, or something. I think it's still okay if the group kind of hones in on it, but having a place to start is probably good.
Yeah, like. And ideally, I just want that on the series playbook, right? Like,
I think so.
It needs to somehow get in that way that Apocalypse World, you know all these things, right? Just from having chosen a couple things from a list or whatever else, right? Like that really subtle, delicate art of social engineering that is at play there. I'm sure there's a way to sneak it in there somewhere. So I'm gonna make a point to figure that out if I can. Okay, cool. Well, let's move on. So we're gonna skip this idea of doing any kind of, well, we already kind of covered it, of just like we're not doing a specific review of like playbooks or any of that kind of stuff. We've kind of gone over it broad strokes, and that's all fine. But I do want to talk about the notion of playbooks in general, which I think, like, ever since Apocalypse World came out, a lot of games have been adopting this idea of like you don't really have like a character sheet anymore. You now have playbooks, and that they're these like contained modules of characterness. But like, what in your mind does that all really mean? Like, where do you find the term playbook useful? Do you think that separates from character sheets in any kind of way?
One reason that I used it in Blades was to try to, and it's funny because this is the opposite reason why it's used in Apocalypse World, but I was trying a little bit to move away from character class or archetype or something as a thing, even though the names of the playbooks they kind of sound like these archetypical things, and people still kind of think of them that way. But I sort of wanted to give you a little bit of a nod to the idea that every PC is basically the same thing kind of in the game. You're all underworld scoundrels who are dangerous people that are doing criminal things, and on top of that you have this playbook that's like sitting on top of your core thing. And that means that when someone chooses the cutter, like, yeah, they have these qualities, that some of their special abilities that make them a little more dangerous in a fight or whatever, but I can make my whisper and give them 2 dots in skirmish and get a fine weapon through some means and
pull a veteran advance to get all those moves and like, in my mind, you can take a veteran advance as your first advance, right? Like, why not?
Yeah, you
like
totally.
Your first ability, just go veteran, take from somewhere else. Like,
you can totally do that.
Which means that basically the only elements that are strictly reserved to your playbook, at least even initially, these can change, I'm sure, is your XP triggers,
right,
and maybe your gear
and your friends,
or your friends, your options for NPCs.
Yeah, it's like who you know, kind of what you have access to at the beginning, and how you're getting XP. And everything else is pretty much negotiable. And the idea being that, like, this is your playbook. This is where you write down everything that you need to play the game. And that's kind of the more important thing. And the fact that you're a cutter or a leech or whatever is secondary to that. It's primarily your, I could have called it play sheet or something, I guess. But I'm kind of like leveraging the community understanding of what a playbook is and keeping the same name.
Yeah, like we can't drift too far from what things are understood to mean, or people, or like as designers we have lost usability, right? Like we've stepped away from being useful. We're just being indulgent after a certain point.
Yeah, giving the GM a funny name or something. Like, yeah, I mean that's okay, but it's not always the best thing. And
people are still going to call them the GM regardless, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not the Hollyhock God. Sorry, that's not happening. But
I've been a Hollyhock God for many games.
I think in general, like, how much you dial that is really, it's up to the game. You know, if you want it to be more of an archetype, then that's okay. I don't think it hurts anything to do that. Because
that would be like Apocalypse World, right? Where your space is very defined by your playbook.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're unique too, where, you know, you're the only angel, you're the only gunlugger, there can't be 2 of you.
Right, whereas there could be a Girl by Moonlight campaign of entirely enigmas, and none of them realize that they're all superheroes together.
That would be hilarious.
That could be a thing.
Yes, but as a designer, I think it's good to think of them that way, to think of it as the collection of stuff the player needs to use as the sort of organizing principle. as opposed to thinking of it from the fictional side and saying like, oh, okay, this is about being a demon summoner or whatever. Like that's fine, but for me, when I think playbook in my head, I think this is a booklet or a sheet that I'm going to hand a player that needs to have all the stuff on it that they need to play the game. That's kind of its main purpose.
Yeah, totally.
And that includes getting them excited about the character that they're playing. So the fiction matters too, but it's not the primary function. And that's why when Apocalypse World came out, everyone got all excited about, oh, you could totally do this for D&D classes. You could make a fighter playbook using everything out of the player's handbook, but just organizing it differently on the sheet. And people did that, and everyone like patted themselves on the back and was like, look what we did, this is so cool. And you're like, yeah, that's fine. Like that's that. Yep.
Yeah, and it's like a better way of presenting some of the information, or a more inspiring, catchy way to do it, or whatever you want to call it, right? Like,
yeah, it sort of like saves you from flipping through the book a lot if you have all your stuff already written out for you, and you're not like looking up your feats in the feat chapter. If they're all just on the sheet and you can fill in a circle, then. And
theoretically, your fighter playbook would have a subset of the feats instead of all of them, because like, here's the ones that are actually good for fighters. Let's be real.
Yeah, but then once you go down that design path in a serious way, you're going to start looking at it and going, well, do I need 30 generic feats? Because where am I going to put those? And it starts to change. It starts to change how you're designing, because you can know
totally.
The UI doesn't have space for it anymore, and you're like, that's not going to work. I can't have all these generic things because I don't have.
Because you're decentralizing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think is actually a really interesting stance that I want to push more in games too, is this idea of, which we see since Apocalypse World going forward, right? This idea of like the MC, the GM, whatever, not being the only one with their hands at the controls, and distributing some of that a little bit more, and encouraging people to have these things just be just another role. Which is why I am interested in the idea of having an MC or GM playbook for my game. I'm interested in what that might look like, and the idea of like the GM earning XP. I kind of want to do this Blade style GM XP. That's what I want, and it kind of is the crew XP in a way. If you look at the crew XP, that's kind of just like, did we all play a good session of a game, right? Like as a group, which I think is really lovely, right? It's like, did you do one of your fucking missions? Did you do the things that the game is about? Like, right? Like all those questions are just like, they're kind of a report card for the MC, right? Like, are you doing your fucking job? Are you running this game well? Are the players doing their jobs? Like, are we all actually playing Blades, guys?
That is essentially what it is. They're super softball kinds of things. They're like, oh, well, we did that again. We did that again. We did that again.
Yeah.
And that's what it should be. It's like a way of reinforcing those things. And that all comes from Burning Wheel trait votes and Mouse Guard trait votes. As soon as you've done that once, I think, as a player, you go, oh, man, that was so much fun. I loved doing that. I loved recapping and reminiscing and all that stuff, and I was like, I want to just do that all the time. Like, that, it's so fun to do,
because that's a fun part of the like broader hobby of playing these games. So why not have it be part of the game, right? Because it's super fun.
It reinforces what you're doing. It brings everyone on the same page, because there's still those cases where someone's going to go like, yeah, but we didn't really do that job though, and someone's like, what do you mean? We totally did. Like, they're like, but we didn't. We betrayed him and we didn't even finish the mission. Like, well, but we did our betrayal job. And then you're like, oh, okay, I guess
our job is to be traitors. We are a crew of traitors.
We're gonna think about ourselves that way now. All right, cool. I get it.
And I think that kind of forced retrospection of the way that XP is handled in Blades is really lovely. I think it's a really great way to do it, because it pushes that agenda of the like 3 questions thing, right? Of like, how is your game about this? How are you rewarding players? It just like triples down on that idea of being like, this is what the game is about. The player needs to acknowledge it almost directly by way of this process.
Well, so how, pray tell, Andrew, Is it going to work with a GM to do that?
I mean, and this is the thing, right? Like, this is why I made that comment of like it kind of already exists in the series XP, right? Because that's kind of showing that the GM is doing their job if a lot of those things are happening, because those things are could be viewed as responses to the GM holding up their principles, right, and pushing their agendas.
Right.
They're like player agendas.
Right, because they're the player's responsibility to do those things, but they can't do them unless the GM fulfills their other side of the
right. They got to hold up their end of things.
Yeah.
And if they're doing that, then everyone's gonna you're gonna hit all those notes, and you're gonna get that XP. So in a sense, I view crew XP as being like a GM report card, and on sessions where I've been running it and that the crew hasn't gotten a lot of XP, I'm like, maybe I need to be like changing the pacing of the game or whatever to like make these things happen.
Right. Yeah.
So that's, and like in this kind of roundabout way, that's kind of where I'm trying to go this other direction of having it be more specifically just like, did you do your job as the MC? And we know kind of what the MC's job is, or what the GM's job is, because we have a like set of principles or agendas or whatever. I just got my copy of Monster Hearts 2 today, by the way.
Yeah, I just got mine too. I'm so excited.
And so I want to see if I can find the page with the MC principles and just be like, what is your job? Right, so your XP triggers for the MC of Monster Hearts would be, did you make each main character's life not boring? Did you keep the story feral? Did you say what the rules demanded? Did you say what honesty demanded? I mean, now it's feeling very much like a report card, right? If we talk about it in these kind of broader player level things, right? Because it's the crew XP stuff is still in the fiction. It never asks on the player level, right? Did you?
Right.
Or at least not directly, anyways.
Not directly. So that's what my question is driving at a little bit. Let's think about what it looks like at the table.
Yeah, because now that we talk about this, I'm feeling like this is actually just everyone like crossing their arms and looking at the lone, the like 3-on-1 panel interview of the MC being like, so how'd you do tonight? Why don't you tell us about what you think your strengths are?
Yeah.
How do you rate your performance?
That's kind of what I'm picturing, and I don't know if that's necessarily...
That's probably not a healthy thing. That's a very fair point, John.
Now, I do think, perhaps, that having a GM playbook is totally fine. Because, again, it's an organizing principle for a user interface for one of the players at the table. And so we could make a GM play sheet. I mean, Blades sort of has these kind of...
And Apocalypse World has one as well, with like the whole fronts and everything.
Right. So yeah, having a GM playbook is totally fine. Another Blades hack, Band of Blades, Strash has a GM kind of like essentially a play. It's not, I don't know if he's calling it a playbook, but it's a little foldy booklet like the other ones, and it's for the GM. But what I could imagine maybe having a solo introspective GM report card / XP thing, like you were saying, where you don't necessarily do it with the group, but maybe you do have your list of things, and you, at the end of a session, while people are doing XP, you look at your own list and you sort of
be like, how did I do this? Yeah.
It's not collaborative, but making that collaborative feels a little...
Yeah, it's definitely
awkward.
Dicey. And I mean, ultimately, the individuals are responsible. Like, here's the other thing, is because ultimately I get to decide how much XP I get. I have to... We do it. There's kind of a consensus, but I still get to be the judge.
Right.
And so
you're basically telling everyone why you're taking...
You have to justify. So it's not such a big leap to be like, MC... on your own, just like give yourself some XP based on this list. Did you do these things? Be honest with yourself.
Yeah, and then what are you spending your XP on?
See, and this is the thing. If you have XP, then you get to have advances. You need to have mechanisms. We enter into this whole other discussion of like okay. So in Apocalypse World, you have moves, right, as the MC, and they're very loosely defined and very broadly applicable, but they're moves. They're like mechanisms.
Yeah.
They exist purely within the fiction, but that's fine. So we're not so far away, right? Do we say, like, at the start of play, you have these mechanisms. That seems bad. Already I'm going to say that seems bad. But, right, like, why is that bad? Can we talk about that? Why does it make sense to have the MC operate in this way that the players don't? And why do we not see advances or other crunchy, combo-y mechanisms and special abilities and whatnot for the GM? Why do you think that is?
I would suspect, I don't know, but
yes.
I would suspect that it's, at least in the context of Blades. There are other games we could talk about that are touching on these things in more esoteric ways, but to keep it focused on the realm of Blades hacks, the XP system sort of comes out of fictional accomplishments and then feeds into mechanisms that become fictional stuff. Even you know, they're game mechanics, but they manifest in the fiction. So the crew does all these things. The fictional characters undertake stuff. They do stuff, and then the fictional characters get stuff.
Yeah.
And all of that is stuff that the players are using within the fiction. And it would, I think this GM model of making some of the GM moves locked or having expanded GM moves would be a little bit like saying, okay, players, like, one of the things you can spend XP on is you can talk to another player when
it's
your turn, or you know, you like some kind of player level stuff that's locked from you when you start the game. That would be strange to have that.
What's that short story? Is it Harrison Bergeron or whatever? Where he's like the smartest, biggest, brawniest man, and so they have to put all these like limiting things on him and stuff. And it's just absurd, right? Yeah. In that sense, right? Totally doesn't make sense to do those things because those are like fundamental to playing. But then,
but if you had a GM checklist that was like a player's XP checklist, it would be, all of those things would be less about your GM moves and they'd be more about things that were brought into the fiction, like you revealed a mystery, or you a villain monologued.
I was gonna say, obviously,
or
villain monologues,
that kind of stuff, and that then those kind of things could unlock further fictional things, like what, you know, once you've done a villain monologue and you've done this other thing, then that unlocks this more fiction pointed GM maneuver, maybe that has to do with escaping a trap that the players set for you, the classic like trap door or something, or bringing in reinforcements, or I don't know. It feels it feels like it's a place, it's a fruitful area to explore, but I think for it to be sort of on par with what the player's XP is like, it would be triggered by sort of these fictional things and then feeding back into the fictional things.
And where we get weird, right, is that I have one character as a player, and that character gets stuff, like does stuff and gets stuff. But then as the MC, it's like, cool, so a bunch of things happened over here with these characters, and so that means that even these other characters that I control over here, because you control fucking everything else, and so they don't all, the whole world doesn't just level up suddenly,
no,
right?
I mean, I think it would be focused on the nightmare, presumably, but...
And then so part of what I like about it is this idea of like the escalation that occurs in these kinds of shows and stuff, right? That we start with some low-level bullshit, and then we work our way to some high-level bullshit. I think right now that's all player-driven, and maybe that's the best way for it to go, but I like to entertain the idea of like, maybe there's this other way to frame all that stuff.
I mean, maybe it's a nightmare playbook instead of a GM playbook.
Yeah, it's like the darkness.
Oh, sorry, the darkness.
Yeah, and just like digging into some bits and pieces there. I mean,
maybe. Yeah.
At the very least, I think some guidelines and having like that all live on a sheet would be a clear thing that other games that have gone before mine have done. And I think that it needs to exist. And I should get to writing it.
I think Trist is very right. Like she says, I feel like the GM tool should push the GM to make decisions they wouldn't normally think of without those mechanics. I think that's really smart. Like if you're leveling up the darkness and one of the unlocks is like, you know, entrap someone in the dark realm or something like that, you'd be like, oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't know I could do that. That's I can say that now. That's neat.
I like the idea of these as like episode hooks.
And I think it totally fits into your, because right now you already kind of have this escalation mechanic with the mission tiers.
Yeah, and with the like investigation and the darkness coming up,
Yeah,
like the
to
heat
track.
equivalent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's tracking that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, having said that, now when I think about it, I could totally imagine a Blue Coats playbook for a Blades GM that is fed by the heat that the players generate.
Yeah, like I like this tie to heat that it's here's what it is. Okay, I've got it. So we have all of our like Apocalypse World style moves, right? And there are hard moves and soft moves, right? We already know this from Apocalypse World
Mhm.
that we can think of these things in this way. And so what it could be is less of a I need to level up and more like how bad are things? How far along the heat track are we? And when things are really bad, you get to make it like pushes you to make harder moves. And so it's just a way of keeping us honest to what that heat track really means.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's about you have permission now. Like the darkness will give you the bigger gun because they recognize the magical girls are a bigger problem. Or like the blue coats, right? Like these are the most wanted criminals. So yeah, bring the SWAT team, bring the carriages with the angry goats, like go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the Vincent Baker lingo, it'd say like, hey GM, you've just unlocked hard labor. When you get arrest as an entanglement, instead of arrest, tell them that they've been put on a chain gang in the mire pits.
Yeah.
Blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah.
It's like instead of making it only this bad, make it even worse now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And I think Trist puts it really well. Like it's at the end of the day, it's a way of prompting you to say things that you wouldn't necessarily say.
Yeah. I feel like this is a good way to kind of keep the MC on track, and not let them be too nice to players, for example.
Yeah, and also maybe like the reverse too, where
Or yeah,
you see that this thing you're about to say is a tier 3 unlock, and you go, oh, okay, well, I'll
right.
wait. I'll wait on that. I won't do that right now.
And this all swings back to our earlier conversation about like how do we help define the space of the game, right? And like
Yeah.
what moves count as what, etc. Like this is all part of that same discussion of giving us context for what the action of the game should look like.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this is a really, really useful way to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And presenting that as a playbook sounds like a great idea. Whatever that ends up being, like calling it a playbook is, I think, a perfectly good thing.
Okay. One last question on this playbook topic then. So in magical girl fiction, there's a very strong trope of the cat friend, you know, the Luna or the Cube or whatever, right? Like these advisorly mascot kind of characters. Like they really are the mascot, right? Like it's there to be a cute thing first and foremost. But they make it relevant. It's not just someone's cat. It's a magical advisor cat. I want this to exist in my game, but like, what is that thing? Is it a playbook? Whose playbook? Right? Is it the MC's playbook? Includes that character? Is that one of the player characters? Is it an NPC?
Yeah. Yeah. In Blades lingo, I mean, a cohort is the obvious place to put that. I know you know that, but
yeah,
cohorts are very vague, right? They're just, you get a die or two to roll for them, and they have a few features, and they're just like NPCs that the players are in charge of primarily, but the GM still plays them.
Yeah, they exist in a strange space.
They exist in this place. Apocalypse World also does this, where when I'm an angel and I take an infirmary, in the move it says you have an infirmary and you have a couple NPC medics that help you there, Shigusa and Mox maybe.
Yeah.
And then I go, okay, you know, I have Shigusa and Mox, and then the GM is going to write both of them as threats on their threat sheet, because everyone's a threat in
and that's the key, right? Because in Blades that's not the case.
There's a real big difference between the warlord threat on that sheet and Mox on that sheet, because even though it doesn't say like treat Mox differently as a threat than the warlord, that is what's going to happen, because the player who has infirmary is going to have an expectation, a very reasonable expectation.
Yeah.
That even though Mox is a threat, like when I go into my infirmary to patch someone up, Mox is going to help me do that, and they're going to play the role of the NPC.
They're going to do their job.
They're going to do the thing that I got as an advance, more or less.
Yeah, because they came by that honestly, and they are entitled to it by merit of having checked that advance. They kind of simultaneously fall under threats and also being the player character's stuff.
Right.
And you might take away their stuff at some point, but that's a hard move.
That's not a very hard move.
Casually do it, right?
Yeah, and you also give them what they earn, so that plays into that as well.
So
in Blades, in vanilla Blades, cohorts are pretty easy to get back if they're destroyed. They're not super easy to get necessarily. Depends on how hardcore you go after them, but when they're eliminated, you can kind of just like pay money and get them, like re-recruit them. And part of the reason that I did that was to have that space where, just like their items on their character sheet, like you can take away their stuff without feeling like you're going overboard. Where not feeling like you're just saying like, well, yeah, I know that hey driver, you have a car, yeah, you come back and it's just burned down to its frame in the yard and it's gone, and the player's like, what? Like I was supposed to be a driver, like fuck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what? Yeah.
But with the leech, you can be like, on the mission, you can be like, yeah, as a consequence of a failed roll, like your alchemical bandoliers, the reaction goes wrong and they burn and you have to throw them off your body and they just burn away, and mark off both your bandoliers, leech, and they're like, fuck. But then they have downtime, they come back, they have their stuff.
They have new bandoliers. Bandoliers aren't people.
Yeah.
Is the other thing, right?
Cohorts, in the mind share of the game, killing off cohorts is a problem. But in the mechanics of the game, you can send your cohort up against the red sashes with some impunity. You can be like, yeah, go kill those guys for us, and roll their 2 dice, and you get a 1. And the GM's like, yeah, they get slaughtered. And you're like, oh, well, I guess we got to get some more guys. You can treat them that way if you want to. And Apocalypse World doesn't really have that. If Shugasa and Mox die, like that's kind of it. They're probably the only medics left in the world, and they're dead, and that's that.
Yeah, it's a lot more. Generally, Apocalypse World is more full of finality and consequence than other games.
Yeah, and same thing with pets and that sort of stuff. Like anytime you have pets in a game, I pretty much always say up front to any player that picked them, like, hey, I am not going to kill your pet. If I say something that might seem like it's going to kill your pet, that's not actually going to happen. And
let's just not even go there, right?
Your pet will die when you tell me that that's what happens, but I'm not going to kill your pet. And so I think, having said all of that, I think that this mascot figure fits into this space where they're the soft NPC in between the space of the GM running them and the players running them, and their kind of like lasting nature, the fact that they probably are gonna persist. They're not really at risk per se. They might be dematerialized and trapped in a hell dimension that you have to get them out of or something like that, but
everyone goes to the hell dimension at least once. It's no big deal. Yeah, totally. I feel that. And
I think it would be awkward to ask a player to play them because they're kind of this like chorus almost, and
what game are they playing at that point?
You want to play off of them. You don't want to necessarily portray them and also react to them. That would be kind of strange. So I think the GM needs to be their voice, probably.
Yeah, because if we make them a playbook, how much divergence exists between our playbooks?
Yeah, and that's an interesting thought. Like, there are certainly cases where cohorts become PCs in normal Blades, and I could imagine in the fiction, I can't think of any examples of shows right now, but I can imagine a case where the cat spirit, well, I guess, you could almost say Inuyasha is kind of like this, I guess, but there's a case where the cat spirit is turned into a man, and that becomes the Enigma PC for the next thing or something like that. Like I could see that happening, but I don't know that you necessarily need a mascot playbook.
Yeah, like maybe we fit it in as being other playbooks if people are really keen to play that character. And honestly, someone's cat secretly being a magical guardian is pretty badass Enigma playbook.
Yeah. Yeah, Ali's saying that maybe it is like similar to Blade's crew playbooks. There's like a set of cohorts that the different series playbooks have.
I could definitely see this as being part of the default playset that we played, having like just you get a cohort. It's like it's your mascot. They're an animal or talking plant or whatever, right? Like,
yeah, there's a little list, just like Blade's cohorts. You can choose like they have edges and flaws, and they have a distinguishing tag. You know, they're like whatever. You know, in Blades they have jobs kind of, but in this it would be more like maybe they're animal type, and then they're curious and mischievous, and
and they can help you in this way or that way based on a tag or whatever.
Yeah, they're quick or they're strong or they're brave or something like that.
And they spout lore all the frickin' time. It's like their main thing that they do.
Which is another reason why it's great for them to be an NPC, because the GM can you have this mouthpiece whenever you need to. You can be like, actually, this is why the darkness is,
I kind of find that incredibly irritating, though. I gotta be real. Like,
it's true, but it's irritating in the source material also.
Right?
So
like
it's very on theme.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about that aspect of it, but I can see it being useful.
I think it's okay if everyone rolls their eyes about it together and is like, okay, here's where the thing tells us about the guy. Like, fine.
Yeah, the MC advice will just be like, this is the absolute last resort. If they're really just not getting it, use the cat. Just break it out of the box. Have it talk to them about how they need to go do X. They need to find the MacGuffin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think all of this resonates with me. This all seems like a good place for that to live.
I think it's a good place to start because it requires very little like raw design work. You can just kind of use the structures that are already there, and then if for some reason that doesn't work, then you can try something else. But if it does work, then you're already kind of got it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm definitely excited at the idea of any bits that I can steal from you. I'm happy to do so. So if I have the next series playbook I'm working on, I have a place for cohorts, definitely, where I want to leverage that design. And so I would love to hear you go into some detail about your process for building cohorts and what the moving parts are with that.
The main inspiration is I love playing choppers in Apocalypse World. It's like my favorite thing to play.
Like being Satan?
Yeah,
and
totally.
Drinking a nice glass of milk.
That's right. Yeah, I love playing the chopper, and the one of the big draws is having this gang that is at your beck and call, and also that is really, really troublesome, and they don't have their own agenda exactly, but they are strongly driven by these passions. So, and it goes back to like magic design in World of Dungeons and magic design in Blades. Like, a lot of my fallback positions as a designer, have to do with power, having access to power that has its own separate agenda from yours. So
yeah, personified power, right?
Personified power, exactly. Yeah, and that goes back to the granddaddy of all these things. The Ron Edwards game, Sorcerer, that's all it's about. It's about people who have magical abilities, but they're completely these other entities, and they have to kind of make deals, so to speak, with these other entities to have their power. And it's such a good, easy balance. Writing balanced game, like mechanically balanced powers, is interesting and fun if you're making video games, especially. And role-playing games call for that stuff sometimes too. But to me, it's way more interesting to say, yeah, like basically, like Sorcerer does this. Like you can have as powerful a demon as you want. I mean, assuming you can summon it.
Yeah.
And that's also its level of, it doesn't give a fuck what you say.
Yeah.
It's equivalent to a tower, so you can just like pick what you want.
How much do you want to later regret this decision?
Right. So the cohort edges and flaws list are built to kind of constrain those things, so they're not just like you have a group of guys who do whatever you say.
Yeah.
there's this little extra more bit of detail that we know about them. We know they're savages. So when you go, you say like, go get the magistrate and bring him back here. Like they go, okay. And when they bring him back, like he's missing an eye.
Yeah.
And
they've beaten the ever-loving shit out of him.
You look at them and they're like, he gave us a hard time, you know.
And then the little wacky theme goes, and everyone just goes, "Ah, you guys."
Exactly.
And then we roll credits. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that also lets us, once we have a few tags, like we know that they're thugs, we know they're savages, and we know that they're unreliable. If we have those things, it's kind of okay that their mechanic is just roll 2 dice when they do stuff.
Yeah, because
it's a little bit. It calls back a little bit to that discussion we had about setting. Like, we can interpret a very simple die mechanic in a lot of rich ways because we know all these factors. If it just said like squad 2D, then we'd be like, okay, they can just do anything with 2 dice. It's fine. But because they have this little extra layer of info, their 2 dice kind of comes with strings attached, and
and they're people, right?
Yeah, they're people.
Having anything in a game be people, in most situations at least, means that there's a certain gravitas to it.
Yeah.
Generally, unless your players are total monsters.
And so it doesn't always have to be focused on what's troublesome. I can imagine a genre where that's not the case, where, you know, your cohorts and your power is not a problem for you, but we still want to give it these descriptors to help us, you know how it functions, so that we know that when our mascot is doing stuff, they're curious, so they get to roll their 2 dice, but they're not tough, and so if they have to like fight a shadow or something, then they just roll 0 because we know that that's not their thing.
Yeah, totally. And it kind of bakes in very nicely that whole like writing notion of give a character 3 adjectives, right? Like we kind of just get that as part of both setting our mechanics as well as then describing them in fiction, which is very elegant and nice.
Yeah, and I think it can be layered, right? You can have your series playbook that's starting us off with this sort of high level thing. Like in this series, our cohorts can be talking animals, fairy sprites, or whatever the other one is, elemental goblins.
Yeah, you can have like Calcifer or Luna or Tinkerbell.
Yeah. And so now that we've chosen that, when we as players make a cohort and we choose a couple more features, we're choosing them for the talking animal. So it's like these stacked layers of information. We know it's talking animal, we know it's curious, we know it's a cat, which matters. Like if it's owl, then we can't be like just like hang out in the dorm and listen to whoever comes in, because when people come in, they're gonna be like, holy shit, it's an owl in the dorm. But if it's a cat, they'll be like, oh, it's a cute cat, and then it's fine.
Yeah, they might pet the cat, but then they'll move on. Right.
So all those things like give us tools as players to decide what to say next, and when we can apply their dice and when we can't, and blah 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 blah. So yeah, I think that structure will work just fine. I don't think you'll need to do a lot more to that. You might need to add tags of a magical nature if you want to include things like, you know, they can turn invisible or stuff like that. You might need that kind of information possibly, or maybe that just comes with the series playset, that when we choose talking animals, that's just it. They're animals who can talk at the end, and if we choose fairies, then we know that they can like fly around and they're invisible or whatever.
And so the big thing I want to get into with my next series playbook, where it's like a kaiju defense force kind of thing where you have giant robots basically, is that it makes sense for them to be cohorts, right? They're like this, they're not your character, and it's not going to be like this is your character's robot. It's going to be like, you guys have these robots and choose them, pilot them, etc. They're all kind of their own people, and they can die basically. Like the robots can get wrecked or be broken or go crazy.
Yep.
And so I want to like build those out a little bit more to kind of have this idea of like they're a bit more of a mechanical bit that you access, but also simultaneously they're a character that has their own like wants and needs and might fight you uh, at certain points if you're trying to do certain things, or might push you in certain directions. So I've got my big list of tags for them that I'm editing down and paring down, with this idea being that they have like positive traits and negative traits, just like cohorts do in Blades, and that we have some kind of mechanic around leveraging, like playing into those traits will get you different things. So playing into their negative traits might be like a catharsis thing where you can like erase stress when you do it or whatever, and playing into their positive traits will probably give you extra dice or give you some kind of, you know, bonus.
Yeah.
And then having it be that they are depletable, so either they have like limited amounts of power or they can only take so much harm or whatever else. This idea of giving them like a, so in with cohorts and Blades they take harm, but it's very broad strokes, kind of the way that like gangs take harm in Apocalypse World.
Yeah,
it's like there are some fatalities, everyone's dead or everyone's a little bit hurt, but like only one person has died. There's kind of these like broad notions of damage. But I like the idea of these things getting depleted and you needing to like get more of them or like find a new robot and going through that process. I think it's interesting.
I can imagine a limit break kind of moment where like your mech suit, you know, you can tick its death box, you know, in exchange for some,
to make that one last big push or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
the big thing, like you're gonna burn out all its drives or turn on the self-destruct or whatever it is.
Yeah, so having those moments, but then having those matter because all of the mechs are like weird, big, slow people that have like memories and feelings and stuff that you kind of participate within while you're piloting them.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
And so I'm trying to find good ways to make this stuff resonate. So it's very helpful to have you just like break down cohorts. What are the ways that you think we can push, like, I don't want to say this, like mood almost from them, or like to really drive their personality home in a way that is like functional within the game?
Yeah.
Like the very basic thing that I've drafted up is this idea of like a catharsis kind of mechanic where you can clear stress, or like it doesn't cost like a transcendent action if you play into the like dark side of it, because this is like its own desires rather than your own that are governing it, so it's like lending you more of its power than if you like, you know, grab the reins and really force it to do something that's outside of its nature.
Right.
And that it also has like a heroic side that you can play into to get some kind of benefit. This is like the most basic thing I could possibly think of. I definitely like this idea of like having things that happen when you push them too far. I wish my pen wasn't out of ink as well. This is like very bad timing for my pen to run out of ink. Oh well, I can watch this again later and take notes. It's fine. So that part I think is really cool. Is there anything else that kind of jumps to mind with this idea of like how to, like, I just want to make these cohorts be something that the players really care about.
Yeah.
In a way that I see, like, I have seen both extremes of it within the same mechanisms, where like some people really care about their cohorts in like Apocalypse World or whatever else, or like I've played a game where I was a chopper and I was just like, yeah, my gang is a like amalgamous blob of other children, and they're like 3 to a motorcycle, and I'm just going to like use them as ablative like wound boxes for myself and just like send them to die horrifically. And that's like the whole fun of the character, is just being awful and killing off all my own gang.
Yeah.
And like the same mechanisms built like the medic who wants to take care of their people, and or the heart holder who needs to hold on to things, you know, like how do we make that be precious in a way, right? Like how do we get the characters to buy in and attach?
One way I can think of is to create a uh, a finite pool of them that the players can easily grasp right away. I'm not suggesting this because I think it's way overused, but like imagine the tarot arcana, let's say.
Yep.
The major arcana, and like you can say like, yeah, there's whatever the backstory is, like a thing happened and a bunch of angels got trapped in mechs, and now that they're these like weird beings, Evangelion kind of idea or something.
Yep.
But instead of saying like there's this nebulous number of them, and when you make your character, like create your mech and make them neat, like choose from this stuff. Instead, you could say like there are 8 of them, and they're named for the planets, and that's how many there are, and they bond with their human pilot.
Yeah, I definitely want to have a bonding
Instead
mechanic.
of saying like you Andrew like are creating this character and you're going to create a cool mech, and we're all going to be like, ooh, neat, you made a neat mech. Instead of that mentality, our mentality could be, oh, you have Jupiter? Oh.
Yeah, and Jupiter.
Dang. Like, okay, cool. Like, we know what that, we kind of get what that is, and we know that there's only one, and when they're gone, that's it, they're gone. And so I don't know what you would use as your wrapper, but something that someone could hear and immediately like grasp that there's this pool of them and there's this finite resource.
I love this idea that we create them before we make our characters, and that we do it collectively.
Mm-hmm.
And then later we might be like, oh yeah, and like my character is piloting this one right now. But it's not like I make it. It doesn't live on my character sheet, and I don't make it for myself because I don't know for sure who I'm making it for when I'm making it.
Oh, I like that even better, actually. Yeah.
And that like you can't pilot the one that you design. Like we just make everyone go around the table and make one, but you can't pilot the one that you design. And that of course we can just have it be that everyone at the table does it. So there's always one extra. So there's one that gets to sit in the hangar. Mm-hmm. And that's a storyline right there as well, right? Like, why is no one piloting that one?
What happened to their pilot?
Like, yeah, who was the last person who did pilot it? Or why has no one piloted it ever? Or whatever, right?
Right.
And in terms of my, like, bit on the series playbook, because I've done a lot of the lists for it, for the engines, they're going to be called engines. It just says, engines are semi-sentient giant combat mechs, each unique from the others. They have identities, memories, and emotions of their own, and then you choose 2 from this list, 1 or 2, and they're either ancient magical guardians, or built with a lost technology, or made from human bodies and minds, or incorporate parts of the Leviathans, which are the things you're fighting. There's a version of this where you're just in Duskfall, by the way.
Oh, nice.
There are options in it to just be in Duskfall.
That's awesome.
As an homage to this wonderful Blades in the Dark game that I've heard so much about. And they can like slowly poison their pilots, or are slowly like going crazy or falling to darkness or whatever. So they have these qualities about them, and then I like having a bit of just like, and now design your like current roster of available mechs.
Yeah.
And then instead of a hideout, you have like a flagship, and we might be able to expand the hangar and have more of them. You can go on missions to retrieve them, because they're part of this like, you're set within this longer like conflict against the giant space monsters or whatever, and so there are ones that have fallen in the past that you might go and recover. Or
that's an awesome mission. And I mean, you could plant those seeds during the creation if you wanted to. That there could be, there's one extra, and then like just come up with like
1 or 2 that are lost.
1 or 2 lost, the names of the lost engines or something like that.
Just so that we know that some of them are out there and we can tap into that. Yeah, that seems cool. I like that idea.
Yeah, this is really good, and it might be interesting to discover their qualities as a player, rather than just knowing them.
Rather than set it at the beginning, be like, there's this list, and later we'll circle one of these.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
Or just like, and they have a secret of some kind.
Yeah, you find out by piloting them.
I mean, I'm of 2 minds on that, because like I really like dramatic irony just as like a personal thing.
I do too.
Like I love being able to play into something and not having my character know.
Yeah.
But having me know so that I can do a good job of like making that a theme without like kind of stumbling into it blindly and then being like, this isn't really consistent or whatever.
Right. No, that's a good point.
I like the idea that we might find out what this really means.
Yeah.
And actually what I think I should do,
or why they're like that,
is like frame these all as questions. rather than things that are like just be like and these things about them, just be like, and here are 2 questions about them, or write 2 questions about them, or whatever. Like have this in the way that I've done with some of the other things, like force the players to write some pregnant questions for themselves to not answer right away. Also, this could address this problem I have been seeing in some of my playtests of people just like drilling way too deep, in my opinion, into character creation, by trying to answer everything up front, when it's really like the reason we play is to answer those questions and to figure out what that thing means that you're trying to now talk around the table about without engaging the mechanics. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that briefly before we streamed. Part of our Pacific Northwest gamer culture being getting down into it and being good at playing the like setup and play games like Microscope and stuff like that. We're like very used to playing those kind of games, and not everyone is. But there's something else that occurred to me after we talked about that, is I think there are some groups too that are reluctant to start any game. Like it's there's some trepidation.
Right, and this is a way to build a framework where they feel more comfortable.
Yeah, and also procrastinate, like put off the actual start of the thing, because we can talk more about the setup and not have to actually start the first scene yet.
Yeah, but John, I just can't accept that kind of intellectual cowardice in my players. I'm not going to permit it.
Yeah. No.
This is my opportunity. I'm designing a game. This is my opportunity to beat people over the head with how I think games should be played and make them do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I'm going to revel in that and be a huge dick.
They won't, but you can.
But I can try.
You can still try.
I can show them that I will not appreciate the way they're playing it later. I can be like, this is how I wanted you to play. If you don't do this, I will be personally offended.
No, I think what I've noticed is that of the people, like most of the people will do it, and you hear from like 1% of those people.
Yeah.
And you hear from 100% of the people who don't.
Or who are like insulted that you would presume to tell them how to. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's this disproportionate signal that you're getting. You're like, oh man, why do people keep doing this? But it's really this small minority of your players. It's just everyone has to say it.
Friction generates a lot of heat and noise, right?
Like, yep, that's right. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
This sounds really cool though. I think this engine stuff is great, and
yeah, I'm really stoked about it. I think it
sounds. I'm excited to play that series. That sounds great.
And there's so much good like genre material for it. Like Ava, as you cited, right? Like that's totally what this is.
Of course.
Or the one I was watching is this one called Die Buster, where it's bizarre and very short.
I haven't watched that one.
It's so absurd, but it's excellent. And it has lots of like really cool, interesting designs, and they fight all these like space monsters who are these weird like squid cephalopod-y kind of things. And it's just like really over the top and in space, and all of the mechs are like totally unique. They're all numbered, and they're like, and there's this big air of mystery around them. It's not like when someone pilots number 1, like no one can even remember who the fuck or what the fuck numbers 1 through 37 were. And that they've had like histories of different pilots, and that only kids can pilot them, and so you like outgrow your ability to pilot the mechs, and then you're like washed up, and there are characters who are like that, and there's all kinds of neat stuff going on in it. But it's just, yeah, I love all these ideas around like, why is it that only adolescent kids can pilot these robots?
That's always the question.
And what does that mean? And what is, that's such a fruitful, weird space.
Doesn't Knights of Sidonia has the one mech that no one has piloted? It's like this relic that has been in mothballs, and then the one kid finally passes the test or whatever, and he can pilot the special one.
Yeah, that kind of shit's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. It's good for archetypes like you have with the playbooks already. Like, it's very easy for us to be like, oh, I'm the chosen one. Like, yeah, of course, that's super easy to jump into.
And with the enigma in this playbook, it's just like you're just this mysterious pilot, and they only ever see this mech that you're in, basically, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like Racer X.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, this whole like working within anime, like, because like Girl by Moonlight, sure, it's a magical girl game, but like really, it's kind of just like the entire shoujo spectrum, the entire like young women's anime spectrum.
Yeah.
And you could branch it out to be like the whole into shonen, which is for young boys, but I, on a matter of principle, just never do that. I hate shonen anime with a passion.
Well, you don't need to do it because people will do it anyway. There's no reason to encourage them.
Exactly, right? It's like we don't need to have an International Men's Day.
Right. You don't need to make a Jedi hack for your RPG. Someone will instantly do it.
And here's how we played Star Wars using this.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I brought all of the mechanics from your game into D&D seamlessly.
Yes, Trist is right, though. Super Saiyans are magical girls. That is totally accurate.
Well, right, like,
yeah.
It's just a matter of the colors and shapes of the costumes that separate things that are targeted at young women in Japan and things that are targeted at young boys. And maybe some of the attitudes that the characters express. But like,
and they're both voiced by Laura Bailey, so it all works.
Right?
Same voice actor.
So yeah, like there is totally room to do all of this stuff. And so it's so fun to just be like, oh, and then I could do this. I could make a series playbook for this weird thing or this weird thing. And because you're just keying off of tropes, right? And the anime is so fundamentally about tropes.
Yeah.
Like it's a language of tropes in a way that we don't necessarily do in like American media. It's like a little bit less of a thing, or maybe we're picking it up more now, but like it's in the same way that like romance novels are formulaic, anime is formulaic, right? Like the characters are known to you as soon as you see them on screen.
Yeah.
Which is great for role-playing games.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Because your table buys in immediately, right? We all know these tropes, and if the point is to embody them, then it's fine. It doesn't feel stupid that we're doing so.
Yeah.
When you were making Blades, how much were you thinking about genre? And what was your genre? If so.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about genre. I think it's a mix of things. It's the setting and where it places the characters, and then the system kind of breaks them out of their place in the world a little bit, where it says like, hey, the setting just as a setting is this fairly grim industrial place of powers and principalities, and you're at the bottom rung of that, and there's a bunch of people in this position too, and their lots in life really suck, and they're really not going to go anywhere. No one's going to make room for them, so people in this position sometimes turn to crime and preying on the rich and powerful above them. But the setting says like that's a hopeless life that will never get you anywhere, and you're going to end up locked up or dead. But then the system is like, yeah, but when someone tries to hurt you, you can just ignore it.
You just say no.
And you're fine. And so that is a genre consideration. That's the Conan / Fafhrd and Greymouser, as opposed to Black Company or Tanith Lee or Lovecraft or
where the stifling world just smothers you.
You burn out and you die. And so it rides that line where yes, the world is gritty, yes, you can get a sword through your gut and bleed everywhere, and maybe it gets infected and bad shit happens to you or whatever, but because you're the protagonist of the story, you're not larger than life in the sense that you can sweep away a cloud of arrows with your hand and leap 30 feet and do all these amazing feats. It's just that inside the grittiness of the world, your character is one that we're going to follow for longer than what we normally would. You're going to burn out over this this long cycle.
Yeah, and like you're someone who just gets lucky enough, right? That to just squeak by and maybe have a hope, that little.
So the system could be, good luck to you. Just roll and we'll find out what happens, and that whatever. And we'll do the funnel. We'll keep playing through and grind through all these characters until we find out who the survivors turn out to be.
Yeah,
that's one way to do it.
Which is essentially like a long game of flipping coins and seeing who can get heads the most times.
Kind of, yeah.
Right?
That's the Normandy Beach game. That's the war movie genre to me. We don't know at the beginning who's gonna be around at the end.
And it's about, the whole story is about the winnowing down of this group of people, right?
Yeah.
And about survival.
But Blades is about the crew, and people play that up a lot. I hear people talk online all the time. They're like, yeah, it's all about the crew and how like the crew continues and the PCs are less important. And that is true to an extent. Most people don't play Blades long enough to have second and third generation crew members.
Or they don't play it hard enough, John.
Right. That's another
My table in 2 seasons, we killed almost everyone.
Yeah, it's totally doable. But because of the way PCs work, it's more like Peaky Blinders, where we're playing about, we're discovering how this crew, like its founders and who they were and where they took things, and we're gonna stay with them long enough to see how it goes. But there's this built-in, almost inevitable timer on all the PCs where you really can't play all the way up the ladder and like play for years and years and years and be the crazy fantasy heroes that level up to level 20. The game doesn't really let you do that either. So yeah, I would say in terms of genre, I wanted to build Upton Sinclair, like the jungle, basically. But then PCs are, Conan maybe is a little too strong, but like Fafhrd and Grey Mouser is probably the exact right level.
But depending on how you dial the like tone knob, it can go all the way to like Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can just be like, cool, I resisted. Like nothing happens. I go from level 4 harm to just nothing.
Right.
Like I completely dodge the bullet or whatever.
Yeah. And you soak it up with stress and trauma, and Indy retires to his teaching job at wherever that he teaches.
Yeah, and then you can play another character in your treasure hunting crew or whatever, right?
Yeah.
There's room for it to be that lighthearted, which I think is really fun.
But the other important component to this, genre-wise, is that since the characters aren't funnel characters and they're not disposable, then we have an obligation, and the system tries to step in and help us. We have an obligation to make them interesting enough to last through the whole series. They're
We need to
people that we care about.
Yeah, we need to give a fuck about these people for that long, if that's how long they're going to live, right?
Yeah, but we can't go all the way to, say, a Burning Wheel character, because that level of construction is, we care about them way too much for Blades. That's past a certain line. We need to be curious about our characters in Blades, curious enough to, like, by the time you retire your Blades character, you've created a Burning Wheel character, basically, through that time of play.
Yeah, but we want them to be a little bit opaque at the beginning, and we want to focus on learning about them through the action.
Right.
Rather than just chase around what they want, the way we do with a Burning Wheel character, right?
Exactly. And we need just that little bit to care enough to follow the trail of breadcrumbs. And again, that touches on characters like Conan or James Kirk, or Peaky Blinders characters, where we don't really, when you watch Star Trek, the classic series, like, the writers just did whatever they wanted with him. One week he's by the book and he's throwing everyone in the brig because they're not following orders, and the next week he's just like a cowboy, he does whatever he wants, and there's like no character there. But over time, over the 2.5 seasons and then the movies, they kind of like started to, this Kirk emerged out of it. This
the emergent character,
the legendary Starfleet hero who doesn't play by anybody's rules. He's a maverick, and they sort of discovered that by playing him, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's like, it's so funny how much that happens in television. Like Eva, which we were talking about earlier, Evangelion, the first series, they didn't have a plan. They literally wrote that one episode at a time, not knowing where they were going, and like, that's why it's so garbled and confused, because even the writers didn't fucking know. They were just like, what happens this week? This thing. Like, so many of the stories that we like kind of like look up to, or that are recognized as being these very like seminal works, are kind of just like as off the cuff as a role-playing game, right? Like, it's a perfectly fine way to go about making stories.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Expanse was played as an RPG. Stephen Bruce's novels, Vlad Taltosh is another big touchstone for me, and the Dragera novels, those were played as a D&D series. There's something there. There's a spark there of that, like, discovery of a character over time.
Well, and through collaboration, right? Like,
exactly, yeah, bouncing off the setting and bouncing off the other characters. And to me, it's a bit of a little manifesto for me too, because I feel like nerds in general like to canonize as much as they can, and then be like, oh, that character wouldn't do that, or that wouldn't happen.
That particular slice of nerd culture that's into like comic books and all this other stuff, right? Like, is very covetous of canon.
Yes, and everyone gets painted into their neat little corners, and every writing teacher I ever had told me the exact opposite. They said anyone will do anything given the right situation.
Find out why. Find out why. Yeah.
So it's not a matter of always making sure that the character behaves according to the stuff you've already written down on their sheet, and like, oh, I wouldn't do that because I wrote down that I'm honorable. Instead of writing that down, at the end of the series, we go, oh, my guy was honorable, huh? What do you know?
Yeah, right? Like,
I never would have thought that.
And even in Burning Wheel, where like you have the honorable trait, or you have your like knightly belief that is just about like knightly shit, there is a big payout in that game for flipping it.
Yeah,
eventually too,
playing
right?
against it. Yeah, and Pendragon's like that too. You play against your passions and stuff.
And those are always the really nice moments, but you have to build to them.
And that requires a skill, and that's why it's not in Blades. Like, I've noticed a tendency for people not to do that, for people to look at their belief and go, oh, well, I have to do that because that's what my belief says. Even though the game says, like, no, you actually get rewarded for playing the other way. Like, that you have to like level up as a Burning Wheel player to figure that out.
Yeah, you have to like be... God, I wish there were a way to just like teach people how to be good at like paying attention in fiction and parsing it, and like seeing what it is that they actually liked about things. Because to me, that's where I got that skill. Like, in part, yes, from playing Burning Wheel, but also just from like watching things and being like, huh, what did that character actually do? Why was that interesting? Like, how can I replicate that story?
Sithmaster makes a really good point. If this goes into playing Darkest Self, which is like such a good mechanic to... Yes, thank you, Monster Hearts.
There's a reason I'm being like, my game is both a hack of Monster Hearts and of Blades. Even though it's like largely Blades, I like to think that there's a bit of this in it.
Oh, there's a bit of Monster Hearts and Blades too.
and right, of course, right? Because
there's a big influence on me.
Because you have trauma, right?
Yeah.
Which is basically another way of doing that.
Yeah.
So.
Darkest Self in Girl by Moonlight is super important, and it's another way of knocking people out of that mentality that, oh, I'm the good girl or whatever, I'm the nerd or the bookie one, or I'm the whatever.
Yeah.
Asks you to challenge that idea.
Yeah, I like to have a mechanism that poses to the character, okay, well, now what, right? Like, what about in this circumstance? Or like, and it's really soft, right? Like, it never says like you must.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, yeah, now you're this, here's a prompt, like, do your best, try to be this. And like, still people seem to embrace it just because it's exciting, right? Like, I think the payout is a totally extrinsic one for that kind of stuff, right? Like, it just feels nice to do it.
Yeah, Trish says, I typically see how fast my characters can burn. Yeah, me too. I think a lot of us, I know Andrew's like this too, we tend to play our characters like we run in our NPCs. We're just used to that mode of like, oh, I got a million of these guys, whatever. Like, I'll send them in waves. It's fine.
Yeah.
And it's hard to shake that when you've run a lot of games or you're in that GM mindset a lot. I think every time I make a PC, I'm just like, like whatever. I'll see where this goes.
But like, the character is your stick, and the fiction is an anthill. Right, and you just need to jam it in there and see what happens. If you just hold the stick on the outside of the anthill, you don't get to learn anything.
I also have a tendency to look at them from the outside. Like, oh, look
Yeah,
at this
yeah,
poor
yeah.
son of a bitch. Like, he thinks he's gonna get his girlfriend back. Oh man, that's a shame. Oh
What a
well.
what an idiot. Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna play him as someone who cares about that and really wants to get it. But as his player, I look on him with some pity and compassion. And I'm like, dude, this is a bad idea, man. She doesn't love you anymore. Like, what are you doing? What's your problem?
Yeah,
Um,
that to be able
that's
to separate yourself enough to be interested in seeing what happens, but not being precious about it, right?
yeah, yeah.
I have,
But
I have,
I understand. I'm sympathetic to the people who say like, no, I need immersion. I have to be in my character's shoes. I have to really embody them. I can't just like puppet
well,
them around.
and that's why, John, that's why stress is so good, right? Because it allows you to play more loosely and have it be forgiving, right? To still
Right.
be invested and still keep your character if you want to keep your character and have your character succeed, to leave room for risks, to not be so punishing that it's just game over immediately, right? Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
which
Yeah.
D&D has taught us, right? That if we fuck up once, boom, like death save, you roll a 1, it's over. Make a level 1 character, waste all your fucking time,
Yeah.
rage quit the campaign, like
and then in later editions, overcompensating. So every fight is 25% of your hit
yes,
points.
right?
And, like,
Super safe.
it's fine. Like nothing bad will ever happen.
Yeah, and just like totally missing the point of what was fun about the one thing and throwing that away without giving us something good to replace it with, I feel.
It's very challenging, and I really like 5th edition actually, but watching Matt Mercer do what he does with it, like it makes me want to write that version, the like the GM guide to running 5th edition the right way, because and he and Matt Colville both, like they have this real flair for, because they're both like very immersed in the play through the modules, and like there's a storyline kind of gaming, which I don't usually do.
Mm-hmm.
But they both also like are very serious about like, this is serious and you might die and like shit's real, and they managed to walk that line. And like, man, this game can totally do that. You can totally have your sort of epic fantasy thing and high stakes, but not if you just play it straight. Like you've got to add this
yeah.
GM English to the game that it's an art form.
Yeah, because it's just as much misdirection as actual threat, right? Giving people the feeling of high stakes is the most important part,
or like Trist,
whether or not they are. Yeah.
Speaking of people in chat, Trist does it too. There was a great scene where there was like a wild triceratops on the loose in this marketplace that just suddenly like attacked the group, and it was like an opening encounter thing. It might be in the module. I don't remember, but I was watching that and everyone was having fun with it, and Britt's character especially was really great because she was like trying
she wanted to be friends with the Triceratops.
Yeah,
obviously.
her character like didn't want to hurt an animal and stuff. But I was looking at the players' faces and I was kind of like, I don't think they're really picking up on what Trist is doing here. Like, she will totally kill you with this thing. Like,
yeah,
she has no qualms about if shit goes wrong here. Like, this thing can actually kill one of you. And not that was her goal in that scene at all. I think it was just like a fun introductory sequence, but the stakes were there.
It's on the table at all
times.
times.
Weren't really believing it, and I was like, man, what is going to happen here? What if one of them dies? Because I mean, Trist, you could correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but like my feeling was like it could happen. Like somebody could get stepped on and shit could go real wrong here, and that's great. That's a really good way to ride that line. And it's hard when you play a game that doesn't have resistance rolls essentially.
Yeah, where it's kind of high stakes on like a interpersonal level.
Yeah, because you have to just cross your fingers as the GM and be like, yeah, they step on you, make your save, and you just got to be like, please make your save. I don't fuck.
Like, I don't want to kill you, but
shit.
but the rules kind of do.
This is what's gonna happen now.
I just have this image in my head of like John Harper sits down to a table of D&D. He pulls out a Glock 9mm handgun and places it on the table, saying, "I probably won't use this," and then begins the session. Like, just like someone might die. You know, I'm not trying to use it, but it could just go off. There's like a timer or something, and this gun will just go off at some point.
Yeah, Tris, that's a good point. Things are different when you're in a game with character art and artists who draw your characters and all that kind of stuff. Maybe some of those death saves just magically work out. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
I mean,
yeah, having the needs of a show limits how deadly things can be. That's absolutely true.
Yes.
Maybe I was wrong in the sense of the actual outcomes, but I was feeling the vibe from you as a GM, like your commitment to portraying the monster as a deadly,
as a genuine threat. Yeah, like
yeah,
creating the impression of high stakes matters so much, right?
Yeah. Because honestly, one of the first questions I always ask when someone's like, "Oh, I'm hacking. I want to do a dungeon thing, or I want to do a D&D-esque thing."
Yeah.
What happens when someone runs out of hit points?
Yeah, right? Like,
because you can tune your game. People like stress over like how much damage should this do and how many hit points should characters have and how fast should they level up, and all of that stuff matters, but you need to know first what happens when you hit 0. Because if what happens when you hit 0 is you fall down and then you get up at the end of the combat, then all of that tuning means something very different than if when you hit 0 you die. That's it.
Like full stop. Yeah.
Or whatever. Like maybe in this game resurrection is abundant and you just have to, when someone hits 0 they instantly die, but you can easily resurrect them by making a promise to do a quest for the church.
Yeah, or like cut off their finger and get it back to the church and then they can be revived, right? So like someone has to live is the stakes, not everyone has to live or whatever, right? Yeah.
Oh, we got to talk about what does it mean when you hit 0. And Dungeon World handles that in a very interesting way where you do your last breath and you go to the gates of death and all that stuff. It's kind of fun. So that's another easy way to hack D&D. And I think Critical Role has brushed up against that stuff too, where, you know, there's been, or maybe I'm thinking of Matt's game, or Colville's game, but you know, people have died and they've quested to bring their spirit back to their body, and you know, that kind of stuff, which is all great. You can,
yeah, I mean it's fruitful at that point, right?
All those ways. And so the reason that I keep digging this furrow in the ground here is leading back to Girl by Moonlight. In like how do you see in genre terms for your game like the lifespan of the PCs? Are they essentially like series length characters? Is that the goal?
Yeah, like it depends on the playbook. Well, actually no, that's not true. So yes, I think the characters can last the whole season, or the whole series rather. Like I can just play this one character for the whole progress of our game. If we're playing the In Darkest Night series playbook, the whole progress of our game will be very short. And because it's designed to like spiral way harder and just like murder you. And be short both in terms of like characters are going to die frequently, but also like the whole thing might just end very quickly, and that's fine. Right. If we're playing the default like very Sailor Moon inspired series, it can run long, I think. Am I expected to play one character through the whole series? Is that the sort of default mode? I think so. I think that would be, unless your character dies, which can totally happen. Depending on some circumstances, but I think like the game can spiral. You know, it is as lethal as Blades is, if not potentially more lethal. Blades isn't super lethal, but so here's the big difference in my game versus your game on lethality, because I think this is a very valid discussion to be having. This is really, I'm glad that you pushed our conversation in this direction. So here's the thing. In my game, so in your game, stress is very finite, right? You get 9 of it, and that's it. Yeah. And once you use it up, you trauma, and you get 4 traumas, essentially trauma boxes, if you want to look at it that way. And then once those are done, that's it. Your character is gone. Yeah. There are also some other ways that your character might die more abruptly than that. You can choose to, essentially, yeah. Like you can take level 4 harm and be like, yeah, I don't resist that, I die. Or just like I've seen circumstances in your Bloodletters game where it was like the 2 of them jumping off of the fucking crow's tower or whatever, right? Where it's just like you guys either make this roll or die.
Yes.
Like, you can't resist falling from an 8-story drop.
Right. That is
right. Like,
yes, exactly. You get thrown into a lava pit or something. Like, yeah.
Like, no, you're just fucking dead.
You just die.
Like, a Leviathan eats you, you're dead.
Right.
Like, it can happen.
That's those aren't normal activities of a scoundrel.
Certainly not, but
yeah, it's technically possible.
You can find yourself fictionally in a situation where you just, like, the options are die or succeed. And that might exist in my game as well. But yeah, and you have a lot of chances. In Girl by Moonlight, because there is no trauma, there's a bit more wiggle room in terms of, like, how much stress I can take, because I take my max stress and then I'm in Eclipse, and, like, maybe I hang out there for a bit and get a bunch of, like, free stress that I don't have to take because I just succeed at those rolls and kind of balance on the edge. Very, like, my inspiration for this is Darkest Dungeon, right, where the characters can be in these precipitous positions and you can just get lucky and, like, they avoid taking a killing blow, like, 4 times while at no life, and you're just like, cool, okay, I guess this guy's just clinging to life, and that's great. And anytime those rolls happen in Girl by Moonlight, there's kind of the chance for a, like, Darkest Dungeon-esque break, right? Like the stress break, where they either become heroic or they fucking go nuts and turn nasty. And I've tried to incorporate that. I think I've kind of hit some of those notes.
I agree. I think you have, for sure.
And that stuff is really fun. It plays into the whole, like, people love to gamble thing, and we're on that level. And then once things start to spiral out of control, then very quickly you're just totally fucked. Whereas in Blades, things spiral out of control, that's great, you trauma out, it's over. And then you get to, like, reset and pick yourself back up and play again. In Girl by Moonlight, I think spiral and you don't get a handle on it, your character can just die outright in the mission very easily. You roll wrong on a resist roll, and maybe you even still, like, beat the mission, but you only have 3 stress boxes left when you're in darkness, and then you roll your obligation at the start of the next phase, and you take 3 stress, you're dead.
Right.
Like your character just falls to darkness and is gone. So it's less consistent in how it doles out lethality, one, and then also so that can go in either direction. But then in certain playbooks, I would say there's room for us to go on the quest that redeems one of the characters and brings them back after they've died. Certainly in the default one, I think that's totally legit, right? There's the cleanse a person or location mission. That could be one of the PCs who has fallen completely to darkness and is one of the baddies now, and we could fix them, and then their player could take their character sheet back. So I don't have necessarily, like, a nice clean statement about it as a comparative, but, like, that's the shape of lethality in my game.
That all makes sense to me. I think, given what you've said just now, I understand it clearly. I mean, obviously a more compact way of saying that would be good. But,
I wish I had one.
But I think, it all makes sense. And I think for setting expectations, that's good to know. Like, when I say that your world is threatened by the darkness, I don't mean, like, in some epic fantasy sense or Skyrim sense or something where you're just going to do a bunch of quests and you're ultimately going to triumph. Like, no, actually, like, you are all immediately dangerously threatened by the darkness, and it may take your lives, and you're going to fight as hard as you can against it in the face of imminent destruction. Like,
right,
that is the game we're playing. We're not playing, like, some grandiose, far-flung thing that is not touching you. It's, like, in your face. Shit's real.
It's the embodiment of your oppressions as this, like, magical evil thing that, like, all it wants is to kill you, right?
And
like, all it wants is to take you out.
Not in the Hunger Games sense either, like, where you're Katniss and you're gonna rise above everything and kill the leadership.
No, this is
third movie. Like,
you're gonna struggle.
Yeah, it's right up in your face, and I think that's important to talk about because, especially people who haven't watched, say, Madoka, for instance, like, it's very easy to think of it as like, oh, like, this is just fun and it's this lighthearted, whatever, and it's like this G-rated thing.
I mean, the tone dial exists, John. Like, it totally exists, where you can just be like, I resist the harm, and it's like, cool, you were going to take level 4 and you take none. That tone dial exists.
But it's dicey.
And like you
in
still take
this,
the stress, right? And the stress thing is what's ultimately going to get you, no matter what.
exactly,
Right?
exactly,
Yeah.
and in a much more like immediate way than in Vanilla Blades.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to come at you. There's going to be a spiral that happens potentially. And so all of that to say, like, this game is Madoka first. It's like Madoka and Darkest Dungeon made a baby on a bed that was named Blades in the Dark, with Monster Hearts watching, because that's their fetish. Like, that's the game. That's the game. And then there's like, we can be like, ooh, that's a little too much. Let's have the slightly more vanilla version. And that's the like Sailor Moon Steven Universe playbook. But like, it's still pretty hardcore. It's still gonna mess you up. And I definitely need to do some writing in the like eventual rule book of the game. It's going to be talking about that, about how the game is pretty severe. And so in a bigger way, then also it's about the crew, right? Because the characters are more likely to die final deaths than Blade's characters are.
Yes, and that also totally works for the anime series. Like, this character died in season 1, and that was a big deal for everyone. And now in season 2, there's a new student, and everyone remembers the fallen character, and that totally works. But when you're setting expectations,
fair warning to the audience, right?
You want to dial that into a place where, because like you said, like, it's fun to aim for that, to be like, I'm gonna be the one who dies tragically. I'm gonna totally go for it. You know? That's a place. And if I don't know that that's a thing, then I might not try. But if I know that, oh wait, we can actually get taken out. Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna be the one.
And like, yeah, there's the In Darkest Night series playbook that is like expressly about that, and like really aggressively pushes that agenda. But I think that should always be there, right?
Yeah,
because that's a pivotal part of these kinds of stories. There are always characters who sacrifice themselves in fiction, right? It's a big deal, and it's interesting and compelling to play into. As long as we're not being too gonzo about it and just being like, no, I have to die now. I do everything stupidly so that I die. But just to angle, like, just lean in a little harder than everyone else until it finally catches up with you.
Yeah, I feel like the end of our session at GoPlay was, I mean, if session 2 had been only a few of the characters walking away from that and someone not, that would not be unbelievable.
Well, yeah, it was like everyone fell off the top of this like massive arcology thing, and like almost succeeded at dealing with that properly, but
we were like too busy fighting on the way down to really try to save ourselves.
And so it was Elf's character had fallen to darkness, yours had taken like a shitload of harm, as had Andy's character. I still have the sheets from that game on my desk somewhere, but they're in a pile now. But yeah, like, and then the grind continues, and I think that's a really important factor in my game, is that Blades has a bit of a grind, but mine beats you over the head with it in a different way, because like you take stress at the start of every episode.
Well, yeah, and that's what's so brilliant about it, because the stressful part is your normal life, and you de-stress by going on missions, but at the end of the mission,
there's like a bigger risk for then hopefully this payout.
It basically says like, oh, look at your nice long stress track. You don't get that for the mission. You get part of it.
Yeah, this is a range of possibilities.
You get this tiny part of it, unless you get really lucky. I think Andy or somebody got really lucky and like had their whole stress track for the mission. But
and she was playing the stranger, so she got to always roll 2 dice. Like that's like her playbook's edge.
Yeah,
is really about suffering the least.
Yeah, nice. Well, that totally worked.
Yeah.
And I had like 3 left or something, and Elf had like, or maybe Elf had 3 and I had 4 or something, but we were down.
And
it creates a really cool dynamic, and it does just doing that makes you feel on edge when you start the mission, because you look at your stress track, which used to be whatever it is, 8 or something, and now it's 3, and you go, oh shit. Damn. I
have less than was planned for.
So that's communicating something to the players in a good way that's helping set expectations. But,
yes, it's nice when the mechanisms do it for you, right? And you don't need to explain it to people.
I do think there's a place for it at the series level, when we're setting up our series, like you said, like one of them is the really brutal fast dark one. Maybe the default one is in the middle, and maybe there's
an even lighter one.
A lighter one, or not necessarily needing to be that, but just
John,
communicating where you are.
I am insulted that you would put this pap, nothing. It's nothing. Get it out of my face, this playbook. But I think there's merit in having a like back of the book style thing for all the playbooks where there's like a blurb and it's just like this is what this is about, and it's just like a little written thing. Exactly. There's room on the sheet for it somewhere. We can squeeze it in.
Yep. Look, I would look at the crews in the Blades book. Like they have like these really short little like, you're smugglers. This is what that's like, and it's like it's very compact. Yours obviously needs to serve a different purpose, but I think it can be really. It's
similarly compact. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, like so. This is something I'm realizing, John, going through like. It is so much of this is a writing exercise.
Oh yeah.
And it's like the same issues that poets run into of just like, do I say the character is willful or stubborn or headstrong or like writing all these tags for giant robots. I'm just like, which of these words is going to perfectly encapsulate this thing and has the like appropriate constellation of context and meaning.
Well, it's really
for
funny
my
that you
audience.
Said that.
And
I mean, I have to ask now, like, have you watched Adam and I talk about Blades hacks, that video?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I wish there were more of this when I was watching it. I was super excited to have that resource.
Because I think I put it that way in that video, that there is the
poetry layer.
There's a poetry layer, and part of the reason why Blades isn't just an Apocalypse World hack is because I wanted to make rewriting the poetry layer easier. And that's not necessarily true. Writing a Blades hack is actually pretty challenging. But writing an Apocalypse World hack, like accessing the poetry is difficult because it's
baked into everything.
Like you have to take apart everything in order to get at it.
But here's what you did, John, right? Is you're like, cool, they exist in separate like layers of the sandwich now. Like, there's the peanut butter and jelly filling of mechanics, and the bread is the setting. But like, there's a lot of bread. You need to write a shitload of setting if you just pull the poetry layer out of Blades, like it's a lot of stuff. And this is something I've been hitting.
It's a lot of stuff.
And finding these gaps, right? Of like, if I remove this much space, I can actually put something else in there.
Well, you have to put as much as you need to solve the same problem.
Yes.
So my poetry layer might be able to be 2 words. I might be able to say Jason Bourne. And like, that might be enough. We might be able to play with controlled, risky, and desperate and action dots if we all know Jason Bourne.
If we've all watched those movies.
That might be okay. Now, as a product, that would be ridiculous to write that little. Yeah. But as a sufficient touchstone, that might serve our purposes. And I think for your game, that obviously isn't going to work. Like, you can't say Sailor Moon. Like, that's not sufficient for what you're trying to do.
And it's not very specific. Right. And it is really, it's like really amorphous. A lot of these shows feel really amorphous because they're kind of inconsistent. They're not consistent in the ways that Blades needs them to be about like, what the fuck can Sailor Moon do with her powers? And the answer is anything the plot needs her to.
Exactly.
In the moment, she will discover new powers if she needs. It's the whole like Superman bullshit where it's just like, oh yeah, he has like heat vision and he can make a really cold wind out of his mouth. I don't know, like sure, why not? He needs to make a cold wind for this one comic, and then now he can do that forever because canon is stupid. But exactly. Like the conversation in Blades needs you need grist for the mill or whatever, right? Like
you need to be able to assess your position, and you need to assess your effect, and without a backdrop, touchstone for the PCs in the world, you can't assess those things. And
a cohesive consensus that you can form at the table is so important, right? And like
Allie's here in chat. Allie's writing Misbehavin', which is the Prohibition era.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to call them gangsters. I even hesitate to say that. And this is what touches on why in chat she's saying Blades hacks are hard as heck. And one of the reasons why is like something so strong as prohibition criminals, like you go, oh, that writes itself, that's an easy blades hack, that's totally fine. But
is it?
that
Yeah.
it's not enough. It's not enough for me to say you're a prohibition, you're a gangsters. Like, what does that mean? Like, what is it? Are we Bonnie and Clyde? Are we was that there was a Tom Hardy movie where they were gangsters, it was like super violent.
The Untouchables.
Yeah, or the Untouchables. There's this huge range of expectations in there. Oh, that's right. Yeah, duh. And on top of that, it's also like urban fantasy, because there's like magical stuff in it too.
Right. Yeah, because that's part of the like Blades sphere, right? Is having a
very low key magic, like not in the wider world really, but
mysticism rather than magic, right? Like,
well,
I haven't watched enough of her streams to say for sure, but I know the source material for what we're talking about. Where in that period, people were really stoked about certain kinds of mysticism and this kind of stuff. Like, it's definitely relevant to the time and the kind of genre, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, and there's all the influx, like in New Orleans from Haiti and all that stuff coming in. There's a million ways to go.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, it's like you said, it's this big writing challenge. Like, it's like saying I'm going to write a novel about 1800s New Orleans crime. Like, okay, what type of novel is it? Is it like a dark mystery story? Is it a tragedy? Is it a love story? Is it like, there's a million ways you can come at that material. And
what's your tone within that too, right?
Yeah. Is it? Yeah. And to me, it is this huge writing challenge, but at the same time, it's the whole point of doing this in the first place is for us as players to enjoy your point of view on the material. And it's less about, I mean, from your point of view, this isn't true, but from my point of view as a player, it's less about you getting it right or doing a thing in a particular way, and more about me getting a very specific, very sort of custom built point of view on this material, instead of something generic or something like.
That's definitely something I'm striving for in my game first, is to be like, this is my understanding of this genre, because like I can't ever proclaim myself to be like an authority on it or anything. It's just like, this is what I think is neat about magical girl stuff. I chewed on it and then spat it back out at you.
And it's so important to treat it that way, instead of saying, I want to make something that's as faithful to Sailor Moon as possible.
Like, yeah, because what does that even mean?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because I can already get something that's as faithful to Sailor Moon as possible. I can watch.
You can watch Sailor Moon. Yeah, absolutely.
What I want is, Andrew, what you think about this. That's what I want. So Dylan, when he's working on Blades Against Darkness, the so-called like dungeon crawl Blades hack, which is that's not really what it is, but
I love all these, like, because with my game you can say that too, right? Like, it's a magical girl Blades in Dark hack, but that's not really what it is, right? Like,
right. And he went through several drafts and several, like, spinning his wheels in the mud there, because he was trying to make, like, I want to make something that's very faithful to the classic dungeon crawl tropes, and I want to honor Moldvay, I want to honor Darkest Dungeon, I want to honor these things. And we kept telling him, like, make your thing. Don't try to make what Tom Moldvay would make with the Blades hack. Like, make whatever you want. Put whatever you want in it.
I mean, it's your art, right? Like, don't just draw something so generic that no one cares to look at it, right? Like,
and it's totally fine to essentially copy the thing that you love. Like, you can see that all over Blades. Like, I love Harvey Smith's work. I love Thief. I love Dishonored. I love Deus Ex. And there's stuff in there that's just straight up his material, because I love it so much that I just was like, yeah, I'm putting this in my game. But Blades and Duskwall is not Dishonored. It's just not. It's my own thing.
Yeah, there are bits and pieces of it, but it's a reflection of it, and it's in your voice, so it's always going to be different.
Yeah. it doesn't need to regurgitate that material.
I mean, your audience will do that for you, right? If they want to.
Of
is
course.
the other thing with all of these games, right? If someone wants to do a pitch perfect Sailor Moon, like my game will probably let them do that if that's what they want to chase. And
Andrew Shields made right out of the gate, he made this awesome playbook where you're like a servant of the outsider from Dishonored, and you have the mark on your hand and you can teleport, and like it's great. It's really good. But no, we want Girl by Moonlight not to be Sailor Moon. But what that means is you can't say Jason Bourne. You have to you have to actually write.
I have to say what my take on magical girl fiction is very explicitly, just as Allie needs to do the same for her game, right?
And explicitly, and in the, like you were saying, in the like poetic sense that will make us excited to do it in this sort of like aspirational voice.
I have to be evocative.
Like,
yes.
When we read it, we're gonna go, oh shit, yes, I want to do that. That sounds awesome.
It's actually it's one step further, right? It's not just I have to tell you my story. I have to get you to write the story that I would want you to write.
Yep.
Which is immensely challenging.
And fortunately, like I do feel like nerd culture, especially like there's like a Tumblr culture and some Twitter cultures that are very into this thing where you can kind of just pitch things and everyone's super excited about the prospect of the thing, where you're like it's like a Korean soap drama plus wrestling stuff, and people are like, oh man, I would totally watch that show, like yeah, that sounds super cool, instead of like, well, I don't see how that would work. I mean, Korean dramas are like totally blah 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 and da 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 da. Like I feel like the general nerd culture vibe is much more into this idea of mashups and
it's remix culture, right?
Remix culture, yeah, exactly.
Which is very much where my game falls on many levels, right? It's a remix of your game's mechanics and a genre. It's a mashup, yeah. Like,
but you gotta, in order to do that though, you gotta dodge that bullet of the nerds who are like, this isn't what Sailor Moon actually is. So you have to like never even put that in there. You just
don't let
past it. You don't even talk about it, and you're like, look, this is what this is about. This is why you should be excited, and use your writing skills. Like this is the big driver for Blaze was like, I want to have enough support here in the skeleton that if you at the end of the day don't like making game mechanics, you can still make a hack by using just like being good at writing. You can like design a game, so to speak, by making evocative text.
Yeah, and like it's funny because I saw Ash post in chat that like as she's reading Blades, she's now just wanting to like incorporate things from Blades into her game, which is an Apocalypse World hack. And like for me, I went through that same process of I started out as an Apocalypse World hack, and then like your game came out and I was just like, oh, so John's already solved a bunch of the things I'm trying to solve and provides this framework where I can just now work with this. It's like the conversation has been rolling and is ongoing, and we're all kind of generating this technology almost together.
Well, I feel like, I forget who said it. It might be Will Hindmarch maybe, but somebody said, once you've encountered Apocalypse World as a game designer, it's very hard not to make a game that is either a straight up hack of Apocalypse World or is very heavily inspired by Apocalypse World, because at the end of the day, the structure of that game, it's skeleton in the way that GURPS has a skeleton or Savage Worlds has a skeleton. The skeleton of Apocalypse World is kind of like tabletop gaming. You know, it gets very close to the bone, to the raw essence of what you do when you play a tabletop game.
And I feel like it was designed explicitly to invite that meddling, right? Like
it totally was. And so but that means when you hack Apocalypse World, you are typically going back fairly close to the bone and needing to do a significant amount of mechanical design work, usually.
Yes.
If you care about your hack. And so Blades, in a sense, is an Apocalypse World hack that just has done a lot of the mechanical building for you, rather than having to start out with conversational foundations. And if you happen to be making a game that's about like teams doing missions,
You like
then
all the better, right?
then you're okay. And if you're not, then starting with blades is probably like troublesome.
It's gonna fight you, right? There's no way for characters to like mess with each other, right? Or even it's difficult even for them to compete for the same thing, like for some third thing that they're after, right? Like
yeah, it's not well supported. I'll put it that way. You can do it, but like that, you can do anything. But,
yeah, and like that's by design, right? Like that's not what the game's about.
yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole point of Blades, really, at the end of the day, comes from our Stars Without Number campaign, because we played, I don't know, 120 sessions or something. I forget how much it was. It was a lot. And it was super fun, and we had a great time, and it was basically The Expanse, if you've seen The Expanse. Like I mean, I don't just mean that in terms of genre. Like we literally did stuff that is actually in that show. It's hilarious how similar it is. But almost every week there was some kind of conversation among the crew that boiled down to like, what are we trying to do? Like, what's the point of our organization?
Yeah, why does our crew exist?
Like, why do we fly around in space? What are we doing? And so a lot of the Blades design came from that, where I was like, well, one of the first things we should put on the table is assassins or whatever, so we can be like, this is what we're doing.
Here's what you're doing, you idiots. Now get out there, kill some people. Hey, go on.
So if you're not playing a game like that, like obviously Burning Wheel, like there's no crew sheet for Burning Wheel. That's a stupid idea.
Yes.
It makes no sense at all. And if that's the type of game you want to designing from the Apocalypse World core is still a really good idea. But you don't get the sort of pre-built chassis head start that
you're going to be heading in a very different direction.
Yeah. So it is, at the end of the day, it's less of a mechanical challenge, but it is a big writing challenge. A Blades hack. It can involve a significant amount of writing if you're doing something that's your own kind of personal take on something.
And so what was that process like in terms of developing Duskfall, if you don't mind me just flipping this interview around?
Sure, that's fine.
But like, I'm very curious about how that came to be, because of my like earlier comment of being like the game Blades in the Dark requires its setting.
Yeah.
Right? Like you can't just be like, cool, we're in some other, like, it's not the setting at all. We're just in some medieval city, and this is like France in the 1400s.
Yeah.
And we're playing Blades in the Dark. Like, no, you're fucking not. Like, this is not Blades. Get out. It needs its milieu very precisely.
Yeah.
And it's like you released an expansion for it as part of the like special edition, which was Uduasha, and like that's a lot. There's a lot of stuff for Uduasha. It wasn't just like, I don't know, it's a city, this is the map of it. It's just like, no, here's fucking everything about it.
Yeah, that was a big challenge making Uduasha, because I intentionally was like, I want to make a setting for playing Blades that's like a quarter the size of, like, material wise, not size wise. The city is huge, but
yeah, the like body of work is
how small can it be for a successful game of Blades? How few number of factions can you have? Because Duskwall is like 30 some.
Yeah, it's really, really deep as far as that stuff goes.
It used to be. Well, it depends on how you parse it. At one point, it was over 60, and that was insane. Like, there was no way. That's the main reason why all the player-generated stuff isn't in the core book, because there were all these add-ons where like people were going to make their own factions and stuff for the game, which is still going to happen. But adding those to the core book, I was just like, fuck, we're going to have like 50 some.
Yeah, it's like totally overwhelming, right?
How do you learn this setting? It's big. It's tough to learn already. So I was like, all right, I want to make this. If I'm going to have another city in the book, I want it to be the opposite. I want it to be much more compact with very few factions, easier to sort of read and understand. Absorb as a player, yeah. But my goal was to do it. I was trying to do it with. I was going to have 4 factions in Uduasha. That was my initial idea. There are 4 demon princes.
Right, for the 4 demon princes.
And I was like, that's it. That's all we're going to need. We'll do about the 4 demon princes. And then as I got into it, I was like, well, shit, that doesn't work. Like, yeah, there are obvious places where there would be these other things.
And the game demands it, right?
It has to be there.
Yeah.
It has to be there. So, but that was Udawasha, and making Udawasha was very easy because I'd already made Duskwall, and I created Udawasha a long time ago, like 20 years ago or something, for a little game project that was its own little mini game that I never published. So I knew the city inside now. I knew all the Gualim and wrapped in black gauze and all these, all this stuff was like already in my brain. So I was just like, I got that. I wrote it all out.
Yeah, the poetry layer, as you say,
the poetry layer was
already existed.
Yeah,
and just needed to be adapted to fit.
Yeah. But creating Duskwall was an interesting process. It was sufficient because my design process is always like make some character sheets, have a pitch that I can tell to the players in like a minute or two that will get them into playing the game, agreeing to play it, not so much like explaining it, but like, does this sound cool to you kind of thing.
This is what this game is about.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah.
And so for us, I was just like, hey, Thief and Dishonored. And they were like, okay. And so we started with that. And then all the details are different. So I have to explain like the Unseen is you guys work for the Unseen. And there's this guy and he wants to rise up in the ranks of the Unseen. And he's going to use your gang to like help him.
Yeah, that's your patron.
And they were like, yeah, we want to do that. That sounds fun. There were a few different options. One was the Red Sashes and the Blue and the Lampblacks, and one was Lord Skurlock. And they were like, we'll do the Unseen thing. It's like, okay, fine. And back then, the game was very much focused on paying up the chain. You had to always pay all these debts. You had to pay your Vice generated a bunch of debt, your crew generated a bunch of debt, and your patron generated a bunch of debt. And you had to
John, it's too real. Stop.
Yeah, it was rough. Like at the end of it was done in week cycles, and at the end of a week cycle, you would owe it wasn't coin back then, but you'd owe 5,000 silver or something, and you'd do a job and you'd make 1,200, and you'd be like, okay, who are we gonna pay and who are we not gonna pay, and how many of our vices are we gonna ignore this week? And your vices just gave you penalties basically, and because you weren't keeping up with them, and your crew costs you weren't keeping up with your crew costs, so you took all these penalties, and it was horrible. But through that campaign, we had to flesh everything out in play, and we had to add there must be cops. What are they like? And there's a group that deals with these ghosts and the dead and stuff, so we need to have those guys in the game. And so
details start to emerge during play as you have
a
NPCs.
Dozen sessions or something to see what was necessary. We these are the things that need to be there so that you can play. And they can be really vague. You can be the blue coats are the cops. That's fine. And you don't need a lot more than that. So that kind of got fleshed out. But tone-wise and style-wise, that first campaign was crazy. They found another dimension and brought the sun back, and it was insane what we did in that campaign. It made
so that was more in the superhero aspect of this, right?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was funny because the very first scene of the very first session, Ryan's character tried to deal with this unseen agent in the bar, and the guy responded by stabbing him in the heart and killing him. That was the very first thing that happened.
I've heard this anecdote before. I think it's amazing.
So it was super hardcore violence wise. Every fight was extremely nail bitey and super deadly. But at the same time, the characters because the setting was so mushy, they were yeah, let's go let's find this ancient artifact that has the ancient sun trapped in it. And Dylan Sorcerer was yeah, I'll make a deal with this demon that'll help us. And I'm and I'm just following them because that's my GMing, Apocalypse World GMing style. I'm gonna follow the PCs wherever they go.
You just have your notebook out
yeah,
go on.
Okay.
Yeah, the therapist on the couch.
I'm gonna follow you there, and I'm that you're gonna damn your spirits forever, and the most powerful gang in the city is gonna be mad at you. And they're okay, yeah. And so we just went down this crazy wormhole of it was really fun. We had a really good time playing it. But as a designer, I was looking at it and was like, man, this can't be what this is. This is it's all over the place. It's too weird.
Well, in season 1, we fundamentally changed the setting by restoring the sun to the sky. So then in season 2, we were like, we're going to go on a tropical vacation.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so, yeah, what do you do after having done that?
We brought in tiers. We brought in a bunch of other stuff that sort of set expectations. Like, this is where you are. You're like ordinary people.
Yeah, just like layers and layers and layers of shit to push through before you could ever possibly reach that, right?
Out of the gate that you're not going to restore the fucking sun to the sky. Like, we're gonna bring in all these things that, and it's not strong barriers like, you know, your roll d20 plus 1 and it's DC 100 to restore the sun, and you go, well, fuck, I know I can't do that. It's softer than that, but
it's more that you convince them that, like, it would be stupid to do that. Like,
well, it's part of the setting. Like,
yeah, it's fundamental to the world.
This goes to your question, like, how was Duskwall developed? And it was developed in like trial and error passes. And the first pass was, okay, this is pretty close, but that was not what I want. And so our second series was much closer, and our third series was much closer, and we just, like, over time, like, dialed it in to the various stuff. And it wasn't just in terms of creating the setting, it was in terms of, like, communicating to a play group through mechanics and through text, like, what they should expect to do as a crew. And we didn't have crew sheets, which is really funny. We didn't have crew sheets for a very long time, even though the game grew out of our frustrations with Stars Without Number.
Yeah,
I wasn't you would think the first thing I would think of was we should have a crew sheet, but that came like really far down the line. The way you dealt with the crew was, I mean, there was a crew sheet technically. There was a piece of paper where you wrote stuff, but
it wasn't as instantiated within the mechanics.
No, and there was characters didn't have sort of like playbook names. And the crew didn't have that either.
Everyone was just a scoundrel in the initial.
Everyone was a scoundrel. Right? The initial actions of the game. The reason why all the playbook names are like verbs, kind of, is because those are the original actions. The actions were slide, leech, lurk. Those are your actions dots for the game.
Yeah, they were simultaneously a thing that you do and also like emblematic of a person.
Yeah.
Like they were like a job.
Yeah.
As well.
Then we hit that wall in the game where we were like, well, this game needs to have special abilities. That's what it needs. It's not sufficient anymore to have. I have 2 dots in leech and you have 1, and that's how we're different. It's like, no, we need to have special abilities.
We want to be able to express kind of more specifically our characters. But
as soon as you add special abilities, I was like, well, we have to break these out. These have to be different character types.
But I like that the barriers between character archetypes are incredibly permeable, and that we can contain things within a logical kind of sack of, like, this is the cutter stuff, but anyone can reach into the cutter bag and take stuff out of it.
Yeah. Which some people don't like, and I totally get that, but that's a stylistic choice, you know.
Like I think it's fucking awesome. I love having that adaptability because I love mechanics as modules and as, like, playing pieces, to be like, oh, well, wouldn't it be fun if I had this thing and this thing, and, like, pairing different mechanics together is super fun. And it was always my favorite thing about Apocalypse World, and Vincent only lets me do it with 2 things. 2 things, John. It's not enough. I'm like, what would be really cool is if I could have this thing, and this thing, which means I need to become this playbook and keep all of this stuff, and then, like...
Right, you have to change playbooks, then, yeah.
It gets real complicated. An important question from chat, John.
Yeah.
Is there a moon in Blades in the Dark?
Yeah.
But it's dark and you don't see it no more because there's no sun, right?
No, you still see it.
Okay. Explain that to me, sir.
Shit doesn't work that way in Blades.
It's not the light of the sun it's reflecting. It's something.
The ocean is made of black ink, and
more perilous.
The sun has been the sun's been shattered into pieces. So shit doesn't work like that.
And there's a line in the rulebook where it's like, yeah, the world is weird. Like, get over it. So yeah, I
Yeah.
love that. I love that there's a moon but no sun.
And that was the other driving factor, because Blades does come out of our Old World Dungeons campaign. That's where the setting
Yeah, because
began.
someone, the wizard who shattered the gates of death is a guy. We know who that
Yeah,
is.
it's our friend Keith.
Yeah.
He did that. And so it is this Victorian industrial thing, but it's in a world, it's in a Lord Dunsany, Jack Vance fantasy world where the laws of physics and shit aren't really very real, and people have spirits, which isn't a thing. Like, that's not.
Yeah, people
true.
have ghosts and there are leviathans and shit. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's something that always tickles me. Andrew wrote a great essay for the book that says, where does Duskwall get its food? Because everyone would always ask that, like, oh, there's no sun. How is there food? Like, well, first of all, you can have food without sunlight. So, like, shut up, nerds.
yeah.
But just to introduce this weird thing, Andrew wrote this great essay about how, like, radiant energy plants work and stuff like that. But it basically contradicts other stuff in the book about how things function and what the ghost field really is and stuff like that. So it's this explanation for where food comes from, but it creates all these other problems, because if you believe that essay, the ghost field makes less sense, and so you're put in this position of like, how do I parse all this? And that's by design. It's supposed to be the
elusive, right? The truth about this should be elusive.
Yeah, because the scientists of this setting are just speculating. They don't really understand what's going on.
They're more alchemists than scientists, right?
Yeah, and the rules of alchemy, like it says this is how you create an alchemical, but every time you do it, you can redress these questions and go back to it again and be like, well, actually, this time when you do it, it has this different consequence, because actually we found out that this thing you made was like way too good.
Yeah. Totally.
So the second time you make it, it has this horrible cost all of a sudden.
This batch hasn't turned out right. Yeah. Because the moon is in this constellation now.
And that isn't just me. Like, part of that is me just giving the finger to world building, because I think world building in general in fantasy is dumb, and this should just be however you want.
Just play with it, right?
Just more fantastic. Because in the real world, like, I don't believe in any of that shit. I'm a realist. I'm a skeptic. I'm a secular humanist. Like, I don't believe in ghosts and magic or any of that garbage. It's all made up. But I want it in fiction. Like, it's great. Like, it's super cool, and it's only super cool if it's not just another form of science. Like,
yes, it is compelling because it is mysterious and strange, right?
Yeah. If it's just another form of science, then it's just Star Trek, technobabble, and it's warp coils and plasma fields, and that,
which is like a more boring form of magic, right? Like,
yeah, and I love Star Trek, but I would never want to play an engineer investigating warp technology in Star Trek. That would suck really bad. But I want to play a Whisper investigating ghosts in Duskwall, and so if it's the same as Star Trek technobabble, it's going to really be boring and dumb.
I think you hit a really nice line of implying that there are systems of thought, right? Like, they exist within the fiction, but they're clearly not robust or perfect or clean, and they're not clear, like, they're not explicitly laid out in the book in a prescriptive way.
Yeah.
So there's this great kind of implied, like, people are like scientists and they like figure shit out, but it's like on that like personal mad science kind of way.
Yeah. Well, Leavington's making a joke here. John says world building is dumb, and here's 30 factions, which is a really good point, because those factions they're not canonized. Like, the material of those factions is very sketchy.
They're seeds, but they're not the fully formed thing. It says,
this faction exists, here's some name lists for you, and here's a thing they're trying to do. And you can do whatever you want with them. There's no canon there to mess up. They're just kind of like floating in this loosey-goosey way. My
Blades game versus the one that I've seen you do for Bloodletters, as much as I've taken some nods from your stuff, I've also gone in vastly different directions. And I have misinterpreted some of the stuff that is explicit about some of your factions and like gotten that wrong, and so like done my own weird spin on some of the things.
That's how it should be.
And yeah, it's like messy and loose and done off the cuff while you're playing half the time, but you form together a consensus about what the world is.
Yeah.
And that's what you really want out of the game, right?
And it makes conversations with other players. It's good for community building, from a marketing perspective. Hey, people who make products.
Yeah.
Totally.
Totally.
If you want your fan base to have interesting conversations with each other, one way to do that, because you can have very boring conversations, right? Which is,
would Elminster beat such and such dragon in
or
Forgotten Realms?
That's boring, and even more boring is, did he fight Tiamat in 439 AUR,
God.
or was it in 438 AUR? Right,
Yeah.
like that's the worst. It's way more fun for your players and fans of the setting to say, what did you do with the hive? In my game, this is what I did. And
yeah, what was Rolf Ball like in your game of Apocalypse
exactly,
World?
fucking Rolf Ball. He's the worst.
Right? Yeah. So that kind of stuff is brilliant. It's so much fun.
It makes it so much more interesting to talk to another person, because whatever they say is going to be different from your thing, but it's going to be from the same seed. And
yeah,
so,
everyone gets the same set of Legos, and then they build their own thing with it.
Yeah.
And you get to see these adaptations.
When we play your series playsets, I mean, that's going to be... No one really needs to talk to each other about their crews and blades. That's not super interesting. I mean, you can a little bit, but in Girl by Moonlight, like, I definitely... When you talk about what you did with that series playset versus what I did with mine, that's going to be a very interesting conversation. And I'm being drowned out by a street cleaner. Hang on.
It's okay. That was definitely a goal in designing them, was to, and like, not to ever put myself on this kind of level, but to do some of what I saw Vincent Baker and Meg Baker doing in Apocalypse World, of having those common elements that are, yeah, just like little pieces. We all share the same pieces, and we get to then talk about what we did with them, or the selections we made, right? Because it's all about making these choices. What choices and combinations did you make? What permutation did you choose?
And we can't hit each other with our nerd bats and like posture and be like, actually, I know everything about the unseen, so
and also to pull it away from like canon shit, like you're talking about with Sailor Moon or whatever else as well, right? That it's not just like, yeah, we played in the Sailor Moon universe. It's like, no, you make your own. Here's the bits to make it.
Yeah, I mean, right? In our playtest, that was when we were doing the world building. I was convinced that was going to be the most fun part of the session, which didn't turn out to be true. Like, they were both very fun, but I think Andy even like caught my eye at one point and was like, oh my god, this is so amazing, like it's gonna be kind of a letdown after this.
But it's part of play though, right? Like you were commenting, right?
It's part of play, and it led us into an exciting session. It made us excited to play that session, but it is fun in and of itself, and we created something that like wildly off the rails, like given what we thought the series playbook was about originally. We felt as if we were being very sort of transgressive and daring. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I think, you built it to do the thing that we did, and as the designer, you're probably like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. But there's something about the way you've constructed it. It made us excited to choose things that felt off kilter, or in conflict, like choosing something that was in conflict with another choice.
Yeah, it's definitely designed to set those up between the two like columns, right? Of like what the world is and what the darkness is, and then here's you, right? And you are a counterpoint to it, and it's about setting up the antagonism of the game right out the gate and having the players do it. And
to us, it felt like we were doing that. It didn't feel like we were just following in your neatly laid out designer choices to make that cool. It felt in the moment
cackle maniacally.
Yeah, exactly. Like you should, because it's a very powerful feeling as a player to be like, oh wait, no, we're gonna combine these two things, and that's gonna be really interesting. Ha ha ha! We've made this discovery.
And then I, as the MC, just get to be like, great, thank you. Like I just because I fucking hate that pressure of like trying to come up with villains or antagonism that will compel your players, because it's so personal and only they know it, and then you have to try to like guess or figure it out by missing a bunch of times and then finally hitting it and being like, oh, they like this kind of bullshit, and then feeding that to them. Whereas this way, they're just like, this is my kink, and you're like, great, thank you.
Yeah, it's such a gift. And it plays back to the other part of where Blades comes from, and like the setting and the kind of build it yourself, but also with seeds and all those things. It comes from the GMing mode that these games are based on: Apocalypse World, Talos Atlanta, Blades, Unknown Armies, some other games, where the GM mode is very lazy. Like you show up and listen to what the players want to do tonight. Like they're gonna pick themselves up and go somewhere and do a thing, and you need to like push back and fill in and stuff. But they're not showing up and being like, so GM, what are we doing tonight? Like the dynamic is very different, and it's important that you have some kind of setup process that makes that kick off and spark.
Yes.
And I think you've got something really strong in that.
I've just pushed as much of it as possible onto the players. Like
well,
as hard as I could, and I'm really happy with the results of that choice. I think that's probably like the most successful thing about the game at this current iteration of it.
Yeah. I mean, Kelsa's saying I was such a lazy Blades GM. That's a really good sign. We could almost flip around Andrew's like GM playbook to the opposite of like fill out as few of these as possible.
Yeah.
Give the players a mission. Have an NPC tell them what to do. Like try to fill out as few of these as you can.
Yeah, it's like you earn 5 XP, and for every one of these things, earn 1 less, right? Yeah. You should be doing as little as humanly possible.
Yeah.
In an ideal
and it's not true for every single hack, but for most hacks, the PCs are they have a mission, they have a goal. Like that's why they're a team.
Well, it's that whole thing about earlier from like why you have the crew book, right? Just like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
And it is so explicit, right?
Yeah, and with Stars, I mean, going back to it, I would not have a crew playbook if I was running Stars Without Number again today. I would do it the same way I did before, even though it was a little clunky. Just putting out jobs on the job board and letting them pick whatever job they wanted, or invent their own job. That was a totally fun way to play that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I would do that the same way again today. But I would probably do a setup, like picking a ship type or something. Like, do you guys have a stealth ship that can cloak and is fast? Do you have a cargo hauler? Do you have a battleship? Just to kind of,
I love that about Strash's hack.
Oh yeah.
The name of is like, why can't I remember the name of this game?
Scum and Villainy.
God damn it, Scum and Villainy. Yes, Scum and Villainy is so good that way. Like pick your ship. That's such a nice twist on the crew type.
And the special abilities definitely point you in certain ways, but it doesn't say that you're smugglers, really. Like, I mean, you are, like, because you picked that ship. But if you pick that ship and then you get tied up with the rebellion and end up falling in love with the princess, like, that's totally fine.
Han Solo starts as a smuggler. We never see him smuggle anything.
Yeah, I never thought I'd smuggle myself in one of these.
Yeah, actually, that's right. We see him smuggle one thing. But yeah, like, that's equally valid of an approach, right? Yeah.
But it all ties back to this GMing style, which is the lazy GM. Like, and Vincent told this to me many years ago. I think it was before Apocalypse World, but we were talking about, I forget what we're talking about, but he said the phrase, "It's not my job to entertain the players; it's their job to entertain me." And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like that.
Yeah,
that's good. That's real good. And if you show up to game night and look at the players and be like, so what do you guys got planned tonight? Like, what are you going to do?
Are you going to do something cool for a change? Come on.
And that dynamic is so strong because it's 3 or 4 minds working on that problem and coming back to you instead of you as one person, like trying to
overwhelmed with
all of them and, try to think of the perfect thing that they're going to be into or whatever. You can just be like, tell me what you like.
And yeah, they'll never know to ask for it directly most of the time, I would say. Like, people are really bad at identifying that kind of stuff, but what they are really good at is kind of stumbling into it.
Yeah.
And
then you can do the real awesome lazy GM move where you just let it play out, and you are the like interrogator of the game. And
yes,
and someone's about to do something. They're like, okay, I load my crossbow, and you go, okay, cool. You load your crossbow. I'm just curious. Hey, Celine, when you see him loading his crossbow, and he's like obviously about to shoot through the paper screen at the guy, like, are you
okay with this?
Is that cool with you? Like, are you gonna like, and you can just do that. You don't have to plan anything. You can just ask players questions.
Yeah, some of my favorite GMing questions are like, someone makes a statement, I say, is that true? Is it really? Like, just push, be like, justify this to me. And then I love, are you okay with this?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Also, have you ever done this before? Is this the first time
Yes, that one's excellent.
Is this the first time you've killed anybody?
God, I should just write a list of these in my game, because these kinds of things they're so helpful to have. Just like someone does a thing, like ask questions and like push people. I tried to put it in some of the moves, which is a technique I really, really enjoy.
Yeah, that's
like,
good.
In Starlit Kingdom, if you use like the shrines, all have questions, which is neat. So like the Valkyrie shrine, each crew member may ignore level 4 harm once during the next mission. So you have to like do an obligation to appease the shrine, and then they still die but come back to life moments later. What death feel like? Whose face did the Valkyrie wear?
Yeah.
Right, just these like cool evocative questions.
Real good.
And then this mechanical thing happens, and rather than be like, yeah, cool, you're still alive, right? We then have a conversation about death, and it gives it gravitas when we actually.
Yep.
If you force people to interrogate a given point, like create a focal point, I think that's a really, really good technique to put into moves.
It's so good.
Like like Apocalypse World does it with the asking the Maelstrom stuff. Like it asks questions back.
Yeah.
So that it's not just, hey MC, tell me something. It's like, no, you tell me something.
Yep.
Like it forces a conversation to play out and to like sidetrack into an interesting little. Yeah, I think those kinds of things are just so brilliant and like integral to this kind of game, right? To any like Apocalypse World game, it needs to have a strong conversation, and it can't just be one that proceeds uninterrupted or like unexamined. I guess I want to say, like, don't just let it barrel forward in a particular direction. Let it sidetrack and focus in on details and change pace and be kind of elastic.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to your principles as the GM and being curious and being a fan of the PCs, and being part of being a fan of the PCs is saying, okay, wait, hang on, yeah, you're doing the thing and you're all in position and whatever, but like, wait a minute, I'm just curious, just for my own satisfaction, like, can we go back to when you made the deal with LaRose, and because you got the uniforms from the Bluecoats, right? Yeah. Can we just go back there for a second and like play that? Because I kind of want to see how you did that. Like, is it okay if we flashback? And that kind of just like staying hyper curious about the game as opposed to playing the manager or the opposition. It's more like you're an audience member watching the show, and you're like, rewind. I missed that bit. I'm curious about this. I want to know more about you. Where do you come from? Who are you? Why do you believe that? Are you really going to follow through? Like these kind of questions are not challenges to put roadblocks in front of the players. They're like making this. It's making the show interesting for you.
Yeah. Like, it's enriching and providing depth to this experience.
But it's very selfish. It's like, I'm not trying to manage the show for the group of people who showed up to game tonight. Like, I actually want to know this thing.
Yeah, satisfy me, the MC or whatever. Yeah.
I'm very curious. And the unspoken thing, I think maybe this is in second edition, I forget, but one of the GM things in Apocalypse World is make the players' lives interesting, or make them not boring.
Not boring. Yeah.
It says it two different ways in the book, I think. But there's an unspoken finisher to that sentence, which is make the players' lives not boring to you.
To observe, to be
you,
party
the
to.
MC. Don't make their lives not boring to you. not to them. You're not trying to like raise the stakes for them or make their lives crazy.
Their job is to do things that they will find fun, and
Yeah.
then you want to make their lives not boring, but you're the judge of that.
You're the judge. You're the audience. You're the person that's being entertained. It's such a good dynamic. It changes everything, and it smuggles in conflict and opposition underneath the guise of interest. Like, because I don't want your lives to be boring, I'm gonna have Rolf Ball set his bus on fire and drive it through the front of your hardhold. Like, I'm gonna do that, not because
exciting.
I'm trying to be your opposition, but because that will make the show more interesting for me as a viewer. So yeah, it's a really good foundation, and I think all of the games that build on it have that quality, and then it's very easy to look at other games that were not built in the space of Apocalypse World that nevertheless share this same general approach.
Like Burning Wheel.
Oh yeah,
is
Burning
like a really obvious candidate for all these kinds of discussions. But it just comes at it in a, well, I mean, it's not even that different, right? Because it's so player driven. Yeah, like I make explicit written statements about what I am about, and as the GM of that, your job is to just be like, cool, this is in the way of that, this is in the way of that. Do you still believe this now? What about now?
Yeah, I would say Burning Wheel and Dogs are the like very kissing cousins there.
Yeah, that's where my mind was going as well.
Very,
just like,
very similar in the way you run them and the way that they turn out.
Literally all I do in Dogs is, well, when I'm not making my friends cry on accident, is just be like, here is this thing that is like, here is a very hard pill to swallow. Oh, you swallowed that? Here's the next worst one, right? It's just like, whatever direction they choose to go in, there is just a series of worse and worse, or like more and more severe iterations of that same thing.
Yeah.
Until they give me a different answer, right?
Yeah. Dogs is still Monster Hearts, and Monster Hearts 2 now is a extremely well written game book. I used to always say Monster Hearts was my favorite, but I reread Dogs recently and was reminded at just how amazing
really good.
That text is. It's incredible. Speaking of settings that drive their games, like
that game is part and parcel with its setting, right?
It's ridiculous, and it's all in the language of the text, the voice that Vincent adopts in the text.
It's so clearly personal too, right? Like,
oh yeah, it is. It's his ancestry.
Yeah, and that's it, and his like setting, his milieu, kind of as well, right? Like,
but it also makes you want to play it. Like, I still think Monster Hearts is probably like the clearest text and some of the best writing in terms of like it elucidates itself in this beautiful way.
She cuts to the essence of like this. It's like she has her finger on the pulse of this era of games. Yeah, just like perfectly nails
of all the
exactly.
Of all the Apocalypse World games, it is by far the best written.
Yeah,
but Dogs, I hesitate to even crack it open because I know I'm going to read the whole thing, and I'm going to want to play it immediately. Like it's so strong.
And because we're Americans, right, and because of the way that we were brought up and the kinds of media that we were exposed to and stuff, it has this like element of nostalgia, but then it examines it it's like revisionist in a really interesting way. So it like evokes both of those feelings at the same time. It is both like, this is a wonderful thing that you kind of would want to be a part of, and then like also it's fucked up and messed up and you want to like pick holes in it, but also believe in it, and like
it exposes those fucked up things in a really Vincent way, and like in the worst way. It just says them in this flat, like, this is how a woman should behave, and like you read that and you're like, what the fuck is this bullshit? But the game, there's a lot of meta text in Dogs that says like, hey, like this is why I wrote this and this is why you should do this thing. But when he presents the tenets of the faithful, he doesn't have that meta text. He just says, this is what you do or it's a sin. And
it's
Vincent just leaves you. He's not there with you and saying like, look, you know, it's
okay.
Era. I know this is wrong. Like, he abandons you when you read those passages, and you're just left by yourself looking at them and going, fuck, shit. Like,
and
you have to make sense of it by playing the game.
You don't get any out except to go in and push through it in the actual fiction, because there is no clear answer to any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's that call to action, right? Like, if you have an opinion about this, there is exactly one way to express that, and it is in play.
You can't be satisfied, and that's one of the other hallmarks of a great game text to me, is reading it is insufficient. You can't just own the book and have the book and read the book and be like, yay, this is fun. Like,
that was nice. Yeah.
And that's another reason why faction should be sketchy. And
Blades makes me want to play it because it leaves all these unanswered questions.
You don't know how things are going to turn out or who's on top or anything. You have to play to find out.
You have to play to find out. It's written in the rule book. It says right here. I mean, I feel like even when we state that explicitly, there's so much in like gaming culture that doesn't give a fuck about that statement in really like problematic ways. And it's not enough to just state it. We have to like trick people into doing that over and over and over again, right? It's like this continual act of breaking down and retraining people who have come in on the like the D&D, Pathfinder, etc. wave to just be like, okay, cool, that was nice. You've rolled some dice, that's great. You've told some stories, kind of. But then, like, stop thinking that way. The way that this game tells you to think, which is very, very different and very prescriptive. And think in this other way about this thing that you're doing.
Yeah, and that's why I was praising Matt Mercer and Matt Colville so much earlier, because they have this really great touch where they go, yeah, we're going to play Storm King's Thunder, or we're going to play whatever, this adventure that I wrote, or this module or whatever. And the module is, go from point A to point B, kill these guys, get this thing, save the people, destroy the Lich, whatever the plot is.
Yeah.
But also, I'm willing to do the work to basically cover you wherever you go and whatever you do. Our bargain is, you're the type of characters who care about this shit, and so you're going to pursue it.
You're going to do this eventually. Like, but we're still about achieving this goal, right?
I'm willing to, like, spend a significant portion of my week prepping a bunch of other stuff and filling in the world and playing to find out within the context of module-based Dungeons and Dragons, which is an amount of work that I don't want to do. But it's really cool to see that, like, what in the early days of the Forge, we sort of just discarded this notion, like, that's just basically railroading and whatever, like, that's not a mode I want to play in. And then you see, like, oh, actually, you can do that. You can play a completely free game where the players really can pursue their own interests and really can do whatever they want, while doing all these sort of module-based play. And it requires a lot of effort.
Well, and it's consistent with what we see in like TV shows and stuff, right? Like there's this big arc that we know we're going to get to, and like we know what the final goal is, but we have a bunch of episodes between here and there, and we're going to meander, and then we're going to focus on side characters, and we're going to have episodes that aren't part of the like direct push in that continuum. Yeah. Like some of them will be kind of more serial style where they can go in any order, and others will be about this bigger arc. And like, I think that's a kind of play that I am pushing in my game, of saying like, there is a thing that you're playing towards, and we all want to know that up front.
Yep. There's a series arc. It's similar to Primetime Adventures in a way, where you're like tracking this rising action over the course of. It's not like episode by episode. It's more sort of unknown, uncertain.
Yeah, it's very hand wavy and loose, but just as a like.
But it is there. We can look at the tracker and be like, we're halfway through this thing now. Like that's where we are in the process.
The darkness is gonna come get us next episode, which is where my Monday crew is at. It's like, well, one way or another, shit's gonna happen, right? Like,
and that kind of thinking, that would be seen as sort of railroadiness in the year 2000. Like, that would be very hard to sell that. Although the same year, My Life with Master is being developed, and it has that like arc of the story where you go through this process and there's an ending, and
I mean,
so it's contradictory to some degree, and it's complicated, but
the game doesn't promise anything else, though. I think is where
well, that's true, but I think we've become a little more sophisticated as designers. It's less dogmatic now,
yeah,
and it's more like you don't have to be in a certain camp anymore. It's not it's one way or the other or something. It's we're seeing now that there's a much more nuanced space to gameplay and game design, and it's less, I hope, I mean, the unnuanced places still exist on the internet,
yep.
One great thing about the Twitch explosion is that all these new people coming into the hobby have no connection to the politics of the past whatsoever.
Oh my god, yeah, like playing with...
all they have is just the games. That's it.
Like playing with Blue Jay, who had never played role-playing games really before. She is so good at doing it because she's just consumed a lot of media and wants to make that happen. And that's like, you're better equipped if you've just read a lot of books and watched a lot of TV shows. And then someone's like, cool, here, play this game. Than if you've played a million hours of D&D. Like, who gives a shit if you're good at
She comes
mechanics?
to it so honestly. Like, she treats it seriously. She's like, I want to play this game. And we've had so many experiences with people who've said, do you want to play Dogs in the Vineyard? And they go, yeah, sure. But that's a lie. They don't want to play.
They don't buy in, right?
And it's a night and day when you see someone with no past experiences, but they actually are like, I'll play Burning Wheel.
Yeah, I'll get
I was
right into this.
I was watching Blue Jay like a hawk, because I've played Burning Wheel with a lot of people who did not like it, or I played with a lot of people and some of those people didn't like it.
Yes,
and to some degree, the people who didn't like it had very particular gamer tastes that had been developed over time, and to see someone just be like, oh, this is what the game expects from me, okay, I can do that. I'll show up and do the thing that it wants. Jerry Holkins, Tycho from Penny Arcade, has a great phrase that he used many years ago where he said, we understood what was necessary to have fun playing this game, and we undertook the steps to cause that to happen.
Right? Yeah, that's a very cut and dry way of laying it out, but like, yes.
Like, that's what you should do, right? Like, either don't play it or look at the game and go, this is how you have fun with this, so let's fucking do that. Play
with integrity, right? And like, the object of the game is one thing, but the reason we play is always to have fun, right? Yeah. Whether or not you're trying to win or lose or whatever else. Like, you don't play chess just to win a game of chess.
So many gamers, especially people of my age that like played in the 70s and 80s and 90s and were like in the mode, particularly the 90s were super bad, but even in the 80s, like there was this mode of, we're all playing whatever it is. We're playing, D&D or something. But we're all using it to do different things.
Yes.
And so there's this mentality that like, well, yeah, I'll play in your D&D game, but like, I'm going to turn it into this other thing.
Yeah. And, or like, no one should metagame at my table, whatever the fuck that means. Or like, yeah.
So there's this kind of unspoken
no role playing
where like my personal needs kind of trump everything, and like, yeah, I'll play in your D&D game, but I'm going to be chaotic evil. Or, yeah, I'll play in your D&D game, but I'm going to role play every interaction with every shopkeep. Hello, good sir. What do you have? And we're all just supposed to put up with that shit. But, man, being a good player, turns out, like, Blue Jay is such a good model for that because she plays Apocalypse World like you play Apocalypse World. She plays Burning Wheel like you play Burning Wheel. She plays Worldwide Wrestling like you play Worldwide Wrestling. Like she's not like trying to turn it into her own pet project or something. And that's what we want to see. That's
I have definitely fallen into that trap in the past. Like,
oh, me too. Yeah.
Right? Like of just being selfish with it, right?
Sure.
It can totally happen. I don't think I've done it on any of like the shows.
I don't think so.
Necessarily. Because I try to come at those with a lot of integrity as I see it, and just like
one thing I regret, we're all over the place now. We're just like talking about everything, but who cares? This is fun.
This is just me and you getting to hang out, which doesn't happen very often. So that's nice.
Let's keep doing this. We can go back to your game whenever you want, but
it's like we meander, and then it's like, oh, and this is relevant to my game, and we can just like organically circle back sometimes.
My one pseudo regret is knowing you now as a gamer better. If I could go back in time to our Apocalypse World game, I didn't know that you were the ringer. I thought I was the ringer.
That's right. I was the fucking ringer, John.
You were the fucking ringer, but
Step
I didn't
back.
know you. I didn't know you.
Yeah.
And Adam didn't tell me you were the ringer, so I assumed I was the ringer. So I made a character that was I could step back and sort of play in the background and be the kind of straight man to the group, because I was like, I don't want to be the Apocalypse World guy who's like, out of my way, everybody.
Yeah.
You know,
Shoulder everyone out of the way, be like, I got this.
This is how you play Apocalypse World. Fuck you. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna play this very reserved, very kind of detached character, and let everyone else kind of take the spotlight. But Gritch was an amazing character, and we had some good interactions in that game for sure. But in hindsight, if I had known what was really going on, I would have made a character that was way more involved with yours and
like played into it.
Oh my
more.
God! It just,
either playing up or playing down, like we were talking about that one time.
Totally.
Yeah.
It would have been way more like sparking and some fireworks there. And
while you're in this time machine, John, could you make it so that Austin could play through the whole campaign with us?
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, that group, Stephanie was awesome. Her gun lugger was so great, and Austin was amazing. And
yeah,
it sucks that he had to leave. It was really good for the
way we played it through was great, excellent.
It worked.
Chef's
out.
kiss. Yeah,
it worked out great. Chat. A ringer is like it's like fixing a fight. Adam wanted to have someone on the show who was very expert at role-playing games to sort of make sure things worked out well.
My job was to do cool shit.
Yeah. And so he and Andrew, they played together a long time, and I didn't know that. And so me being me, as soon as Adam invited me, I assumed that I was that guy, that I was the plant in the show to make it all work out, because I played the most Apocalypse World of anybody.
Yeah, and I guess in that case too, it's to harmonize things, keep things cohesive.
Yeah, right.
Which it's really easy for things to fragment in.
Yeah, exactly. The wrestling terms, that's exactly right. The carpenter, jobber, exactly. Yep, just like that. Yeah. So, but I didn't know Andrew back then. I didn't know how he played. And then through the series, I realized what he was doing and who Gritch was and everything, but it was too late. I couldn't change Frankie into somebody else. So
yeah, and there was definitely that pivot for Frankie at some point, which I think was you readdressing how you wanted to approach the game and realizing the space that you needed to take up.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And that's something that Apocalypse World really makes possible.
There's lots of room for that to happen.
It
right?
gives you a space to reimagine who your character is and kind of turn. So I tried to do that, but that was right towards the end, and
it was. I mean, I feel like it worked. I feel like
it totally worked. It totally worked. I feel like you and I didn't get to play off each other as much as we could have.
Yeah, we had a couple great it was the two characters kind of bounced off each other and then would come back in and have this other collision, and just were they would never fucking agree on anything, so they were always end up going in opposite directions.
Because my only role in the outset, I was the enforcer. I had to,
and the voice of reason and
you were the
establishment.
troublemaker, so I had to be no, Gritch, no,
get your shit together.
I'm gonna punch you and throw you in your room and lock your door, and I gotta be this nanny figure so that you can misbehave and you can be awesome and you can subvert everything, and so in that way that dynamic was really good. But I'm looking forward to, and in the D&D game too, we didn't really have a chance to do it, but
I mean, what did that game provide for us?
It's the wrong kind of game.
Yeah.
It's the wrong kind of game for us. But I'm looking forward to a future time when we get to play together and we can really do it. And no, just
immediately fucking crash into each other.
Throw the gloves off and just go crazy. That'll be super fun.
People came to see a hockey game and we're just at the face-off, immediately drop gloves, punching each other in the face.
And it'll be really interesting to see too, because I want to get punched as much as possible and you want to get punched as much as possible, so it's it's a race to the bottom.
I think the way you were describing it that one time was just how you can like play under or over people, and
Yeah.
how it can be really fun when someone's trying to like hit bottom to continually just keep playing under them and be like, no, I'm going to be even more like masochistic and fucked up than you. How about that? And then you like race to the bottom with them.
But it's so rare to find another player who wants that to do that, you know, to like have that challenge.
Yeah, like you're playing chicken and you're both driving at each other and both of you actually just want to crash. Yeah, that is a entirely valid and excellent way to play role-playing games.
Yeah. I think I told that story at Go Play. My friend Brandon, who's like a huge power gamer, and I come from a power gamer background. I was a hero player, and like I'm used to the like super min-maxing and everything.
Yeah.
But I've changed my ways, and in this particular game, his character was trying to ascend to the top, fictionally and mechanically, like get the most powers and be the king of everything. And my character was the like sloppy drunk pilot who sucked at flying his plane and tried to seduce everyone and sucked at seducing people.
Yes.
And
it's
so
so fun to do things you're bad at. Yeah.
I failed everything that I tried to, like my main things that I cared about, I was bad at. I crashed my plane. I pissed off all my love interests. But because games typically err on the side of like making achievements difficult and making failure more easy, I tended to get what I wanted because I wanted Nick to fail and get beat up and be rebuffed.
Yeah, you had a more satisfying play experience.
And so the system was very reliable for me. It was very easy for me to fail my rolls and to get what I wanted. And Brandon, being a very savvy mechanical kind of min-maxer, noticed this through the course of our game and was like, oh my God, you've min-maxed in the best way. Like you're winning at sucking, and I'm trying to win at being great, and I'm not getting where I want to go.
And this was the day that John discovered the joy of bottoming.
Well,
right?
It's so
like
funny. That's
there's that parallel,
because, like,
but
outside of gaming, I am not a bottom at all. At all, like not at all.
Oh, John just has to be like at all. Let's be clear.
It's funny. I mean, it's really funny. Like that's just not my kink. But in gaming, like I love the characters who just like crash and smash, you get thrown through the window and get bloodied and I love that so much.
You like to take your hands off the wheel, right?
Yeah.
Like yeah, I find that really compelling in games, and that's part of I think why I've made the game I have, where you can never really get your hands on the wheel. It's always a little bit out of control. Right? Like the characters get 3 action dots, John, and they can't have more than 1 in anything to start. Like they are set up to fail or get like the mixed results as much as possible. Because those are the best ones.
Well,
those generate the most conversation, is what I'll say a lot of the time.
And it makes you feel like a young person.
Yes, right. The characters are.
It makes you
rough
feel
around the edges.
You're inexperienced. You try to do stuff, and it's like a real crapshoot because
you're always overreaching.
You might roll that 6. You might. But you never feel like, oh, I got this. Everything's fine. And I was playing in our playtest. I was playing the stern, overbearing classroom monitor type character.
Yeah, you were a snitch.
Yeah.
to the feds, essentially.
I was a tool of the enemy who had sort of like switched sides, kind of.
And so now you were a double agent. Yeah.
Essentially a double agent. And so I'm the type of character who's competent and crisp and has her shit together. And it was very satisfying because I got to play that thing that I love the most, where my character, her demeanor, her whole like deal was that she had her shit together, and she was right, and she was good, and she was effective. And the game system was like, yeah, well,
that's nice that you think that.
shit goes wrong, and she gets humbled, and she gets put in positions where and it's not character breaking. It's not like deprotagonizing in that horrible old jargony way.
No, I don't think a Blades game can ever be that. No. Because of its fundamental structure.
Exactly, but it let me play that character in the dramatic irony sense, not in the I'm immersed and I want her to succeed and achieve and be the top star of the class. It was more like I know she wants this, and I know that mechanically she doesn't have a lot of tools to get that, and so I'm gonna watch her struggle and watch her fall short, and then because of transcendence, I can flip the script and all of a sudden be that.
Yeah.
I can be the powerful one who smashes the stuff down and who leads everyone to safety, and I can finally have that moment, even though before it was very dicey and very uncertain.
Yeah, I'm glad that feeling comes through, because that was a really important goal for me, was to have both, to contrast the powerlessness of the characters with this brief, like, bright moment of catharsis.
You really need that, because if they were already super effective, transcendence would kind of not really matter. Like, you wouldn't, you wouldn't care.
I think what I need to tune a little bit still is how much of that hit you get. And I'm having run it a bunch now. I'm trying to still come to the conclusion as to whether it's me pacing my missions wrong or giving the characters too much transcendence to work with. And we had one in my Monday group on Elf's channel where I pushed them to the point where it was like they needed to succeed their last transcendent roll or they were, like, super fucked. And that felt really good to have hit that pacing, and have it be that critical moment coincide with the last thing that they could do. Where it was like, if they failed this roll, they would be in, like, literally in space, like next to a black hole. Like, that was the stakes. And it was two characters, one diving in to try to save the other, and they were both down to, like, 2 rolls in transcendence. And I was like, cool, here's the, like, escaping this thing clock. Right? And it's like, it's That's a clock. Good. It has 6 segments. Like, you have 2 actions each before you, like, suffocate and die in space. Go for it. And that moment, right, the tension, it was that whole, like, Triceratops in the marketplace thing, right? Where it was like, the game felt really, like, high stakes, real, and lethal in that moment, right? And that was good. And I want to just, like, put the game there more often.
How do you feel about that? This could be completely wrong. This is just, like, my first thought, so don't put a lot of weight on this. But how do you feel about a soft progression where, like, it's the same as it is now, where you tick your transcendence when you use your thing, but also on a 4 to 5, the GM can be like, tick it again. You do it, but you tick it again. And so the GM has a little bit of a hand on the wheel and can be like steering it a little, and like,
if I need to make it steeper, I can.
You can look at everyone's transcendence and be like, take another one. Honestly,
that was I like wrote that in my notes at some point, or like talked about it as being a thing, and I haven't been using it, but I think that as a consequence, I think it's a really good place to push.
I feel like that's a place to explore. Like, ultimately, you might just be like, nah, fuck it. You just get 1 fewer use. Like, that's how it should be.
To make it more consistent across the board. But I like the elasticity of it, right? Like,
it gives you this soft space, and they can resist that, presumably.
Yeah, exactly. And
so it's not like completely heavy-handed.
Because in the game, basically, at all times, I just want to be fucking dumping spoonfuls of stress on the characters at all times, because they have so many tools for managing it. It's like, whereas in Blades, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, but it's very flat. It's just like, this is what you have. It is very cut and dry.
Yeah, Blades, to some degree, isn't really about the stress track per se. It's there. It's like a powerful tool that the PCs have, but it sort of rides along as an adjunct to what you're doing.
Whereas
in Moonlight,
it's pushed.
I mean, you start the game by accumulating stress. Like, that's the first thing you do.
It's the opening ceremony of the game is that, and I don't know, for whatever reason in my design, I've just, like, focused in on it super intently.
I think it works
like,
really
this
well.
Is a cool place to work.
As soon as you say, like, teenagers, like, of course, like, you have to go there. It's
So, and because the characters have a breaking point, right, and because that functions differently, I feel like yeah, it's appropriate to push them. And I want to put them in their darkest self because it's interesting, because it's very fucking interesting, and because all of those prompts then force them to interact with each other and do meaningful well, because I don't know if you've noticed, but like every single one of the darkness prompts is me telling people how to be nice to each other and like support each other in effective ways.
Yeah.
And so I want to push that and force them to go through those interactions and be like, oh, this was a nice thing that I can do for a person, and maybe in my real life I will go and do this for my friend. Of like when they have this like obsessive behavior, that I will like approach them without judgment and help them with it to like relieve this burden, rather than be like, don't do that. Or like being shitty to them, right? Like, I'm trying to push this agenda of like, this is a game about being nice to each other and about my ideas of like how people can be supportive and nice to each other. And so if I don't stress you out and make you go into your darkest self, I don't get to satisfy that goal of mine.
I love
so
that.
having as many things as possible to deliver stress and like threatening lots of complications and forcing them to resist a great deal feels right. And so I like this idea of threatening their transcendence and forcing them to spend stress to keep it, and that the fiction that then creates is that your ability to tap into this power is contingent on your ability to like keep your shit together. Right? That they have to like push themselves essentially to hold on to that, or it too can spiral out of control like so many other things in their life, and they can be powerless again if they don't. It's like takes work to be that thing. It's not effortless to transcend or without its own kind of consequence or risk.
Yeah, and it runs out. It's a finite resource. It's not something you can count on to solve all your problems, which is what the source material typically does. Like, it's like you form Voltron and you destroy the thing every episode.
Yeah,
and it's kind of super boring.
But there needs to be tension around that, and that the tension needs to be like reflective of our like an internal crisis of like our feelings and our right. It's not like, do I have the skills to do the thing? Is never the question in Sailor Moon, right? Like, we all know that she's fucking useless. Like, she's so incompetent, but what gets her there is her like pure heart and her faith in her friends and the support of her friends, and that's what matters the most. And if I'm just like, yeah, you transcend and you're a badass and you just like beat things up, that's not telling that story, right?
Yeah.
If it's like your power is precarious and exhausting and requires support from other people.
Yeah, I love that. It's right on theme. It's really good. I was reading, Vincent has a hack called World of Adventure, which is like his pulp hero hack of Apocalypse World.
Is that the one that he's making for his kids?
Yeah. It's actually
so
really
cute.
cool. The first version was kind of like strangely wrong, but the current version is pretty great. And that one of the core moves that you do the most, I think it's the Act Under Fire move, but the failure state of that move is you can't do it unless you get help.
Yes, and I love that that's what level 3 harm is in Blades, by the way.
That's basically a miss. Yeah, and that's level 3 harm in Blades, exactly. And so the miss in this game is you can't do it, but you can do it with help.
Yes.
So you can't fail to do a thing, really, as long as you have help.
Yeah, unless you have alienated all your friends or they're all not there for you, like you've gone off alone. Yeah, like this is a really interesting like lesson to teach the player. And the tools of
Girl by Moonlight let you bury that. Like Vincent does it in this very bare way because it's pulp adventure, so it's like on the surface. But in Girl by Moonlight, you have enough dials and bells and whistles here where you can sort of like hide that thematic component under the surface a little bit. It's
tucked away in mechanics here and there, right? Like if you get a 4 or 5 on an Eclipse roll, the way that you don't fail is a friend pushes themselves. Or spends a link with you.
Which I really love.
Yeah.
That's such a good move. I want to put that in Blades like yesterday. It should have always been there. It's so
right that when you hit, instead of traumaing out, that someone can like bail you out essentially.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, and like this is the thing about Girl by Moonlight, John, is that like it exists in Blades, right? Like everything I'm pulling out is kind of already there. Like your game is about teamwork and has a lot of these same lessons, which was like this hilarious moment for me where I was like, I want to have a game that has like a structure where there's like these three phases, right? And like I did all this without ever reading Blades. I just want to be really clear about this, okay? Which is why it's so funny, is that I was just like, yeah, I had this whole idea, and it was like, oh, John made it. Like as soon as I read Blades, I was just like, oh yeah, John did it. It's fine. Like, and I just like swept everything off the table that I had done thus far. I was like, well, this is all shit. And I was like, cool, let's make a Blades hack. Like, so thank you for making Blades, because it was just like, it speaks to a lot of like doubts and feelings and like irks and hatreds that I have about games, right? Like you made a lot of similar statements to what I wanted to make.
Yeah, I mean, you and we're on the same page with gaming in a huge way.
Yeah, I definitely feel that the more we talk about these things.
Yeah, but also, I feel like Girl by Moonlight is my Monster Hearts, right? Like
that is my hope, right?
Vanilla Blades is cool, but like in the same way that Apocalypse World kind of is still amazing, and I'm actually planning to run a game of it, I hope soon, but you want to be eclipsed, right? You want to kind of Girl by Moonlight eclipsed. That's funny. You want the second generation beyond to kind of like take what you've done and not just hack it, but like make a game out of it that realizes some of the promise of that core game that wasn't fully realized in the base version of the game, right?
Well, because like you're never going to see the full potential of something you make.
Exactly.
Right? Like the tool is interesting when it goes into someone else's hand and then starts working, and like
that's the exciting part. And it's not just about like putting a different coat of paint on it. It really is about like making it into a thing that arguably serves its purpose. We could argue potentially that the Apocalypse World sort of structure and notional game suits Monster Hearts even better than it does the post-apocalyptic right,
totally like
it's arguably a better version of that. We could play a post-apocalyptic wasteland in other systems that would be very satisfying, but Monster Hearts is Monster Hearts. There's no way around it. It's what it is. It's a
and
perfect expression of that.
The doom spiral that is Apocalypse World just like makes so much more sense when it's a bunch of shitty teenagers who don't understand themselves, right? Like she cut away, like it's that thing about like a thing is done when everything that can be removed has been, right? Like I feel like that's what Monster Hearts to Apocalypse World, a lot of these hacks can end up being, where they're just like, okay, yeah, like you made this whole game, but like you don't need this. Like someone just ruthlessly is just like, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone, this is what the game is, boom. And you're like, oh yeah, that's the perfect core of it. Like they'll see it in a way that you can't because you're attached, right? Like
and also there's like there's a bit of a, well, I don't know if Vincent did this. Vincent probably did not do this, knowing him as a designer, but I definitely did. There's a version of Blades which is more Blades than this.
Yeah, there's like the extra.
It's like
deeply refined.
The Blades hack about being scoundrels and Duskwall is a thing that could exist. That's even more that. And this game was that at some points in its development, and I dialed it away from that.
Yeah, you built it into being maybe like scare quotes something more or something different, right? Like
just like slightly less specific, or something that was a little more structural. And again, I don't want to use the word generic because it's not generic, but it's like
you want to make something that's adaptable, modular,
foundational. Yeah. And but it's been on my mind, and for Razor's the potentially the next like Blades powered game that I'm gonna do as a product. I kind of want to make that into the more hacked, like the more extreme interpretation of the core.
Yeah, the like absolute essence of Blades.
Way less adaptable to anything else. Just like
right, like
like very pared down and Spartan and weird, which Blades just couldn't be if it was going to be the foundation for other stuff. It needed to ride the line between like suiting Scoundrels and Duskwall and also like kind of, and Apocalypse World totally does that, but I don't think Vincent did that on purpose. I think he
just made something really robust, and
it worked out that way.
Yeah,
it worked out that way. Well, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth. It's possible. He's more of a curmudgeon, so I suspect that he didn't do that, but I don't know for a fact.
I mean, taking his own words as being true to his feelings, like, he did make the game as being a way to, like, set a conversation. And so I'm sure as part of that, it was like, so it must be somewhat generic, somewhat adaptable. It must be a tool set in addition to being one that I've maybe branded or adapted for this particular purpose.
I would love to ask him what he held back on in a Core Apocalypse World to make it
work that way, right? Yeah.
I would be very curious to know that.
I mean, but like if you look at Apocalypse World 2nd Edition, that's kind of that. I think you could look at it that way, right? As being like, cool, here's the general thing, but like let's make Apocalypse World work better. And that it was a refining and digging deeper into that direction.
Right. Barter and survival suddenly appears in Apocalypse World.
Like as being more at the forefront. Yeah.
It didn't exist before. There was no survival game to speak of at all. Actually, it didn't exist.
It was not mechanized.
Yeah.
It existed only in fronts and the idea of scarcity.
Right. For NPCs.
And yeah, it mattered only for NPCs, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, the characters all floated above it as
the people around you all died of starvation or whatever, but not the PCs.
And you went and shot someone in the face and like got shot 8 times and then ate a sandwich. Like,
what I really love about the new barter system, where you do your upkeep at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, it's every session, which I have some feelings about this move, but please, sorry.
No, I want to hear everything about it because you've played it. I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, so please talk. I don't want to interrupt you.
Tell me everything. But what I like is the 1 or 2 barter breakdown where there's this like sort of pride of place concept in the game where you can be like, oh sure, you can just be subsistence, that's fine, that you can just spin your 1
in a game about survival, right? Yeah,
right. Or you can rise above that and like sort of reclaim what it is to be human in a sense. Like, are you the type of person who just lives in the wasteland on dirty water and stale biscuits and it just gets by? Or are you the type of person who tries to sort of flourish and live above merely surviving? Like, I love that distinction, but I haven't played it yet, and I want to hear everything.
Here's what I will say about that move, is that like, if its job is to push those things, great, sure, it succeeds at doing those, but it also, to my mind, is a way of setting pace. Of being like, well, if I'm spending a barter every session, then a barter's worth of me being alive time passes between sessions. Right? Which is not always true.
That's not always true.
And to me speaks to a lack of a like unit of time, of like a tick in Apocalypse World. Right?
Yeah.
It has no structure in that sense.
Right.
And so to have a move like that, of like every session, if sessions are our only structure, but our fiction doesn't align in any meaningful way with those, then like, what the fuck does it mean? Because most of the time, what that will mean is that a session ends, we pick up exactly where we were last session, moment to moment, because people are addicted to playing moment to moment, which is like my biggest pet peeve ever.
Me too, and
crystal fucking obvious from how I talk about it.
Me too. Well, and so let me interrupt you for a second. So, should we then take barter as a cue and always wind our clock forward? Like,
it's implied. It's implied, but not enforced.
But
and that's my beef. That's my beef, right? Is that like, yes, you're right. We should. Do we?
But no. Why not? But why not just tell us?
Right? And like, the reason it's not, we don't tell us, is because there's no fucking way to structure it. The game does not have a skeleton that permits us to say every X do this, right? If it were Blades, right? Like Blades has that, where it's like, yeah, every downtime means something.
Right.
We have a structure. We know we need to do Vice every downtime if we have.
Downtime is not a real world time frame. It used to be weeks.
But it's a structure of a sort, right? Like,
and it's a kind of structure that you can't because it's based on the fiction. It's not based on your sessions.
Yeah.
Apocalypse World has a few places where it does this, where it breaks out of fiction first into this mechanics first thing, like Barter doing it every session is obviously mechanics first, not fiction first.
And I don't like it.
Gigs used to be like that. Gigs are different now. So my question about this, because I haven't played it yet, is
how do you solve it, right?
Everyone has gigs now, which is great. That's a huge improvement, I think. The operator's gone, which I'm a little sad about, but whatever, it's fine.
The operator lives on in all the other playbooks.
Yeah, everyone's an operator now, which is fine. Because of this barter economy that's based on sessions, it seems to me that part of our session business, if I was running Apocalypse World 2 now, and I'm about to probably, there would be this session business we would do, which is winding the clock forward to some degree, everyone paying for their upkeep, and then addressing gigs on the horizon and asking, because everyone needs a barter next time we play.
Yes.
So I'm going to look at everyone and be like, who's focusing on doing gigs to earn their upkeep for next time? And then essentially I'm going to sort of run down the list of people doing gigs and make and follow my GM principles and be like, okay, you're doing this, so out on the burn flats, you're driving the water truck, and it's you and it's Keeler, and there's steam coming out of the hood of the car, and I'm gonna like use the barter gig thing to drive the game play.
So here's what I'll say to that, which is, do you remember what it was like having an operator in Apocalypse World?
Yes.
Where
Jonathan Walton played an operator for like fucking, I don't even know, 30 sessions or something.
So then tell me if this is true to your experience, because here was my experience of having an operator. The entire game was about the operator. Every fucking time they rolled the dice, it was like, cool, well, this is what our session's about, well, right? Because they create complication at all times. And if everyone's a fucking operator, John,
this is my question. Is it right? Well, and from an outside perspective, I was like, this is fine, because when you look at the playbooks, everyone, what they do for gigs is very varied and interesting.
Yes.
And so if all I do is ask the players what gigs they're pursuing, I can imagine running a game about that. Like,
yes,
that seems feasible.
And that's what you're going to be doing, is what I'll say to you, which is great. Make sure people want that. Make sure that's what they buy into, because that's all there will be time for, in my opinion. But looking at it that way.
I mean, when you put it that way, like, that's all there will be time for. Like, everything that is Apocalypse World is going to happen inside those gigs, right?
Here's the thing, though. Every time I have played Apocalypse World, people get it in their heads that they can accomplish things, John. Which is a seductive lie. It is a seductive lie in Apocalypse World.
They're just not. They're going to starve while they do that.
Well, but
that's the way I'm reading that system.
But they'll want to do that,
right?
Everyone is so fucking bullheaded. They want to
do it.
They're going to try to not. Is my experience on it. They will start starving to death. It's going to be fucked up.
My problem with Apocalypse World was, because no one had to get food and water, they could overthrow the maelstrom, resuscitate the dead that were lost. They could do all this crazy shit because surviving didn't matter. And so
yes,
the game was this wild ride into changing the face of the apocalypse, because there were no breaks on that.
Yeah, like, and so it's going to completely derail that game plan. And if that's what people are coming to the table expecting, it's going to be a pretty disjointed feel. Like, we need to reestablish expectations.
So from your point of view as an Apocalypse World player, would you say that, like, this thing I'm talking about, those sort of like gigs to survive and pay your upkeep mode of play, would you say that like, are you interested in that game?
I think that's totally interesting.
Okay.
I just think it's not, and it's not different from what Apocalypse World promises, right? If anything, it's more true to what Apocalypse World promises.
That was my gut feeling. Yeah, it felt more genuine to me.
And it's clearly more in line with Vincent and Meg's vision of Apocalypse World, because they took the time to release a second version of the game that has this in it, right? Like, clearly this is important and wasn't emphasized enough in the previous game. However, inertia is a thing that we need to account for in terms of the, like, history of play and the communities of play that exist and their expectations around Apocalypse
Absolutely.
World.
Absolutely.
And every time I hear it talked about and see people playing it, yeah, they're doing that fucking gonzo nonsense of just like
it's
every moment
insane.
stacked against the next while they go and do this like crazy bizarre shit. So we need to totally shut down that whole game plan and switch. And I think it's totally fascinating. And like obviously the like gig to gig staying alive playstyle is compelling because people enjoy Blades in the Dark.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that's what Blades in the Dark is. Is you're just trying to like get by and maybe set something aside if you can, and you know get enough money to get high again, and like right, like that obviously that is compelling and more true to life and excellent and more about survival and like yes absolutely, please do this, for the love of God, do it, John. I want someone to do this game this way.
I would like to have you in that game. My schedule right now is bad. After September it'll be different, but I want to do it, and I would love to have you play.
Because yeah, like
because the other thing I'm thinking too is that alighting time is a big deal, and people don't do that either.
And they're really uncomfortable with it because you have to give up control, right?
Right. And so I can imagine both modes, and I'm trying to, because you've played it, I was trying to like kind of get your read. Like I can totally imagine both ways, because I have no problem alighting time now. Back when I started running Apocalypse World, I did not understand that GM technique.
Yeah,
it took me a lot of sessions to figure it out.
Doing it elegantly is a thing. It's a tricky business.
It
flies in the face of people's expectations, is what I will say.
Agreed. I gave up on doing it elegantly, personally.
Yeah, like you kind of just have to be like flatly like cool 3 weeks later.
It's and Vincent, to his credit, he taught me that lesson at GameStorm one year. He was running Apocalypse World, and
it says to do it in the book too, right? Like
there was this beautiful moment, and I had been in this moment many times as a GM, and I used to joke with Vincent that I had run his game way more than he had, and it was this. And honestly, like at first it was very like playful, and over time I think he got really annoyed by that. So I kind of regret. I regret that a little bit, Vincent. If you ever listen to this, I didn't mean to really like rub it in your face, but whatever. He was running this at GameStorm, and there was a classic thing that happened that really taught me that alighting time was important, where it was an operator and fortunately two of his crew were PCs, which makes that work super well. And the other was the gunlugger, I think. So it was like the operator and the angel and the battle babe were in his crew, and then the gunlugger was like the extra. So it was a perfect setup.
Yeah.
And Vincent was running it as a one-shot at a con, so he was like, you can either be the driver and these, or you can be the operator and these, or you can be the hard holder and these, and like pick from these sets of playbooks, you know.
That's by the way, for the audience, an excellent way to run Apocalypse World.
Very good way to run Apocalypse World. Just focus it around one of the playbooks. Do you want to play hard holder and his holding? Okay, who wants to be the hard holder? Like way better than like choose any playbook.
Do you want to be the driver with a boat and her crew of passengers?
Do you want to play the cults? Who's going to be the hocus? We'll play the cult thing. It's choosing your crew sheet is what it is.
Yeah, so good.
It works really well. But they did a thing. They got mired in this on a gig in a problem out on the burn flats. Their car under fire. Blah 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 blah. And everyone missed everything. They just missed all their roles in sequence. Like this awesome action scene. Just miss. And so Vincent is running down his list of hard moves. He's pinning them down. He's encircling them. He's inflicting wounds. He's moving up and doing everything he can. And then the gunlugger does like some heroic thing to save everyone and misses. And I'm watching him very closely because the year before that I ran Apocalypse World at Gen Con, and Vincent was in the group. He was a player. And the same thing happened. It was miss. And I literally did every move.
Yeah, you just like went down the MC moves.
I did like everything, and I was just like, fuck, I don't know how to hurt you guys anymore. You keep missing your rolls. And so I'm watching him, and this gunlugger he's like, okay, I'm gonna throw my smoke grenade, and I'm gonna rush in and grab them, and we're gonna like retreat back to the thing, and he misses. And Vincent just puts his head down, and then he looks back up and he goes, okay. 6 weeks later in the slave pits,
Right?
And
Beautiful.
he frames the scene with the operator in the slave pits and the other characters. We don't know where the fuck they are. They're not on screen. They're just gone.
Yeah.
And so their players are like on the edges of their seat because they're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what happened to me?
Yeah.
And he paints this picture of them in the bottom of the slave pits. The local warlord, they're like digging in this muddy hole half filled with water in their underwear for something or other that he wants. And the operator, I wish I remembered this player's name. This guy was a genius. He looks at Vincent and he goes, how long have I been in these slave pits? Has it been for like the whole 6 weeks? And Vincent's like, yeah, more or less, yeah.
More or less, yeah.
And the guy goes, well, everyone in this pit's in my crew now, right?
Yeah, exactly. This guy gets it.
That's plenty of time. That's plenty of time. And Vincent's like, yeah.
It's a great observation.
Details the NPCs and makes the crew. And this guy playing the operator is like, this is the night, boys. We're getting out of here. And he just like, without missing a beat, just like goes right into it.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit you want, right?
That is what gaming is right there. And it's all over Blades, right? Like that's how you run Blades always.
It would be a flashback or whatever.
All these things, you just cut forward, you go into the action. It's super, super good. So my question after all that setup is like, we can either do, or we can do both of these, but we can do the beginning of the session upkeep thing and then poll the group for gigs, play out the gigs, let that be the meat of the session, follow their just fiction by fiction forward. Or we could, if we wanted, we could say like, the ongoing thing is you're trying to hook up Keeler's brain to the psychic maelstrom. So at the beginning of the session, we do our upkeep, and then we say who's working gigs, and then we just roll for the gigs, like,
and just elide them,
and we just do them like off screen. Basically, we're like, yeah, so you are the bodyguard for the hog holder for the week. You get 2 barter. You repair all the water processors. You get 2 barter. Like blah 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 blah. Anyway, back to the brain thing.
Yeah. So,
do you feel like having played the game? Do you feel like that's a viable?
Let me return to speaking as the designer of Girl by Moonlight, because that second approach is Girl by Moonlight, right? We have the obligation role, which is all of our day-to-day shit. And for a long time, when I was designing that, I was like, okay, we got to have like a bunch of moves around this. This is like a phase that we play a bunch in. And then later I was just like, is it interesting to just like stew and suffer and be oppressed a bunch? Is that actually like compelling to play?
Yeah, maybe less enjoyable.
Right, and it's like we definitely want the outcomes, but we're not that interested in like making the players suffer. And so I elected to have it be like, cool, we describe what problems might come up. We make a roll to see how we're managing those, how we're like juggling that stuff. We do some brief play out of it, and then we move on. And our goal with this phase is to get through it in a way that is kind of like fruitful, but relatively quick. Yeah. And to my mind, that works great. And that you can run your Apocalypse World game that same way, using gigs as obligation, right? Like, reflect my game back onto its origins and be like, yeah, this is a way to handle that. And I could see that working excellent.
Okay.
And talking about lifestyle in that same breath, right? Being like, cool, so how you been living lately? Like, are you able to pay? Like, how are you paying? That involves working. Cool. What are some complications from that? And then
it's like we roll paying and working into the same little brief.
Yeah, like montage, right? You montage it, and then any problems, any complications from that, you don't play them out now. You pay them forward.
Absolutely.
Right, and just be like, cool, yeah, well, they're gonna come later and like collect on that debt that you obviously have from how this thing went or whatever, right? Like that you can use those to play into later as complications to throw into when they're trying to do their stuff that they actually want to get done.
It's so good. Ben Lehman, genius game designer of many amazing games. If you guys listening in chat, if you have not played Ben Lehman's games, you absolutely must play them. They are insanely good. I would highly recommend Polaris and Bliss Stage in particular.
I think I played Polaris, because that's the one about the world ending, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Polaris is an incredible game. Anna Kreider has a hack of it, which I actually prefer. They're both really good, but Anna's game is called Thou Art But a Warrior, And Ben's game is set in a fantasy world, which is really cool. His fantasy world is amazing.
Yeah, the like world of ice where the sun is rising for the first
Oh
time.
man, it's so good.
When I played Polaris, my dude was this old knight who went to like slay the sun as if it was a dragon.
Yeah.
Like that was his doomed quest.
There you go.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah,
it was super fun.
It's also the setup for Polaris is long ago at the end of the world, the people were dying, but there are none now alive who remember it. And then you play, and so you know that this is like this ancient thing that happened in the distant past, and it's about like a group of knights kind of falling into corruption and stuff. It's great. Anna Kreider's hack is called Thou Art But a Warrior, and it's about the fall of Moorish Spain, and it's super literal, like real world history, and it's so good. It like makes the game so much better because you're like, this fucking actually happened. Like all of this stuff is real, and it makes everything so powerful. I played that with Ben actually when he first moved to Seattle. It's really, really good hack. Such a good game. Amazing. Bliss Stage is his game about mecha pilots battling stuff in the dream world. It's wonderful. It has amazing mechanics. Anyway,
I need to play that, obviously, but
you should definitely play Bliss Stage. Everyone should play Bliss Stage. It has two of my favorite mechanics in any games are in Bliss Stage. It's wonderful. I think you can still get it from Ben's website. Tao Games, I think is his website, or Dao Game, TAO Games.com, I think is his site. Anyway,
TAO-games.com.
TAO-games, yeah. Bliss Stage is fucking amazing. That's another book that's very well written. But years ago, Ben, in Apocalypse World discussion forum, he asked this very innocent question that changed the game completely. And Andrew was touching on it, and I wanted to give Ben credit because he was like, hey, when someone misses a roll and I make a hard move, can I do it later?
Right?
And everyone was like, oh shit, that changes everything. If I don't have to make my hard move right now in this scene, if I can just hold on to it,
it's so nice, right?
And bring it in later, it changes everything about that mechanic. It makes it so much more interesting. It's not just about the consequences of the here and now. It's this
yeah. It makes the scope of consequence changes, right?
Yeah, and everyone knows. It's that dramatic irony thing again. Like, I know I missed.
You know it's coming.
And then you go, yeah, you shoot him through the head, he dies. But I know I missed the roll.
Yeah, those are very
so
strong.
Like, fuck, how is this going to go wrong? I succeeded. And the GM's like, yeah, you totally did it. And you're like, but I missed the what? And
pregnant ellipsis. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that anticipation thing. We're getting back to kink again.
It's never far away, John.
I mean, gaming is all about that. It's about power dynamics. It's about pleasure and pain,
conversation and surprise and fear.
Yeah, it's super good. But yeah, withholding your move is a powerful thing, and again, talking about kink.
Yeah. once you put that lens on, so like I think that's a really strong way to play out that whole thing. Obviously, I have made statements about that in my design, but I think it's also totally amazing and cool and like really compelling and different to go into it and be like, this is about day to day and about getting by, and that's what people spend most of their time doing, guys. Like,
you guys have a survival problem.
Yeah, like in those circumstances, you can't do nice. That's like the whole point of human civilization, was to make it so that we had time to do anything other than just like try to find food, make the food, put the food in our bodies, sleep, like, right?
And
like,
so what I'm picturing, again, I haven't played it, what I'm picturing is a case where the angel says, I want to hook up Keeler's brain to the psychic maelstrom so that we can resuscitate her. And everyone else is like, okay, cool. We got you. Like, we'll cover your barter.
Yeah, so that you can do this thing. And that's how community works, right?
We're going to do these things off screen or whatever, and we're going to earn some extra barter, and we're going to cover your upkeep because we care about your project. And so, like, to me, like, what an amazing... Apocalypse World was already a good game, but that, to me, seems way cooler than what we were doing before.
Okay, so let's talk about the best show on television, The Wire,
Yes.
and how this story exists in The Wire, right? Like,
Yeah.
characters in, like, season 4, where it's all about the kids, we see the kids where they have to grow up or I mean, even in the earlier seasons, because
Yeah, it's all
fucking
seeded.
Wallace and stuff, right, are doing this, where it's like kids taking care of other kids, and they have to just, like, or they have, like, a parent who has a drug problem or whatever, and they have to go and, like, they have to cover for them.
Yeah.
Because they're
Like,
too fucked up to do it, or like they have this other project that they're working on, right, which is getting high all the time, and like selling their food stamps so they can buy drugs and shit. Like, someone has to go out there and support people, and that's what real family, community, etc. is. And it's so easy for us to have these high flying fantasies about how we can be detached from that, but I think that's really poisonous.
It is
as a narrative,
well, and
right?
it speaks to our like complete privilege, right? Like we
right.
we live in this weird bubble where right now in the world, apocalypse world is happening.
Yeah, it's just not evenly distributed, right? The apocalypse has already occurred.
Yeah.
As William Gibson said, right?
Yeah.
The future and the apocalypse coexist.
They coexist,
but just for different people.
People are living the wasteland apocalypse right now, and we don't give any shits about them, and their lives suck.
And those two worlds may as well not be on the same planet, right?
No, they're completely different, and it's a ugly, terrible part of the lack of development in our Homo sapien brains that is really bad. That we can't.
We're fragile little broken robots.
Our empathy range is very short, and is badly constructed. But part of gaming to me, with Blades and with Apocalypse World and with Monster Hearts and with your game and with most RPGs, honestly, like, is a way for us to overcome our stupid ape limitations and try to put ourselves in a place where we can really empathize with these people in a way that isn't hypothetical or notional.
Mm-hmm. We feel those real feelings.
We can see the pressures that exist there, like this very difficult barter gig thing that takes up too much of our time, so we can't pursue our interests. Like, that is an ugly truth for so many real people in the real world. And if we play a game where that thing is an annoying, troublesome problem that we're like, fuck, we can't get anywhere if this is the situation we're in, like, to me, there's something potentially very good about that makes us confront this thing that you and I, as people in the real world, don't have to deal with in a real way. Like, we have to deal with it in a way that, like, fits into our cultural niche of that thing. We both have lived those days where we're hand to mouth and, like, shit seems very on the razor's edge, but not in the same way.
But it's not as real of a threat. It's not as precarious.
It's a different thing. And so I'm always very, like, I cock my eyebrow when someone looks at a game and is like, oh, this system doesn't work because, like, you have negative payouts, or you, like, there's a death spiral, or, you know, there's some kind of, like, problematic thing in it. I'm always like, well,
is that a problem?
Maybe that's the way it should be. Like, maybe that's the thing that the game should be doing.
I mean, Girl by Moonlight has a death spiral by design.
Yeah, you start the game behind. The very first thing you do in the game is put yourself behind.
Yeah.
The game goes, look at your stress track and say goodbye to it.
Yes. This is a statement that is being made. Yeah.
You don't get to have that thing that you thought you had. That's the very first thing you do. So I'm a fan of that, and it's a very hard line to ride because those things aren't necessarily fun.
Empathy is hard, right? Like, it's a lot of work.
They can totally be fun. We can race each other to the bottom and have a great time.
Well, the payouts can come, like, they are like an echo. They're like a bounce back thing where it's like, I go through this game and I play it and it's like icky and messy and kind of exhausting and, like, stressful. And then when it's done and I talk to my friends about it, I have this moment where it all kind of clicks, and then I feel really good, and I have this, like, epiphany about, like,
exactly.
Oh, I, like, understand things now, and I get this other payout, this extrinsic payout, right?
And that's why fun is the word. Jared Sorensen always bangs this drum. He hates the word fun. He's like the enemy of the word fun in game design. It's the dumbest thing.
You can't design for it. It doesn't exist.
It means nothing. It's a completely meaningless word. Because I and you and I both, like, we find it fun to suffer, our characters to suffer, and to like have hardships, and to like be ground down and die tragically for no reason, like failing far away from their goals in some horrific fashion. Like, is that fun? Yeah, I think that's fun, but designing for fun in this context doesn't mean anything. What we ought to care about is clearly communicating what you ought to do, like pursue as a player, what your job, what your responsibility is as a player, and then try to fulfill that promise as hard as we can as a designer.
Yeah, we want to like craft an experience. Full stop. That's like as far as you can go. And then how people relate to that is their own business.
And the experience that you expect to have.
Yes.
Because we've vetted you. Like, everyone who thinks that is dumb, we want to dissuade them from playing the game.
Yeah, please play something else. Please don't have a bad time. Yeah.
We want to make it clear to them that they shouldn't bother playing, and that's not just a marketing tool. That's a defensive mechanism in the age of Twitter. I don't want to have a bunch of conversations with idiots on Twitter who don't understand what my game is about and who are badgering me because it's not some other thing. Like, I make it clear to them that they shouldn't play it. I lose a sale and I gain peace of mind because I never have to talk to that person.
Well, and to look at it as still as a product, right? Like, the reason you would want to do that and that it is good for your product is that it means that your outcomes are stronger, right? And your like brand is clearer, and like the integrity of your product is stronger.
Yeah.
It's not watered down or washed out by a bunch of random bullshit. It's just like, this is what this thing is about, and it executes as well, and its quality is preserved, right?
Here's something I've learned through all this process. Allie on the chat just said, "Oh, hey, that sounds familiar." Yeah. So here's the thing. I am a 44-year-old white man, and I'm going to sit here and talk about how I need to manage my online interactions in order to minimize problematic situations for myself. And everyone who is not a 44-year-old white man is like, no shit, idiot. That's my whole life. All I do in life is manage problematic interactions in my workplace and in my relationships and everything else. Oh, you discovered this by making role-playing games? That's cute. What a cute little thing you've discovered. This is my real life, dumbass. And it's taken me a long time to realize that like my degree of privilege is so extreme that like managing my online brand in terms of role-playing is something that like I want to pontificate about, and everyone else is living their lives, and they're like physical safety is predicated on some of these principles, while I'm like, I don't want to talk to nerds about my role-playing game. Like, it's such a different space, and I feel lucky that I know people who were educating me on these things and maybe understand some of like Avery, for instance, but also like I need to recognize that there's a whole spectrum here, like that goes from conversations about your merchandise all the way down to, can you survive in America? Like, it's the same spectrum, and it's a brutal spectrum. And to me, this is the reason why cyberpunk and fuck the man gaming is so exciting and powerful right now. Anything that fights against the status quo or gives the finger to power is what gaming really needs to be right now.
Someone described my game as being heart punk, which I thought was a very cute term and feels like it kind of fits, because my game is a massive fuck you to a whole category of like the sacred and profane choices in the series playbooks are just like all of the things that are sacred are what America is about, and they're all awful. And then all the things that are profane are basically like everything that I feel all of this massive societal bullshit around, like how it's like I have to be certain ways because my assigned gender is male and all this kind of shit, and how like invisible I feel as a queer person who has this like weird and difficultly defined identity as a non-binary person. And like that even my really excellent and well-intentioned friends will continually like fuck that up, and that it's like, one, not fair of me to expect more, but two, also like really upsetting and weird, and like etc etc etc.
It doesn't have to be fair, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
No, it's like, deeply unfair.
I've misgendered you in conversation, like, and I try
so
really
casually,
hard.
And I understand that it's not a thing, right? Like, I know you're not doing it on purpose.
Yeah, but at the same time, and this is where we're on the same page, like, I want you to correct me. I want you to tell me I'm doing it wrong. And that dynamic is not common. Like, it's
no, most people don't want to be corrected.
Most people don't want to be corrected. Most people don't want to, I don't know, like, be vulnerable in that way.
And so, yeah, like, my hope is by making this game, I can trick shitty bros into pretending to be girls and then experiencing, like, emotional hurt based on that, or, like, trick them into pretending to be queers and having some fucking empathy. And, like, trick them into treating other people with respect in a game so that later in real life they'll do that.
Absolutely. like you said, your game is the love child of Monster Hearts and Blades, and Monster Hearts has already laid the foundation for queerness. Queerness in gaming culture as a completely normalized thing. And some people who have gone through that process of playing it don't necessarily know that that's what's happening, and they haven't necessarily taken it on board in a full way. But for me, like, it just happened in time. Like, Renee's transition and Avery's transition and Kagamatsu and Monster Hearts being written corresponded to my own, like, phases of complete and utter ignorance of these ideas.
Well, and, like, same for me, John.
With
like,
Renee in particular, and then with Avery as the sort of second wave. But even at the time with Avery, like, I personally, like, I still had very dumb, simplistic ideas about trans people and that kind of stuff. And I had played Monster Hearts with Avery several times at that point, and because of where I was as a person, like, I was treating it as a completely different wavelength. Like, I wasn't really getting it.
And she's such a lovely person to be that for this community, and, like, also very like, I totally respect her decision to kind of step away after having like dropped this fucking knowledge bomb. But that she is so like exacting and specific and complex in her whole like gender thing. I'm just like, yes, you as an emblem are excellent.
It's completely amazing. And this was far in advance of Avery's transition, like before anyone knew anything about it.
Yeah, right. And her work preceded it in this really
and Monster Hearts
way.
Preceded that. And
right.
So it was this hindsight essentially, like, coming
being
to
like, oh yeah, of course you wrote that game, right? Because like, you're so fucking queer.
Oh my god, like, and queer every binary is the phrase that I got from Avery, like, which is one of my favorite phrases in general, having nothing to do with trans issues, even like queer every binary, just a good idea
in general. Yes,
it's one of the wisest things anyone's ever said to me. And then going back in time with Renee, like, and back then, way before all of this, like, it was a completely different world, and all of that stuff was happening, and it was like this crazy, like, retroactive, like, oh my god, like, I didn't even know what I didn't know, or like all of that stuff was so complex, which is why at Go Play it was so wonderful to like have Renee there, and like for us to kind of like have that kind of closure in a sense of the whole space of her as this incredible pioneer, and then like people like John Stone and Ariel and you were there that were like the sort of cutting edge, you know, designers currently doing stuff. It was really cool to see that space, you know, inhabited by the entire generational space of
yes,
that
and that
thing.
and that we're standing on their shoulders, right? Like,
yeah, none of this would exist without Renee, and
I wouldn't have even had the language to properly art, and like for the first like 25 plus years of my life did not have the language to articulate my own identity.
Yeah, me too.
And finally got it from playing role-playing games, right? Like,
yeah,
like role-playing games made me queer, or in the sense that they like
me too.
allowed me to unlock that power.
Yeah,
and like
to even know what that meant or what it was, or
like,
why I should care about it.
It's so important.
Yeah,
and it's so important to be able to like have that mirror to reflect upon yourself, and for someone to equip you with tools to do it.
Well, and I've become, as I often do with these things, and I'm sure 10 years from now I'll be appalled at myself, but like I've become somewhat I don't know, dogmatic or something. Like I'm queer in the sense that like my queerness is much less visible and much less vulnerable than some people's, and it exists in a space because I think that everyone is queer.
Yes,
and
right.
So like I have to put myself in that camp, and I have to identify in that way because I can't imagine anything else for humanity. Like
it's like the only rational outcome once you've thought it through, right?
We're all on the spectrum, and it's ridiculous to look at it any other way. And like I said, like I could be wrong. I don't know. Like maybe things are different than I think right now, but
yeah, like once you understand, or once you like get into your mind that one of these things is arbitrary,
yeah,
right, then it's just like the whole fucking house of cards,
it all falls apart
comes down, right? Because in our society it's all propped on gender, right? Like patriarchal power and everything, all like the fucking crucible of it all is this gender binary, right? Where it's so important to know who is in the selected group and who is not, and all of the myriad ways that you can be excluded from that power group, or like the pecking orders within it, and all of this crazy fucking bullshit.
Fucked up. And that's why I want to be out and visible in that sense, because I think that breaking down those barriers is important, but at the same time, co-opting those labels from people who need them in a much stronger political place than I do.
Where they have a more urgent requirement of this.
That feels wrong. Like that feels like appropriative, you know.
Yeah, well, and like you can just be in the bleachers on this one, John.
Which is totally fine.
You do a great job of doing that and of like lifting other people's voices and all this kind of stuff.
I have no problem with that at all. But I do sometimes feel like I have a mouthpiece, I have a platform, and I could be more vocal and more out about this. But it does, at the end of the day, it feels like I have no stakes. Like it feels very flat and flaccid for me to be like, I'm queer too. Like that just feels extremely stupid.
Yeah, centering it on you isn't the point.
I'm saying this in public to Twitch right now, like, but you know, in terms of my like Twitter ID and my like the my pronouns and the way that I'm presenting myself in the world, like, I don't know. I'm conflicted about it. I talked to Blue Jay about this last time we were out at the bar. Like, how do I position myself in this space in terms of queerness, in terms of like relationship anarchy spectrum, that stuff. Mm-hmm. Like it's all over the place, and where I happen to fall on those spectrums is in what you could consider more traditional places.
Yeah.
But I feel
but not naively, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's a consequence of my upbringing, and I could have been anything at all. Like there's just no
it's impossible to separate those things.
But I feel like that's politically charged, right? Like for me to come out now in 2017 and say like this is an essential, it's a spectrum, everything is queer. Like what about everybody who fought for the idea that you're born this way and I am gay? It's not a choice. And like, to me, like, right? Like
those two ideas can coexist.
They absolutely can. Like, but out in the wilds of the internet, those things are easily misinterpreted.
Yes.
And they become fodder for ugly positions that undermine those concepts. And
yeah, like I feel you. And there are ways in which I exclude myself from like that I do similar behaviors of invisibility and like couching my identity and myself and my presentation in various ways, and like choosing my venues very carefully, and
Yes.
and compartmentalizing,
Which you should do. That's
right?
the
Like
that's the right thing to do.
these are important strategies that people need to pursue. And so like the whole like it's like you got to be out and all this kind of shit, like no, you don't. You got to do exactly what's going to work for you.
You absolutely don't.
Yeah.
But
But everyone should be supportive, and everyone should be doing that work, which I think for us means, you know, like on various levels, for me it means being out in certain areas, and for you I see a big contribution in just like your work and the way that you present this material in your work, and that's using your platform, and that's a way for you to separate it from your own identity, which, as we discussed earlier, is important, right, to you, to not be like, yeah, it's about me, I'm queer as shit, woo, but just be like, queer shit is important, and here it is in the game, like boom.
I don't want it to be about me, but I also don't want to perpetuate the myth that someone who that presents a certain way must therefore
be
whatever. So it's complicated, and right now I'm content with being sort of like unhappy in some way, and like not really being the thing that it should be, and just kind of letting it be imperfect, because like I said, like my stakes are very low. So what I kind of want is for someone whose stakes are very high to be like, this is what I need from you, this is what I need the most, and I want to fulfill that need more than I want to solve my own problems. You know what I mean? Because I don't have gender problems, I don't have sexuality problems, I have zero problems.
Well, and it's funny because this statement kind of aligns with me, right? Where I'm like, I'm not trying to do a lot of stuff for me exactly. I'm trying to be like, here are like shows that are about, for me, like my main goal is to just have representation for like various queer shit, and just like push that into some form of media and have it be there for people to see, and to see reflected in themselves, so that if there's another person who, like me, lacked the language to properly understand themselves, that I can help give them that, be that through this game that I'm trying to make, right, which is also about that agenda, or just like the shows that we've been doing, all of that shit, right, is just about giving that stuff to people. And if I can accomplish that for like one or two people, great. I have contributed more than I feel most people will in their lives, right? Like if I can give that to someone, that's a huge gift. That's very meaningful.
I totally agree. King Auberon in chat, it made a great point, which was, I wish I could just be out, like flip a switch and have everybody in the world know, so I don't have to keep coming out over and over again.
Oh my God, it's exhausting, right?
And that's a really good point. Like when you're in the default category, which I happen to be, by sheer like dent of culture and upbringing, not because like it's somehow essentialist, but just that's how it is. Like I can enjoy the benefits of not having to do that, because when someone assumes the default for me, they're right.
Yes.
And it's luck that they guessed right. It's just they got lucky. It's not because that it's like essentially true. They just got lucky. But if you're not the default, like it becomes another task you have to do. And someone was explaining this to me the other day. Like, it was on Twitter. There was a long thread. I wish I could give the name of the person, but it effectively boiled down to like, I have way more jobs than you do. And those jobs are like, don't anger men in my workplace to a degree.
I think I saw this thread. You know, this was an excellent thread.
And there were so many like micro jobs that had to be navigated and accomplished on a daily basis just to live. And I'm like, I don't have to do any of that shit. Like I can just do my work.
You don't have to worry about someone like about losing your job because you did normal behavior in a way that like challenged a man. You don't need to worry about like being killed by someone.
Yeah.
Because of your perceived gender, etc. Like, you just don't have to. I don't have to, right?
And those are the big ones, and there's a million smaller ones, and it just all plays into that the notion of getting to a place where, and it's very hard. It's very hard when you're in the powerful position. Like if I had a moment of like crocodile tears or whatever, like it's a stupid thing to say, but like Tim Wise has a great talk about this, about how privilege hurts everyone. It's not just bad for the underprivileged.
Yeah.
It's bad for everyone. It's bad for me. Like I have a lot of privilege. I have a lot of status, but that's bad for me. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, it turns dudes into shitty people.
It makes you dumber. It makes you less aware of reality. Like all you gotta do is look at the French Revolution. Like those people who got their heads cut off, they had no fucking idea what was going on. They were clueless about why they were being murdered. Like they didn't understand anything. They had power, wealth, and privilege, and that shit was bad for them. It was super bad.
Yeah.
And it's bad for me. It's bad for everyone in that position.
It's just a matter of where on the timeline we are, right? Like,
but even though while it is bad for me, like just the amount of work I can do because I don't have to deal with that shit. It's ridiculous. It's such.
And so let's bring this back to your Apocalypse World game, right?
Exactly.
That's what you need to hammer home for people, right? Is you have a million other fucking jobs to do before you can go do something cool. You think you're gonna get something cool done? Like, good luck. Good luck. No, you're gonna try to like
for your food and water. That's your entire existence unless you figure out a way out of this cycle of work and upkeep.
And here's the fascinating thing, right? Like, give them avenues out of it.
Yeah.
That are messy. Well, give them like, oh yeah, like you don't want to have to pay for food anymore. Well, just go hang out with the like shitty like warlord guy and let him like sleep with you, and then you can have free food.
Yes,
and,
right.
Like,
play your threats impulses.
Yes.
In exchange for barter.
Right, or for safety, or for food, or whatever. Right. So
or whatever.
Yeah, like
but also
let them be put in a bind, and then give them these awful choices.
Play your NPCs, and don't care whether they survive.
Yeah, like by all means, go start sleeping with that warlord and then kill him and take over his gang, and like that's amazing. Do that. That's great. Or like burn it all down. I don't care.
I'm looking through all this through Crosshairs. Yeah. I'm looking at the whole world through Crosshairs, but not the PCs. So, yeah, this is what he demands. So when you burn his place down and steal all his guns, like, cool. Like that's the world now.
Yeah.
And when you look at me and you go, how much barter is a warehouse full of ammunition worth? Then I have to be like, 100? I don't know.
Yeah, like this unfathomable amount. One that you can't leverage this as barter, right? Yeah, this is a different thing.
They're like, okay, fuck you then. Don't bother me with your stupid barter move anymore.
That's just where you slide the hardholder book across the table to them, and you're just like, it's this much barter.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of responsibility and maybe some barter. Yeah, like that to me is beautiful.
It's so good.
If you can make Apocalypse World be about those things, that's incredible. That's what you want.
I'm excited about it. I have a second point to bring up about that. I'm gonna take a quick bio break.
I mean, it's midnight.
Look, if you gotta wrap it up, that's fine.
No, here I'll talk to the audience for a bit while you go take care of yourself.
Okay, I'll be right back, and I want to ask you about something about Project
Okay.
Entertain everybody. I'll be back.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna mute John just in case we hear him going to the bathroom in the distance. So basically, I'm seeing an extensive conversation about like queerness and all this other stuff in chat, and that is wonderful. That's what we're ultimately trying to encourage with this whole Girl by Moonlight project, right? So I'm excited that folks are engaging in that way. Yeah, Ketters, exactly that. Thank you all for coming and like checking this out. By the way, John and I are going to be doing this on a semi-recurring basis, like every month or two, having one of these sit-downs. This one has veered dramatically off topic, but only because John and I don't get to hang out very much. And I'm really happy to be able to expose these kinds of conversations to folks who don't maybe have access to like a community that's about role-playing games and stuff. Like we were talking about I think really early on in this, the idea of like, or maybe this was before we started streaming, but like I've been lucky enough to get a lot of playtest material, and like I've also been lucky enough to be in a gaming community and culture that's really strong and established, like in the Pacific Northwest. But some folks, it's like, yeah, I'm running a game. I don't have anyone to play games with, but I'm trying to make this thing. And it's just like, well, you can't really be a game designer if you can't play games. And so, like, that's a really tough position to be in. And I'm so lucky to have not ended up somewhere where I just don't have access to, like, people to do stuff with. All right, John's back and agreeing with me, which is the best mode for John to be in.
It's something we talked about this before we started recording. It's easy to take it for granted. Like people tell us all the time at GoPlay and at other events, like, you guys, like, you have it so good here. Like, how did this happen? There's this crazy gaming mecca. Everything's amazing here. You have so many gamers. You have so many cool games and spaces and communities, and
a bunch of people put in work. Probably a lot of women, honestly.
There was a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Community building is work, and there were a bunch of people who...
There are a lot of unsung people.
They don't get the spotlight, right? But they've done this incredibly important thing that has made all these other things possible.
Ching-Ping Lin is definitely one of the major ones that doesn't get a lot of attention. She was instrumental in all of that. But also, like, McGay Baker and Emily Boss and Renee and... a lot of the early people in the Forge in those communities, like, they changed that landscape in a really significant way, and that led to Forge Midwest, and it led to GoPlay and everything, and Story Game Seattle and all that.
Yeah.
But it's difficult. It's hard. Like Andrew pointed out tonight, and I honestly had never really considered it very strongly as a designer. Like, we have to really check ourselves and think, like, will people outside this gaming culture that we enjoy so much in this area, are they going to really engage with this the way that we take for granted now?
It's so hard to translate all of that stuff, right? Because are you just going to write all that in a book? And like, what does that look like, right?
It's hard. I mean, I tried. I gave it a shot, but I think the Blades, like, it assumes a significant portion of it,
of like proficiency, right?
Yeah. Like it does not really take care of people that are coming from very far outside that space.
And I mean,
it's not completely opaque, but it's not super friendly either.
Yeah, like, we all sucked at games at some point, but if you only ever play with the same group of people, you're less likely to break out of those ruts and expand.
Well, and one very satisfying thing for me personally is that the current, like, batch of Twitch people that I am engaged with happen to spring from this same point of origin.
Yeah, we can spread that.
For me, it's primarily Eric Vogaris is like my sort of primary touch point for all these people that I know, and he's here in Seattle.
Yep.
And he's very engaged in Seattle story gaming and all that stuff. But it
doing a lot of content to try to push that out.
A lot of, like, an absurd amount of content. But Suzanne, his partner, like, she's the Roll20 brand manager, and she's, like, very integral to all this, and is also super engaged. And it touches in this weird way out to, like, Trist and Anna Prosser and the Misclicks, and with Stephanie, like, which is also Roll20. Like, there's this really cool connection there, and it's very satisfying to me to see that, because the Twitch gaming side of things initially was very much traditional D&D stuff, and then it took a while for Critical Role to kind of, like, take over, and they're pushing something different. They're pushing something I would not call traditional D&D at all. Unfortunately, it requires a cast of voice actors and an amazing GM to pull off, so it's not super portable. But it is something that's different from the traditional mold, along with Matt and D&D Prophecy and Trist and all that stuff. So it's like we're in this incredible golden age of our gamer culture has kind of filtered out
Yeah, there's people have access to it, right?
Other spaces. Yeah,
It's
Kelsa
no longer sheltered by geography.
is part of that, and Estini and Dave. Like, there's encounter role play, and
there's a very long list of people
20.
to cite. Yeah,
There's a lot of people to talk about, but they're one Kevin Bacon away from where we're operating, and it's cool. It feels really cool because for a long time, like, this gamer culture was not the mainstream at all, and it's really great to see this huge proliferation of more mainstream stuff that's very closely tied to our thing that we're doing here.
We get to set a conversation, and so we're trying to do a good job of setting it to be a productive one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a sense of like the weight of that has not escaped me in the course of being involved in this stuff.
Yeah, and sorry, I want to get your name right. Larry Nom, you made a good point. Like, there's a huge crossover between queer people and RPG nerds, and for me personally, that's Adam Koebel. Like, that is the nexus of all of that, and I
think there's also a demographic thing though of like, if society tells you that you're a man and that doesn't jive with you, you're going to want to play pretend more than other folks might.
Yes, that's true. That's true. It's a great space to be in, to explore those things before you even necessarily know that that's what you want.
You might be doing it naively, right? But just like, oh, I just want to make a character that's a girl. Doop. It's not just my Mary Sue perfect self. Don't ask any questions.
I mean, I gotta say, like, I give all my friends the credit, but one of the huge drivers for me becoming a feminist as a human was I played female characters in WoW, and I got treated that way, and that changed everything about how I thought about the world.
These little empathy engines.
Just playing a female in WoW for 6 months like made me realize what a fucking cesspool the world was for a woman, and it changed my entire outlook on all of that.
That's the hope.
It's a great place to be. So what I wanted to ask you about Apocalypse World was, does a game like a game driven by barter and gigs, are we back to that place where doing anything that doesn't generate barter feels like a waste of time?
I don't think so. I think people will be hungry for doing those kinds of things, by merit of like, no one will make a character in a role-playing game that all they want to do is get by. Right? Like, that's just not a compelling person to be, and that's not true to life for anyone. Like, we all have ambitions, we all have things we want, and setting everything amidst that situation of like, you need barter to do stuff it's just going to mean that they're going to like be more aggressive and cutthroat in their pursuit of barter in ways that are maybe like, they're going to take shortcuts in order to get the thing so that they can then go do the other thing, or they're going to take shortcuts to, like, they're going to have to cut a corner somewhere, and that's what's interesting.
Yeah.
Is how I feel about it, because they're still going to want everything, and you're being like, you can have this or this, and they're going to be like, how do I get both?
Right. It's the Buffy answer. I get everything. Fuck you.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
like,
okay.
And Apocalypse World characters are uniquely equipped to do that.
Yeah.
That's kind of their jam, right?
That's
is
true.
To just like recklessly pursue what they want, which is why when you let that impetus carry itself out, you end up with these games where fucking like, I barf the maelstrom killing virus into the Minotaur's face after telling him to get the fuck off my planet. Yeah,
that happens sometimes.
Like, that's where the momentum of the game is gonna go if you don't like stifle them. It's like how in Blade, it's like this. Actually, we can bring this back to our conversation about Blades, right? Where you were like, they go and like kill the sun, and you just have to like pack on layer after layer of day to day and struggle.
You got problems. You can't fix the sun. That's
right.
Yeah.
Because they'll want to do that. It's a fantasy. They'll dream big, and then like every human being dreams big, and then I have to go to fucking work, and I have to feed myself, and I have to.
But Rolf Ball is occupying the water filtration plant.
right? Like you just put these very practical barriers in the way, and then see what they do, and they'll do something interesting. And it's their job to do something interesting. It's your job to just present the world, right? So
right, yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that's a key component to all this gaming, and a lot of new GMs fret needlessly about this. Matt Colville, actually, his last video on his channel, if you go check out Matt Colville's videos, he has one of his great video. He's doing a great series right now, but he talks about how the GM's job is to provide the answer to what is going on, but not to provide the answer to how do we deal with the situation. The how is the player's domain. And so the GM says the orc armies are invading the north. That's what's going on. Yeah. And like, how do we deal with the orcs? I don't know. Figure it out.
That's up to you. It's classic burning wheel thing, right? Like the problem. GM is responsible for the situation, and the characters are responsible for wanting things.
Yeah. And you can step in to some degree. Like you could have an NPC who has an idea about how to deal with the orcs, and so they come to the players and they say, "What we need to do is we need to honor the old deal with the dwarves and once again raise the ancient walls from beneath the earth to block out the advance of their troops." Yeah. Like, but that's an NPC's like agenda. That's not the GM telling the players how to solve the problem.
Yeah, so like put it in Apocalypse World, right? Like someone has the water filtration, and then some like skeezy guy comes to the PC who's the gunlugger with this plan of like, yeah, we're gonna get the water filtration. You and me, we're gonna be rich. Blah blah blah. Right? They're just following their bits around.
Yeah, and they have they aren't necessarily right. They have a plan that would even work.
You as the MC must dispassionately evaluate them.
You have to play that position of being completely dispassionate, not only about the NPC, but also about how they're all gonna die of dehydration. You're like, well, that's the end of you.
Okay,
sorry everybody, and the players have to be like, no. We don't die of dehydration. We're gonna do something. I go, oh, okay, you're gonna do something about it. I'm eliding time now. 4 weeks later, you're all dead of dehydration. No, whoa, hang on, wait, no. Before that happens, we're gonna do this. Oh, okay. What do you do? Tell me what you do.
One of my favorite Apocalypse World NPCs that I have ever encountered was my friend Daniel Wood, who made a beautiful game called My Daughter the Queen of France, which y'all should check out. It's pretty amazing.
It's really good.
He is the most like terrible at promoting himself person I have ever met.
Yeah.
So his excellent game dies in obscurity. Yeah. But anyways, he had this NPC who was this guy who just like wanted to do nice things. He wanted to like set up like just like to like do things that we would look at it and be like, that is a morally good thing to do. That NPC was a disease vector for the disease of hope. Right, like that's an Apocalypse World NPC in my mind. It was just like when he told me that later, I was just like, that's amazing.
That's some advanced shit, right?
Because he would just come and be like, I want to do this thing that's going to be great. We're gonna like, I have this idea for like a water filtration thing, or like, it was a person with ideas and hope, and that was horrible. Like anything to do with that was explicitly bad. Right? Because it's just like, we all know this is never going to work. Nothing nice can actually happen. That is a disease of the mind to believe that, right?
Oh, man. I got that from the PCs. I ran a Apocalypse World game. It was Rob Hainso and Jonathan Tweet and Peter Atkinson. It was like the all-stars of Dungeons & Dragons. They reached out to me. They were like, hey, we want to play Apocalypse World. Will you run it for us? I was like, yeah, of course I will. I love your work. Like, I want to play with you guys. It's super cool. And they're all buddies, and so it was just PvP. That's the whole game.
Yep. That's a great way to run it as well.
It was super fun. And so Jonathan Tweet is like, I finally get to play a Hocus. It's all I've ever wanted to do in gaming. This is like my dream come true, is to be a Hocus. So I'm being a Hocus. And I'm like, great, you're a Hocus. Who is in your cult? All right, Peter, Rob, are you in Jonathan's cult? And they're both like, yeah, we're in his cult. And I'm like, great. So the setting of the world is it's Apocalypse World, but also children of men. Like, there's no one has babies anymore.
Yeah,
that's one of the big problems. So Rob is like, I'm the Battle Babe or Gunlugger, one of those. I'm like the heavy for the cult. I solve problems with violence. And Peter is like, I'm the Skinner. I'm the concubine of the cult leader. And I'm pregnant.
Great.
I'm like,
great setup.
Here we go. We're good to go. This is I don't have to do anything. I just get
you have a cult leader, a pregnant lady in a world with no babies, and a guy with a bunch of guns who solves problems with violence.
Exactly.
As soon as you said that, I was just like,
uh-huh.
Do you?
Nope.
Is that a thing?
No, you don't. And so the Disease of Hope was that was that game, because partway through, Peter is like, yeah, my character's totally not pregnant.
Yeah, like obviously, right?
Like,
of course.
I'm just completely faking. And like, that was perfect. It was the perfect thing. And as the GM, I didn't have to do anything at all. I sat there and just like set up scenes. Like, it's the two of you. You're on the deck of the land ship, and what are you talking about?
Yeah, you just like take an interest, right? Just be like, I would love to see this thing.
Yeah,
do it for me now. Go do it.
This is happening. Who's there? Like, it was so easy, because somehow deep down as players, they understood what the essential threat NPCs of Apocalypse World were, and they played them as characters. They just embodied them as PCs. And I think there's a lesson here in general in running Blades or your game or Apocalypse World or any of these games. Like, there's a good time. We were just talking about this the other day. Sometimes if you just are quiet for a moment, the players will make your hard move for you.
Yes.
If you just don't say anything, like, they miss a roll and your move is to separate them, and you just wait a moment and they go, you know what? You should go down to the basement and we'll go back up to the top and secure the guys. And you're like, cool. Like, okay. You don't have to do anything. They just take care of it for you. And the same goes for threats and for interesting content for your session. And if you become obsessed with this notion that it's your job as the GM to bring in NPCs to do these things, you're gonna be the bull in the china shop. Like,
yeah, you're gonna get in the way.
Sometimes you need to realize, like, oh, they're already doing that. The thing that I was gonna accomplish with this NPC is already in motion because the players are doing it.
Yeah, so, like, the players are gonna tear the world down just fine on their own.
Take
right?
my foot off the gas. I can just let it coast, and it goes back to staying curious and staying very, very on top, like interested in what's happening in the session, in the game at large.
Yeah,
and
like
not trying to stage manage it as a
just like listen to what's coming at you, and then like redirect it and reshape it and send it back. You don't need to author anything. You can just keep rebounding what's getting thrown at you.
Yeah, and I would argue that for me personally as a GM, like, most of my job now is casting my game with players that are going to just do that. So I know beforehand, before I even start, like, I don't have to plan whatever. I don't have to do any of that. Like, I can just, I know that these players are going to bring it. And all I have to do is be 1/4 of this game group.
Yes.
Not 50%, not 75%, not 100%. Like,
yeah, the idea of everything else, right?
I can easily be 25% and have 3 players that are taking up the rest of it, and just push a little, say something, frame scenes, do my thing. And I think not everyone has that experience, and it seems mythical until you do it.
Well, and not everyone plays games that engender that behavior, right?
Well, that's true. Yeah, it's possible to be in a cycle of play where you're only playing games that fight that.
Yeah, that like explicitly tell you that that's not true.
Yeah, that's totally possible.
Which is a certain tradition, which I am disdainful of, but
it's less common now. I think
yes.
People have a much more access now, so things are better. But it is still entirely possible to get stuck in that mode.
It's like a bad kind of rut that exists out there.
Well, it's tough because it's both that and it's exactly what some people want.
Yes.
And so it's hard to diagnose because you see it and you go, well, this is clearly a problem. And then I've had game groups, I don't play with these people anymore, but I've had game groups where I was like, it's okay, I've rescued you from that horror. Now I'm gonna just listen to you and follow you wherever you want to go. And they all are like, this sucks.
Yeah, I don't like this.
I want to show up and have you tell me what to do. That's what I like in gaming. And I was like, are you serious? And they were like, yeah, no, seriously, that's what I want. And I was like, oh, well, I can't be your GM. I'm sorry. It took me a long time to realize that there are people who actually want that. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I just don't want to play with them, and they don't want to play with me.
I don't want to play with them. Yeah. And I think it's bad for game designers too. Like, you don't want to be stuck in that space if you're designing RPGs. You need to escape that, and you need to find groups that are not in that mode, because people in that mode can play arguably any game.
Yeah, like they're kind of game agnostic.
They're just kind of showing up to do whatever is on hand. If you switch to a mode where the players drive the game, all of a sudden your game design matters a whole lot, and you will see how it matters, and it'll shape play in a way that is completely different from the other mode.
Especially when like you're the designer of the game, then running it. Like I've been very hungry for opportunities to play my game, because I finally got one, and it was so like revelatory, because I got to send me into the mechanics to just like, yeah, I professionally broke game systems for a living for 3 years. Like, yeah, you best believe I found some shit in there. And it was just like, okay, I need to change this, I need to change this. Some other stuff I had already managed to find by observing playtests, but it was really nice to actually like get my hands on it and actually bend it in my own hands and feel the mechanisms. It was very revelatory.
I mean, you have a great advantage, Andrew, honestly. Like, you're your own worst enemy in a sense. Like, as a game tester, you know, like having yourself as a playtester is a really good thing. Like, I'm not that type of playtester generally. I'm a little more like wishy-washy, but you're like hardcore, and that's really good. Like, it's
it
cool.
Is useful.
It's cool that you can switch into that mindset, you know, and like treat your game as a outsider and approach it from that angle.
Yeah, treat it as a mechanism to be diagnosed is kind of how I do it sometimes.
I totally can do that when I'm running it, but as a player, I go into a different mode.
See, I'm the opposite way. I can't do it when I'm running it, but as a player, I'm absolutely in there, just like tearing up all the stuff.
That's interesting.
And I think it's just because that's my comfort zone, right? Like,
well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's the same for me. It's my comfort zone, too.
Yeah, like I don't. GMing has been like a relatively new thing in the grand spectrum of my many years of playing games. Like only for the past within the past 3 or 4, 5 maybe, that I've actually started like running things really, and it's spotty at best, and mostly I still just play. So yeah. Like it's interesting and challenging and fun to do, but I'm not by any means like a comfortable, confident veteran.
Interesting. I mean, you seemed extremely comfortable GMing when I played with you, but
I keep it bottled in really well, but I'm sweating a lot.
You did a good job. I did not pick up on any discomfort at all with you. It seemed perfectly natural. So good job. Yeah, you disguised it well.
But yeah, the feeling of comfort isn't there, even if the proficiency is starting to come. It's just like,
oh yeah, it takes time. It's a complicated. Both sides of it are very complicated. Those skill sets. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons that's so great, because there's no bottom. Like you can do it for, well, there is a bottom, but you can do it forever. Like there's
no like skill ceiling.
No skill ceiling. Yeah.
And there's so many dimensions.
You can never be like, I did it. I figured out GMing forever. That's
not a thing.
There's some good comments in chat that I wanted to highlight. Kelsa says, learning how to recognize the types of players you enjoy playing with is a real skill. And yes, it is. I would argue that if you're not a game designer, this is the most important skill in your arsenal. Learning how to recognize the types of players you enjoy playing with is the most important skill set as a gamer. but beyond running well, beyond playing well, if you can put a good group together, that will solve 99% of your problems, and everything else can be worked out after the fact. And
yeah, like you can have fun with almost anything if you get the right people.
you gotta get the right people together. It's so important, and it's not purely on a per game basis either. Like Adam always says that, which is true to a certain degree, but there's a lot of overlap among games, and you can play a whole swath of fun games with a certain group that you've gelled together. That's
assuming that they're adaptable, right, and willing to like we were talking about.
That's part of
all that praise you were heaping on Blue Jay earlier, right, about her ability to just be like, oh yeah, we're doing this thing now, cool, I will do that.
If every gamer was Blue Jay, this would not even be a question. But that it's a rare skill.
Some people have comfort zones, and like certain games have content that aren't good for certain people. All that kind of stuff. You got to be able to negotiate it really.
And also you have to decide. It's very important to decide: do we want to play this game, or do I want to play with these people? Which is your priority? Because if you want to play this game, assemble a group to play that game and then play it. If you want to play with those people, figure out which game is a good fit for them, and that may mean saying to those people, we're gonna try out different stuff, and you might not like these things, and that's good because that will help us figure out which games you should play. So parse all of that the way you have to parse it. Loopy Dagron has a really good comment here, which is, I had a group tell me they liked it better when there was a plot line that they could ignore. I really like this comment. This is like in Skyrim when you get the Dragonborn quest and you're like, cool, I'm gonna go smith for 12 hours and make a cool set of armor. Like, fuck your Dragonborn quest.
The Dragonborn quest is clearly the least interesting quest out of all of them in that game. And you kind of, right?
It feels more fun going off and doing something else because you know you're not doing that thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a really interesting observation, that there's like extra amount of fun in going, okay, GM, I know you want us to like rally the troops to fight the orcs, but fuck you. We're not going to do that. We're going to
go join the orcs. Hello? We're going to burn this civilization down?
If the game was just go join the orcs, that's kind of less fun than everyone expects you to back the militia and you're like, no, fuck you. It gives you a place to give the finger to the game.
Well, yeah, and to like set the game amidst this thing, but not necessarily participate directly in it.
Yeah, it's like happening around you. You're holding yourself like apart from it. You're cooler because you're like rebels or something. And I can buy that. It makes
I like situations where there are like structural, big, like broad strokes things that are happening that the characters can't directly engage with, but that are a backdrop to the action and that inform that have like implications for our immediate sphere that we actually engage with. Like in my Blades game, I was like, cool, there's like this weird ghost communist revolution happening. Y'all aren't gonna like stop it or get involved with it directly. It's just happening, and it lets me color the cityscape in an interesting way as a backdrop for then y'all just doing like Bravo shit, and that's fine, right?
Yeah. There's a, I don't know. There's like it adds to the believability of the setting, but it also gives the player something to play off of. It gives them something to rebel against or stand in opposition to. And that's something that I don't always do. Like, I tend to follow the PCs where they go and kind of like flesh things out where they're interested.
Yeah, I've been trying to like give a nod to just like shit that isn't directly relevant.
Entanglements are what that's all about. That the reason that mechanic exists is to remind me to like do things that aren't directly a cause like related to what I've done.
To get lost occasionally, right? To get turned off onto some side road that you didn't expect.
Also to show them that the world isn't fair. It's one of my favorite things to do. And it happened in The Last Word a few times, and they just fucking wrecked everything. Like Anne, it happened to Anne twice, and she critted every roll. So I kind of gave up on it because it became such a joke. But I like the idea of entanglements that happen that are completely, They have nothing to do with the real world in the fiction. Like, you do a thing, you roll this entanglement, you get a rest. And I've had people complain on the forum where they're like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no reason someone should be arrested. And I'm like, yeah, sometimes people get arrested for no fucking reason.
Have you tried being black in America?
Have you ever lived in the real world? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And they're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. They didn't do anything wrong. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Like,
yeah, like, this is clearly a certain kind of person having this complaint.
It takes
like,
a special
holy
kind
shit.
of person to complain about that.
But yeah, that's great.
But that's why those results are there. And it's fun in this context of Duskwall to be like, yeah, they bring you in, they arrest you for a murder.
Well, and that you call it the usual suspects, right? That you acknowledge in that same breath.
It's
that
this guy.
It's not
killed,
a real arrest, right?
And they're like, look, we know we can pin this on you. Like, you've killed a bunch of people that we haven't caught you for that, so we'll just send you away for this guy's death. And they're like, I didn't kill that guy. And they're like, whatever.
We got quotas to fill, right?
It's all the same to us.
Yeah. You think this is about justice?
It's not about justice at all.
You got any promising, like, leads, man? Right? Like, that scene in The Big Lebowski, right, of the cop just, like, laughing at him at the idea that there will ever be any kind of justice. It's just like, yeah, that's what the police is all about, right? They're just a system that churns through people. The
page about the Bluecoats, it says that citizens should expect justice in proportion to their wealth. That's what the game is about. And
they're the biggest gang in Duskwall, right?
Yeah. And so I tried. When the last word first started out, I was like, yeah, like, Anne, Rune is, you're in the interrogation room with the cops, and they're like, fuck you, that you're going down for this. And she's like, fuck. And she does a thing, and she just crits it. And so she gets the guy as a contact, and she's like, yeah, awesome. And then the next time it came up, I was like, yeah, Marcus, like, you're in trouble. Like, they grab you, they bring you in. And he crits it, and he's like, fuck, I walk out of here smiling, no problems. And I was like, all right, I'm not going to really go down that road anymore. Like,
lest it become the running gag.
We tried to show how unfair the world was, but when you're the last word, you just skate away from all your problems, and it's fine.
Like magic.
Honestly,
I mean, it's your fault. You made the game.
It's important that's the thing. Like, just like Apocalypse World, just like Monster Hearts, I don't want a game that enforces a certain structure that says, like, you must be sent away for a crime you didn't commit. You must deal with this unfairness of this part of the setting, or whatever. Instead, it says, maybe, like, this is a problem for you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Maybe you'll get your way, maybe you won't. I feel like it's very important that these kind of things, it can be the case that it's not a problem and you get away scot-free, because otherwise you're playing this, like, weird, it's a railroad again. Like, you're
as soon as it gets mentioned, it's already a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, you're putting him in this thing. What's fun about it is, and Vincent says this in Apocalypse World, like, there is hope. It's just very unlikely that you're going to get there, but it matters that it's possible.
It must be possible, yes. Which is why, like, even in my super awful series playbook, there is an explicit way to get a sliver of hope. There's there's a potential maybe that you'll survive the unsurvivable thing. Because that's what fiction is all about ultimately, right? Like,
a very smart mode is the hardest game mode should be maybe not should, but the hardest game mode could be the shortest game mode, and that puts you in this really sweet spot. And you're doing this with your your series playbook, because when the hardest game mode is also the shortest game mode, your time to failure is quick.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't feel like I played 100 hours for what, right? Just to
it's fail. Fast fail. Fast fail is good at engineering. It's good for RPGs, and it potentially puts you in the best gaming mode there is. The game called Pit, the card game Pit, which is a game of stock trading and commodities trading, where you hold up cards and you trade your cards. It's just a sorting algorithm with people.
Yep.
But the cool thing about Pit is the games are very short, and at the end of every game of Pit that you lose, you're one card away from winning, typically. or 2.
Yeah, it's like always just within reach, right?
And so the game fails fast, and you're in a state where you could see how you could have won. And so your reaction to losing the game, instead of, shit, we lost, this game sucks,
It's let's play
your
again,
reaction
right?
is, let's play again. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is the sweetest spot that a game designer can build for games with failure states. If you have a failure state, you want to put someone in a state of, fuck, let's play again, instead of, ugh, god damn, this game sucks, I hate it. Like, you want to be in that sweet spot. And so your series playlist or playset that's fails fast potentially exists in that space. If we fail in the second session, I'm not gonna be like, fuck this game, I'm not playing it. I'm gonna be like, go, let's go again. Like,
yeah,
let's make new characters. Let's do it again.
Good game, go next. Yeah.
That's
my hope. It's a weird designed space. Like,
it's unusual for RPGs.
Yeah, you don't see it a lot, but I'm interested in trying. I mean, I have nothing to lose. I'll just give it a shot.
It's similar to a dungeon funnel in that sense, kind of.
Yeah, like, I love the idea of making games that are like in this, modern, like, fiction first tradition that are still just like fucking like about killing you, right? Like,
yeah.
But just in this other way, and about making that compelling for people and kind of addictive.
The people who designed those old games were not dummies. They knew what they were doing. There's a reward cycle, there's a payoff structure, there's risk assessment, there's all these things that make Vegas a lot of money every year, built into the bones of Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons is a very powerful mechanism for Pavlovian responses. World of Warcraft has made billions of dollars off of these.
Yeah, off that same model, right?
They're very smart, and they weren't done cynically. They were done kind of like organically, but there's a reason why deadly dungeons, fragile characters, repeated trips, like
because that one time it works, just your brain just wants that so desperately, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It's a very powerful thing, and it's hard to do in a fiction-driven, drama-driven game, but there is a space for it, and I think you've discovered where that space is. It exists in this little niche between those 2 points.
Well, and like, this is why Blades has crits, right?
Exactly.
This is why it's so important to have that, because when it happens, like, you remember that.
Yep.
You have no control over it happening, and you remember it every time it does in Blades, because it always feels big. And like, we were just talking about a story where it's like, oh yeah, and crit her fucking roll to get away from the cops, and so now it was her best friend, and like, it sticks with you, and it happens, it catches everyone by surprise at the table, which is immensely powerful. So yeah, I have very mindfully put that shit in, because it was like, I was like, in Darkest Dungeon, this is the thing that makes Darkest Dungeon amazing, is that like that one time when the character goes heroic, right?
You become heroic. And those guys know what they're doing. Like, that is an extremely unlikely chance.
Yeah.
I think that's like a single-digit % chance. I think.
Yeah, it's 10 or less.
It's really, really low, but it happens. The situation comes up a lot.
Yeah.
And you end up playing many dozens of characters over the lifespan of the game, and so it happens. Like, just statistically, it's going to happen.
It's bound to happen.
And one occurrence makes you crave the possibility of the next one and puts you in the cycle.
Yeah, no matter how unlikely it is.
No matter
you
how
like it so much.
It doesn't matter how unlikely it is. Every single time you hit the stress cap, you go, come on.
And they build the anticipation, and then you get that, like, that frame where they go all like, and they're all evil, or they're like shining and awesome. Yeah,
it's beautiful. And then, like, you become addicted to that, and you like ignore. This is what I did for like several playthroughs. You ignore the fact that there's mechanisms in the game to manage your stress, so you never ever.
Yeah, you don't ever need to hit that breaking point.
You never hit that point. That's how you play the game. But it's
really cool to do it.
It's so fun. That learning how to play the Jester and doing those things so you don't hit it, like, it buries it.
Yeah.
There's so many powerful psychological factors to that game. I respect those guys so much because they intentionally built systems into that game that are not entirely functional in a purely mechanical sense, but they function because you as the player like fall into the patterns of what the game wants you to do. And the way to beat Darkest Dungeon is to stop caring about your characters.
Yeah, you have to become really dispassionate
and realize that you're the villain.
And you're rolling the dice over and over again with these people's lives.
You're going to use up as many people's lives as necessary in order to win. And it's such an incredible mechanic. Like, and they had the fortitude, they had the intestinal fortitude to suffer through a year of people bitching at them about all these things, and they were just like, stay the course. This is the game. It has to be this. We're not going to fix it. Like,
it's a game with integrity, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and then adding corpses,
stayed true to their design
corpses
goal.
Was a giant fucking disaster for them in terms of PR. And and ultimately they added a toggle where you could turn them off. But
which one? What corpses is like the bodies that monsters leave behind?
Yeah.
Yeah, that like take up space and stuff.
Yeah, that wasn't in the early access version of the game, and
people like lost their shit about that.
It's so integral to what that game is, and people lost their shit when it was introduced, and they were like, "You know what? Like, there's a really good GDC talk because they were getting like 90s on Metacritic, and it was the most successful early access game ever. Yeah. And then when it actually came out, they were getting like 60s, and they were like, oh shit, have we ruined the game? Have we made everyone hate us? Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. It was this huge crisis of faith for them. And they were like, no, fuck you. Corpses are important. This is what the game is. That we have to have it. It matters. And now everybody loves them, and it's fine. But
yeah, like they just made design choices that were like uncomfortable for people that don't just like feed them the same like boring flavors that they're used to. It's like, here's this thing that's like hard and weird and punishing.
There are bad builds in that game. There are bad
you can like
choices.
Torpedo your playthrough. Yeah,
you can completely make the wrong choices, do the wrong things, choose the wrong abilities.
I'm gonna be honest, John, all of my favorite computer games are games like that. Like I've been getting back into Path of Exile recently, which is like a Diablo 2 extrapolation. And it's like all about that. If you fuck up your character, it's like, cool, delete it, make a new one. Like,
tough shit.
It's just
XCOM is like that.
XCOM is totally like that. Any of these just like Iron Man mode kind of games and stuff, like, brilliant, so good. Consequence in games, super
good. Have you heard about this game Hellblade that just came out? This indie game. It's like super amazing graphics. It's like a weird psychological Viking adventure into death and reincarnation. Maybe.
Okay, I need this game.
It looks really. It looks the tech is amazing. Like the facial animation
looks real pretty.
It's like LA Noire like times 1,000. It's really good.
All right.
But apparently there's a hidden mechanic in this game, which is not. This is not a spoiler. It tells you when you start playing. It's not. I mean, it's not hidden in that sense. They tell you, but you have a limited number of deaths. And when you hit that number, it
deletes your save. Yeah. Okay, I've seen people complaining about this.
Every time you die, she gets a tattoo on her arm that creeps up her arm up to her shoulder, and when it reaches her neck, then that's your last death.
Yeah.
So you can see it on her body. It's like Dark Souls reincarnation thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is basically like any game where you do runs, like any roguelike, right? Yeah. It's the same deal. It's just funny that it deletes your save game and that they're kind of double.
And
give me this double take.
It's the same thing as like restarting a roguelike, but because they couch it in those terms, we're deleting your save file. It's like
it's very personal.
We're going into your computer system and we're deleting information off of your hard drive. People are reacting to it in this way that they don't react to normal roguelikes. They're not like, oh, it's a roguelike, that's fine. They're like, this is bullshit.
This is violence.
Yeah, and of course that's what they want. That's the story. That's the what it's meant to evoke. That's the feeling you're supposed to have.
And this is just like so funny, right? People being attached to things and not wanting to have like their stuff taken away in this like entitled sense of blah 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 blah. It's really funny aspect of how we are all trained to think.
Yeah, and Banff Bank says in chat, like, it's an interesting idea, but I don't personally like it as much. And that's a really good reaction to this thing. Like, and this is what we should aim for as game designers. This is what
strong reactions in either direction, right? Like you were saying.
This is the point of game design. Like, I want Bamf Bank in chat to react that way to my game. I want them to say like, hey, I really respect what you're doing here. This isn't my cup of tea. This isn't what I want. Because that means that I've clearly communicated what I'm trying to accomplish, and you can opt in or opt out of what I'm doing. And we have a positive relationship. Like,
we have an understanding because I have correctly related my mechanics and my intent to you.
Yeah, I want you to not play that game. That's the best outcome.
Yeah, we're both just like, yeah, you're not gonna have a good time. It's cool. You just do another thing. Yeah.
Why would we want a different outcome? What I want is for people who love my game to play it, and for people to hate my game to not ever play it. Not to play it and be like, this sucks. I want them to never even start playing it.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, only people who love Blades would play Blades, and that's impossible. But that would be a great, incredible outcome, right?
Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah.
Or not even play it, but like buy it, like in the first place. Like, I don't
You're
want
not so attached to their money, right? Like,
no, of course not. Like, I want everyone who buys my game to play it, because that's the point of it, and that's not true, but let's say 99% or something like that. And I want 100% of those people to enjoy the game, which is also not going to happen. But that's the goal. Like, I don't want anyone to buy my game who just puts it on a shelf and never plays it,
or to play it and hate it.
Who plays it and hates it and feels like they wasted their money. That's, to me, my responsibility as a marketing person is to make that happen. To
make this a very clear choice, to give people good information,
not
to just be like, this is the best game ever.
Yeah,
buy it.
It's not just attracting an audience, it's also warning away people who shouldn't even engage. Like, I want to, and Darkest Dungeon does a great job. The first screen you see when you
it's just like, this game, it hurts you. It's going to be bad.
This game is about making the best of a bad situation, is what they say.
Yeah.
Characters will die. You will not succeed on your first playthrough. Like, this is what we're trying to accomplish here. And in some ways, that's a concession. Like, they couldn't actually communicate that with pure mechanics,
or just with marketing or the box art or whatever,
or just with marketing. And I understand that there's a little bit of defeat there, where you feel like, okay, fuck, we have to actually tell you.
I have to like put a disclaimer on it, but
at the same time, I think that that's the right thing to do.
Practically speaking, there's no other option.
You have to just straight up tell people, and XCOM has gone through this so much, and Dark Souls too, that now it's like a brand identifier for the property.
It's starting to be understood as like a thing in games.
Oh, you played XCOM? Oh, well, shit, that's fucking hard. Like, you probably lost the game, right? Oh, you played Dark Souls? Oh, yeah, that's super hard. And it's funny because Dark Souls is not a difficult game. You die a lot, but it's not hard to beat Dark Souls. It's like this weird.
It's just the loop of play is different, right?
Like, how many times can you? It's not difficult. It's a grind. How many times can you lose, and then go back and beat? If this boss takes 12 attempts, are you a person who can only fight a boss twice? Then you can't finish Dark Souls. Even though it's not hard per se, but it does take 12 tries.
Yeah.
But it was so funny watching Dodger play Dark Souls. That playthrough is one of the greatest Dark Souls playthroughs of all time. Sam is with her, who's played it before, and he meticulously does not tell her anything that she needs to know. It's really amazing to watch. Like,
that's hard.
He keeps his mouth shut, and it's an amazing display of restraint. The first two bosses, the Taurus Demon, she walks up to the Taurus Demon, she dodges, and it throws itself off the wall and dies. It like immediately kills itself. And he's just like, okay. And like, he doesn't react. He has this incredible like composure where he's like, okay, good job.
Yeah.
Beat the boss. And she's like, okay, cool. And like, she doesn't know what's going on. It's amazing. It's so amazing. It's well worth a watch. But that's what you want. You want people who are curious and excited about what you're doing, and are willing to engage with it, and you want to present your game in a way that's gonna bring those people in and make them excited about trying it.
Yeah, and let them make an informed choice about getting into that.
Yeah, and that's why Dogs in the Vineyard is the greatest game text, because if I say to you, Andrew, let's play a game about virgin Mormon teenagers in pre-state Utah, maybe you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe that doesn't sound very fun.
It sells it to you in this incredible way.
It sells it. It's so powerful the way it sells that. And that's our job. That's what we're here to do. That's what Girl by Moonlight should be. At some point, there's a cutoff, right? You want to turn away all the douchebags who don't want to play magical girls, and also you want to write a text that is going to sway everybody that's kind of on the fence.
Yeah, to get them on board
and like excite them about the prospect of playing this game.
I want to discourage people who are like, yeah, I love magical girl fiction, and are going to engage with my game in like all the wrong ways, right?
Oh yeah, you got to turn those people off the hardest. That's your first job.
You're going to really want this, and it's going to not be what you want. You're going to be lying to yourself, and it's going to hurt. Yeah, absolutely. That's a big challenge.
That's a good point, actually. I would say that's probably your first goal as a game designer or as a writer.
The game's text needs to be like, I need that Dark Souls, or not Dark Souls, the Darkest Dungeon disclaimer.
Turn away the nitpicky nerds that are gonna be a toxic.
Yeah, like this isn't about canon. This isn't about like some lighthearted, floofy fun. This also isn't a place for you to like belittle or like trivialize this genre either. It takes it like very seriously in terms of its non-specific content, and doesn't give a shit about specific content, right? Like I don't care about canon at all, but I deeply care about like the struggles of young women.
You can't impress anyone with your knowledge of Sailor Moon episodes.
No. But I get it.
I
get the genre.
Impress us with your knowledge of feminist politics in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
That's just got traction.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's really about. Which is why I have this little like tongue-in-cheek thing where I'm like, yeah, my game's about magical girls, but like not really. The first line of my playtest document is, Girl by Moonlight is about a group of magical girls, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just to make my stance clear.
That's a really good way to put it.
Because there's like a difference between content and theme, right? And like the like direct content of the game and the kind of like idea space of it, I guess. I don't know quite how to say this correctly.
It's one of those things, like the taking on this challenge acknowledges that it's like calling your show Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? You can call it anything at all. Like calling it that is a big middle finger to people. You could call it Slayer. You could call it all kinds of things that would draw in a bigger audience or be more accessible to people. But that would be a bad idea, because that's not the show you're making. That's not the point of the thing you're doing.
Yeah, that's not what you're trying to say.
You want people to be turned off by magical girl stuff because they don't like that. And honestly, like me, like I love Madoka because it's amazing, but like I'm not into the genre. That's not my thing. As a fan of fiction, like I'm not like, ooh, what's the hot new magical?
What's the latest greatest magical girl thing?
I don't,
and nor am I.
I give no shits about that.
Yeah. Hilariously, I also don't.
Oh shit, Adam Koebel's here.
Oh god, welcome from Japan.
Hey Adam, how's it going, man? How's Japan?
Adam, this has been live for 5 hours and 12 minutes.
We're doing this shit. We're going deep. We love you, Adam. I hope your trip is going well. What we want is for someone to encounter this thing who is open and curious and cool, and that person realizes why this is cool. You have an opportunity to do that, not by regurgitating Sailor Moon, but by doing your own thing.
Yeah, do your own take on it is what this game is about.
And at the end of the day,
Yeah.
they don't ever need to care about magical girl anime. They might just like playing Girl by Moonlight.
Yeah. Or just enjoy like queerness and feminism and like social stuff.
Yeah, exactly,
Friendship.
Adam. Like the Doom board game. That's a perfect example. You can love the Doom board game because you love the Doom board game and give no shits about Doom at
And
all.
it's like, yeah, what it took away from Dune was that like political, like clandestine warfare by proxy is interesting, and that's what the board game is about.
Yeah,
Even though it is set amongst Dune, right?
or anything Jason Morningstar has ever made. Yeah, the same.
Yeah, where
Um,
it's all historical, whatever, but like
I
it's
would
not
I would
about
argue I would argue, Adam. I would love to hear what you have to say about this now that you're in the conversation. I would argue that part of what makes the Doom board game an amazing board game is Frank Herbert's deep understanding and insight into politics and ecology and that kind of stuff. And so it's possible that something that you love about the Doom board game does translate to the fiction. There is a bridge there. It's not a guarantee. It's not like a pass that says now you will like Dune the novel, but I do think there is um, a bridge that is built between playing the Dune board game and someone going, you know what, I should read those Dune books. Like this is kind of neat. It reminds me of Afghanistan and like there's something here that like makes me curious about that. Um, yeah, exactly. It is the skill of the designer to capture that, and there's a spectrum there. You may or may not capture that audience.
it's difficult.
Yeah, the game designer has a responsibility to understand the material and translate into something that is graphical. Yeah, I agree. Although I will say this, like I think there are spaces in Jason Morningstar's canon, for instance, where it's almost backwards. Like the Dune board game for me makes Dune the book a very attractive thing, and I may enjoy the book the most, but I feel like Jason's work is kind of reversed, that almost everything in his canon I enjoy the game more than the source
Than the
material.
historical time that it references.
Maybe it's just me. And The Witcher is a great example. The fucking Witcher. I'm so glad you brought this up, Adam, because I get to rant about this. I hate the fucking Witcher. Like, Geralt of Rivia is the dumbest character ever.
+1.
His voice actor. That guy is a great voice actor, and his performance as that character sucks real bad. Real bad. He's the worst. His character is the worst. His whole storyline is the worst. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. I can only imagine that the books suck. I haven't read the books. I don't know. However,
yeah, we got some takes on this show. We got some takes.
It's unambiguous for me. Like, I fucking hate Geralt. He is the worst fucking character. But Ammunition, a beautiful human being who I love. She loves The Witcher, and I played like 2-3 hours of The Witcher 3, and I stopped playing it because I hate Geralt so much. And Anne was like, "This is the best video game ever. This is my favorite video game ever." And I was like, "Anne, I love you. You're an incredible person. I want to play your favorite video game. Like, I believe in you." And so I played The Witcher 3, and it is incredible. It's one of the best video games of all time. It would be maybe the best video game of all time, except that it stars fucking Geralt of Rivia, the worst character ever. Maybe not the worst character in video games, but one of the worst characters in fiction. He fucking sucks. If The Witcher was playing Ciri, that would be amazing. Ciri is a great character. If it was playing any other character in The Witcher, it'd be amazing. Or if I got to create a character, because CD Projekt Red wasn't making a Witcher game, they were making the best open world fantasy adventure game of all time, which is what they did with The Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is like, it's so much better than Skyrim. It's ridiculous. Like, Skyrim is a piece of garbage compared to this game. And I love Skyrim, even though it sucks. The Witcher is way better. But if I could create a character and play The Witcher 3 with my own character who was not voiced or whatever, it would be incredible. Geralt is the worst. The fucking like objectification of women is so bad, and I totally understand what they were trying to do, because the game actually is fairly like progressive. They have dude whores, they have women whores, they're all over the place. They have sort of like trans people, like it's kind of they do a really good job with all that stuff. But then Geralt is this completely like horribly juvenile, the idea of a 14-year-old's fantasy of what a cool dude is. It's like this edgelord, and all his interactions with women are really skeevy and fucked up, and it's a fucking disaster. And I can't wait to talk to Anne about it, because I'm sure she has extreme opinions about this stuff, and I'm excited to hear what she has to say. But the game is amazing. It's so good. Every single little detail of that game is a masterpiece. And it makes you, back to this, the topic of Dune and night witches and stuff like that, it puts you in this Polish medieval world that is not like anything else you've experienced before. It's super realistic, and it really pays off all of this stuff that it's promising, including the sexism. Like, I think that stuff is bullshit, but in 1300s Poland, like, it makes complete sense that this is how things are. And I don't expect them to have 2017 mentalities in this fantasy game. So I'm really torn. Like, it's an incredible masterpiece of a video game that everyone should try to play. It's really, really, really good. But you will spend a significant portion of the game just rolling your eyes at this stupid shit that these people put in it. And it feels like such a missed opportunity. It's like you were so close to something transcendent and perfect. And I can't even recommend the game to people because I'm so embarrassed by the first 15 minutes and how its view of sexuality is embarrassing. Like, the way that Geralt interacts with his beloved, it's so dumb. It's like Piers Anthony, you know, his fucking books. It makes me sad. So that's my rant.
The Witcher 3. All out?
The Witcher 3. You should totally play The Witcher 3. It is one of the best video games of all time. It's amazing. But be prepared. Yeah, or watch Adam play it, actually. Go watch Adam's playthrough. That's probably the best way to enjoy the game.
Or like you can watch Anne's playthrough, right, as well.
Anne's playthrough is really interesting because Anne is I've watched like maybe 15 episodes or something of Anne's playthrough, and she is a big fan of The Witcher, and she has a really interesting point of view on everything. And I was so excited to see her hate stuff as much as I did, and she doesn't. She hates a lot of shit. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's a lot of shit to hate in The Witcher, and she hates it too. But the way she comes at it is really interesting, and it's worth watching. It's very cool to see the way that she like comes into stuff in a different way than I do, and the way that she parses things. Like, I'm a straight white dude, she is a gay non-white woman, and like, we don't see things in the same way, and it's really interesting. And also, she's a fan of The Witcher in general, so that changes the whole dynamic. And
yes, many axes of perspective are different.
It's really cool. And we had this briefest little conversation about it, because I said to her that I hate Geralt, and she was kind of like, I expected her to agree with me, and she didn't, and I was like, oh, okay. I really want to have that talk with her of why she doesn't hate him. because I think I could learn something actually about that, because he is a beloved character, and I'm very curious about.
People love trashy boys, John.
Yeah, they
It's a
do.
thing. People like garbage sometimes.
But I feel like I don't think that Geralt is like, what's his name, Twilight, like that guy. I don't
I love
think
that that's like the pinnacle of trash boy,
yeah.
and then like
Uh,
they all fall as they
Edward.
do
Edward.
underneath. Yeah.
I think Edward is his name. I don't think Geralt is Edward. I think Geralt is way more nuanced and way more sophisticated than that. And he still fails for me. He's still a huge failure point. Um, but I could totally understand someone who could tell me like, no, like you don't understand. Like this shit is going on that you don't understand. I would love to hear that conversation, because I want to finish The Witcher someday, and currently I cannot do that because every time my character opens his mouth, I turn off the fucking game. Like,
You just hurl your controller right into the middle of your TV.
I cannot deal. I mean, honestly, the voice actor is a huge problem, right? Like Geralt sucks as a character, but I talk like this. I'm the main character of a game.
What you got to do, John, is play it in like a
really?
different language, but with English subtitles.
300 is a movie that I love to hate, and if you should definitely watch 300 with in Spanish with subtitles. It's way better. Way better.
Yeah, because like all the delivery of dialogue in that movie is terrible.
Maybe there's a Polish language version of The Witcher. I should play that.
That would be the extra immersion.
Yeah.
Mode.
Oh, there you go. Keter's, the game is fully voiced in Polish. Someone says in chat. There you go. I should play it like that.
Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool, and solves your problem, right?
To be fair, chat, like Spike Moss says, Geralt is a good character because he's not likable, and I totally get that. I like unlikable characters. I like douchebags. As a protagonist, that's totally fine. But I feel like the game is not doing it on purpose. It's doing it by default. Like Geralt's shortcomings are because the people who wrote it don't understand the world. That's the feeling that I get. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. And if I'm wrong about that, I would love to be wrong about that, because that would make the game a lot better. But I've been ranting about The Witcher. The real point is...
Yes, let's bring it back to...
The real point, as we were talking to Adam about, is Dune and Night Witches and The Witcher. The real point of all this stuff is that it puts us in its world. It makes us deal with its issue. Dogs in the Vineyard also. It makes us deal with the situations that are painted by the fiction, and reevaluate how we approach things, and that gives us a place to enjoy something that we might not normally enjoy because we're coming at it as we're young women in the regiment of the night bombers of the Russian Air Force, and so we are going to appreciate something in gaming that we might not normally appreciate. And I think there's a place for Girl by Moonlight in that same sphere where by default, I don't want to be a Russian bomber pilot, but I fucking love Night Witches. And in the same vein,
that it can evocatively pitch this idea that might be really out, and like ideally is out of character for you. I want you to play my game if this is something that you're not normally going to do. I want to make a bunch of like straight cisgendered men pretend to be like 13-year-old girls with magical powers. I wish that so badly.
Played your game. Adam got me hooked on Madoka like years ago because he was so raving about it. I wish I had played Girl by Moonlight before I watched it, because it would be very interesting to know what it's like to experience that without watching Madoka.
Without that context, right? To do most of my work for me of pitching this to you, right? That show made me
love the genre in a big way, and so I was super excited to play Girl by Moonlight. Sailor Moon never made me love the genre, so if I had only seen Sailor Moon, I would have approached your game with a different mentality, and I don't know what that would have been like if I had done that. I wish I had been able to experience.
Yeah, it's like impossible to know, but I've definitely seen folks play it Like some of the folks that I've watched play it have never like played Madoka, and I think the other game I played at Go Play Northwest, I'm pretty sure some of the folks were like really not.
Andy had never
fluent.
seen any of this stuff.
We
played. She hadn't seen Sailor Moon. She hadn't seen anything at all.
And so
that was interesting.
It seems to like get people there.
I think so.
Which, again, like I feel like that part of the game is the really like good, functional, successful core bit of it at the moment. I like guide people to that place, if only to like. And I think for a lot of folks, it does the like setup and then takedown that Madoka does, where it's like, cool, yeah, this is our whole thing, and then I'm like, and I fucking murder you as the MC,
That's
right?
The best
and they're
thing
like,
about Madoka, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
episode 3 or whatever, where they're just like,
oh my god, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's so good.
It's so good that I didn't need to have seen the source material.
No, like they do that whole process for you.
They build it up for me, and then they subvert it with a lot of care and a lot of love. Like it's obvious that they really understand the Sailor Moon, essentially. Like they really, really get it, to the extent that they educate the audience about that, and then they drop the hammer and bring in. And it's bad in a way, because I feel like there's no reason to watch Sailor Moon, right? Like
I mean, just honestly, there's no reason to read like early Superman comics.
Well,
either,
yeah, I guess
right?
it's
like,
the same thing. Yeah.
When you can read Watchmen, why would you read any Superman comic?
Yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true.
You know, like
or Astro City. Same thing.
The genre has a progression, and it goes from like all genres do this, where they go from the very like early seminal works that are very like simple and like pure genre pieces, or where they're still figuring it out and they're not even really that genre yet. So there's those, and those are generally the least interesting. And then there's all the fucking cool weird shit that happens, right? Of like revisionist genre pieces or satirical genre pieces, like how The Big Lebowski is the best noir movie in my opinion, like ever made.
That's a bold statement. I mean, I'm not ready to fight you on that one.
No, and I acknowledge that my statement is ridiculous, but like it's certainly my favorite noir movie, and I think it's a brilliant example of the genre.
It's a strong enough position to take that I'm not gonna just like go crazy about it now.
I know I'm not completely wrong.
You're not completely wrong. There's a very strong case to be made for that statement.
And that it is simultaneously celebrating the genre and like completely tearing it down,
completely deconstructing it.
Right. Those are
Absolutely.
And that's true for Madoka as well. All these revisionist genre pieces both
Miller's
love the material and
the version of that, but it's the same thing.
It's like the thing devouring itself from the inside, right? It's like Unforgiven for Westerns, or some of those other ones that are just like so dark and awful, and about the lie of the genre and how that still can perpetuate itself within those stories.
Yeah, Chad, we can. Coen brothers can fight each other. Miller's Crossing versus Big Lebowski. That's fine.
Right? Yeah.
or maybe Blood Simple, or maybe No Country for Old Men. But whatever. They can all fight each other. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and like that all of those can, like, this is the thing I love about genre, right? Is that like those can all exist within the same umbrella, and like we see the parallels and the structural similarities. Yeah. And yet they're all like vastly different in terms of tone, in terms of content, in terms of outcomes, right? Like there's so much space within a genre. When I say that, like, yeah, like Apocalypse World is a genre game, but like that can mean so many things. Well, and yet it's so really accessible.
What's really important is that we don't have to have seen The Maltese Falcon and Killer's Kiss and name a million other things to enjoy The Big Lebowski. We don't have to have seen Touch of Evil and Big Sleep to really enjoy Miller's Crossing, and same thing with Madoka. Like, we don't need to have seen Sailor Moon because it embodies what that is.
Yeah, a lot of what you wanted out of Sailor Moon is contained within that thing.
At the same time as it's subverting it.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's the same thing I was saying before, where Monster Hearts and Apocalypse World have this relationship where Monster Hearts is kind of the thing itself and also a subversive version of that thing. and Girl by Moonlight is Blades, but it's at the same time like this other thing, and it's totally possible that in the same way that Dungeon World exists right now, like in the future people will experience Blades in the Dark by playing Girl by Moonlight. That'll be their
lead in.
That'll be their game that they play to understand what this is. And Blades,
or like Scum and Villainy, right? Seems like a really obvious lead in for folks too, because it's such a like popularized genre that it's
Misbehaving. There's a bunch of stuff, and there'll be these other entrances into what the thing is, and the core will be. It'll exist in the same ecosystem, and it won't have any particular special weight. That's the ideal outcome, right? Where the core game, Dread Singles on Twitter, this great Twitter account that tweets all these weird Lovecraftian things about hot singles in your area, opening their yawning mouths and singing the Song of the Apocalypse, and this kind of thing. Great Twitter account. I've been following him 3 years, and he suddenly like became my Twitter buddy. And I found out he's a gamer and is like into all this stuff. He wants to write a Blades hack and all these things. But it reminded me that there's this like extra space in our gaming, because he's a gamer. He's like a Fate guy. He's into Lovecraft stuff, and he tweeted very honestly and naively the other day, like, if I'm trying to get into Apocalypse World stuff, what should I get? Apocalypse World?
Yep.
Should I
which is a very legitimate question, right?
Like what game should I get? And I was like, yeah, like wow, that's a very savvy question, and it shows that space it's not dominated by Apocalypse World.
And there's no like right path through it.
Yeah. Monster Hearts is the way in, or Monster of the Week is the way in, or Undying is the way in, or
like you could be like Blades is the way in.
Sure, Blades is an Apocalypse World game, absolutely.
Right? Like we're every one of these games is kind of set amongst or like
Murderous Ghosts is a Apocalypse World game.
It's a great one too.
One of the best Apocalypse World hacks of all time is Murderous Ghosts. Possibly the best.
Like maybe that's the Vincent Baker like deep drilling into Apocalypse World game. Maybe it's Murderous Ghosts.
Oh yeah. Well, it's so funny because Vincent had he was behind everybody. Like he did Apocalypse World, and there were all these hacks, and his first attempts at hacks were not very good, honestly. Like he shared them with us. Our game group was like obsessed with Apocalypse World, and so he's like, here's my new thing. Like play this. We're like, awesome, yeah, cool, Vincent. And we were like, this is really like junior grade Apocalypse World hacking. Like this is not very good.
Have you not seen these other hacks, my dude? Like look at this one. Like, it does all this cool shit. Yeah.
And we didn't really react to that. Like we didn't say that to him exactly, but that was kind of the tenor of the situation. We loved Apocalypse World, and then his own initial hacks were kind of like, this isn't great. And then out of nowhere, like no one saw it. There were no playtest pre-documents or anything. Like Murderous Ghost just popped out, and we were like, holy shit, this is amazing. Like it's so good. Like you get it in this deep way. And that same year at PAX, Meg came to PAX that year, and we did the Action Castle version of Murderous Ghost, where there's like a whole room full of people, and they
taking turns being
make the decisions as the spelunker, and it was so good and so fun, and it just changed everyone's minds about what Apocalypse World could even be. Because it was completely out of left field and uses cards and has just a completely different aesthetic and mechanically. And
I mean, you just have to hit on that like key idea, right?
That game leads directly to Undying. Like it's Apocalypse World, Murderous Ghosts, Undying. Like there's a straight shot between those games, and it skips everything else. There's no Monster Hearts or anything. It's just complete.
Yeah, it's like a different branch entirely, right?
Totally different branch. And no one's following up on that. And there are like 2 different Undying hacks that are really cool, I think. Mine is fun, grind, and Paul's Game of Thrones All Men Must Die hack is super good. for Undying, and no one's following up on that because everyone who looks at Undying is just like, shit, I don't know this is diceless. I don't know. I can't deal with this. And everyone runs away. So
yeah, like Avery did the diceless extra queer Apocalypse World too.
Dream Askew. It's really good. I ran our current comedy Futurama game with Paul and Shannon and Sage is a hack of Dream Askew, and it's super good for comedy because the way the mechanics work is by default you get a 7 to 9 result.
Yeah.
Every time you do something. So you do it with consequences. That's the default. You can spend a token to get a 10 plus, and you can earn a token by getting a miss.
Yep. So there's like a zero-sum economy of.
It's
action.
Great. It's so good for comedy because you go into situations and you fuck things up and you get tokens and then you succeed and you say, situation resolves. The genius of Dream Askew, though, is that every player also plays a situation in the world. You play like a PC, and you also play like the growing blight, or you play like you
play like a front, basically.
The community
right?
of the faithful. Yeah, you play a front. Yeah. That's what makes that game super good because you can't just noodle around with your PC and do stuff with your tokens. You have to like be the future education of the world at the same time. It's really good.
My kind of next idea for a game that is percolating in my mind is about a like hell bureaucracy that's going to be maybe diceless and based on like
Brazil.
Like you like trade favors and then everyone has to like vote on shit and it's all like everything's done by committee. It's like an incredibly bureaucratic game where you're all demons in hell trying to like vie for like political power.
That's interesting.
This is an idea I have for a game.
Have you played Jason Morningstar's beta, the game you play the Stasi agents in East Berlin?
No, but that sounds like it's probably right on track.
You gotta play that. I forget what it's called. I'll look it up for you.
John, there are so many games, and like
I know.
I don't have a group of like where I can sit down at a table in person and play games.
That's
like
right.
I need to move to Seattle and play with you guys.
I know, right? Yeah, that would be fine. You can do that. We're all on board for that. No, Jason's Stasi game. You play like Stasi secret agents, trying to like bust the enemies in the Cold War. But the way you play the game, I'm sort of paraphrasing. There's more to it, but it's essentially paperwork. Like you have to, and Jason has these like intense, real documents that you have to deal with, where you have to like fill out how you tortured this guy and what he told you and the different time stamps of stuff, and you have to file it according to a certain letter code and shit. And
it's
so dark and awful.
About like the proceduralization of violence.
Yeah,
right?
it's just a bureaucracy. You're just like going through the motions of this horrible system to get information.
I kind of want to do a similar thing, but mine is all about because like I worked in a workers collective for a while, and it was a like slowly disintegrating or not so slowly disintegrating workers collective, and so it's kind of for me a game about that, about like doing things like bad consensus practices.
Oh god, it's the worst.
And like, because people like anyways, like just like toxic things about how people engage in making collective decisions.
Oh god. You should talk to Meg about her quilting bee.
I would love to. It's a great way to go. Yeah, your game about demons, probably talk to someone about quilting.
What a nightmare. I forget where we were. There was some night where we were hanging out, and I made some comment about online communities or something, and Meg was like, you don't know what you're talking about.
You think those are bad.
I'm in quilting bees, and I was like, okay. And she's like, you don't even know. Well, welcome to my nightmare. Let me tell you what it's like.
Well, I would love
it's
one day to.
It's the most toxic consensus shit you can imagine, and all of those community things are like that, like bake sales and church organizations and stuff. They are all built around those horrible status games and all that shit. It's just
like
worst. It's the worst.
the smaller the pond gets, the more the fish rub up against each other, right? Like
my dad was
awful.
a pastor when I was a little kid. He was a seminary professor later on.
Oh.
And so I grew up as I was the pastor's kid. And you learn everything about like status.
Oh yeah.
Being in that position, like in a small town in Texas, your dad is the local preacher, and like you're just automatically elevated to this bizarre position because you're his child when you're 5 years old, like,
and that you are on the stage where all of this posturing happens, right?
Yep.
Like at churches where you go to do that stuff to carry out that status game.
Oh yeah,
that's fascinating.
It's performative. It's social. There's rituals involved that are really elaborate, and you're already in a position of being a young white male in America, and your parents are very committed to this idea of raising strong-willed children who think for themselves, because that was very popular in the mid 70s. And on top of that, you have a community of people who fawn over you because you're the child. So it's this like perfect storm of entitlement.
Entitlement feedback loop, right?
Yeah. You're important. You're in the accelerated class at school. You're like learning to program BASIC.
You're smart. You're gifted.
You're in a special program.
Yeah.
All of that shit is it's so bad. It's so bad. It puts you in this horrible bubble for so long.
I like that you're dispassionately talking about this in the second person. This is like your lived experience.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it took a long time. It took a long time to realize that was fucked up and not a good thing. and
totally.
I had an amazing experience. The last time my parents visited here in Seattle, we were hanging out, and my dad pulled me aside and basically apologized for that. It was amazing. He was just like, I feel like I did something wrong. I feel like that was not how things should have gone.
Wow.
And just like, holy shit.
A man of that generation admitting he was wrong?
Well, that's one thing.
Are you sure this really happened, John?
My dad he's not that type of guy exactly, but it's still a big deal. Like,
yeah, that's like really difficult.
And a year before that, he wrote the book about how he's a Methodist minister and seminary professor, and he wrote the book about how, hey, we shouldn't hate gay people because that's fucked up, and he got like basically excommunicated from the church because of that.
Yeah, that's a hard line to toe in that organization.
And that was a completely separate issue. Like, it had nothing to do with our family life or our past or anything. It was just something that he was like, this is clearly wrong, and I'm gonna say something about it. And this was his 112th book that he published, and he was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna do this. Like, I don't care. And so that was its own thing, but that didn't feel like him taking a stand, because that was just business as usual, completely normal behavior for him to.
That's like in character for him.
Like, fine.
Yeah.
But there was this moment of like, and he even said like, I don't know if I even should have brought you up in the church. He's like,
wow.
I feel like that was like mind control. Like, that was indoctrination that you shouldn't have been subjected to. It was really deep shit.
Yeah, that's very against the grain of what, like, when you're like, my dad was a pastor, I had this like big front load of expectations, which that goes against.
It was super intense.
You're describing. So yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he's an amazing person. Like, he's the reason why I'm a game designer. My mom and my dad are literally the best people I've ever known as human beings. They're the nicest, kindest, most giving people on earth. It sucks that they believe in invisible nonsense, but they're the most amazing humans that I've ever known. So I've always had that advantage in life, but it's weird to be in that place of like dealing with where you come from in that sense, and yeah,
having it like confront you in these unexpected ways.
Yeah. But this all goes back to gaming, right? Because this is why I brought it up, because we try on identities when we play games, and we
Mm-hmm.
I think what we ought to do is challenge our ourselves, right? Like we should,
our own preconceptions about those identities that we're taking on.
whether we're a powerful person, we should try on a role that's not powerful and that's weak and is vulnerable. And then if we're vulnerable, we should try on power, and we should do all of those things.
And that it's healthy to have those
it's totally
contrasts,
healthy.
and it's very informative to experience those things.
It's a beautiful opportunity that we have as gamers to explore those things
So
in a safe environment.
let me frame that within my game, right? Like, my hope is that for folks who are coming at it as being like queer people or women or, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that they can see in this an opportunity to present like empowered selves, right? And to play up in terms of status and like agency.
Yep.
And that for everyone else, right, for like the cis hetero dudes who play this game, it's a way for them to play into these more complicated and difficult things.
And you have no choice, really. Like you have to do that.
Because for all the folks who have already suffered under structural oppression, they're just like, yeah, totally, cool. It's like, it's not going to hit them, right? Whereas like the people who haven't are like, oh, wait, this is hard, you know? And then like everyone else is just like, okay, yeah, just another day, that's fine. Yeah, let's go do cool shit. And that they can play towards the catharsis because that's what's going to mean something for them. And that for the other folks, they can be alarmed at the oppression and the stiflingness of it. Because that's what's going to feel foreign to them.
Yep.
So that's the hope.
I think it's a reality. I think we're in a, especially with you, like your game, like Night Witches, like it enforces a certain thing. Like you have to be a magical girl. Like that's the only thing you can do.
Yes.
You can't
controlled
choose
space
to play. Yeah. You're in this controlled space, and that space by definition disempowers certain people and empowers certain people. That's just a fact. It's inescapable.
And like that's why I elected for the title I did as well, to just be to like, for a change, front and center like the word girl. You know, like I recognize that it's not like that, it is kind of narrowing, and that it's not necessarily like, I'm not trying to be like, yeah, you can't be a boy in this game, or that like trans people get the fuck out, or NBs or whatever, right? Like,
no, I don't think it reads that way at all.
By no means is it any of that. It's just like being like, hey, let's front and center the idea of like a girl, right? And what that incredibly loaded notion is what the game is about engaging with. So
it's important. Girl, like I was saying, like it's the same thing as Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like
yes, indeed.
Having girl in the title is very important. It's a political statement, and it's also a vetting component of the game. Like you don't want, well,
if you're immediately turned off by being associated with something with the word girl in it, go fuck yourself and never pick up my book. Maybe
we do want them to play it in the abstract sense.
Yeah, like it would be good for you to do this, but I know
hold out some hope that those people can be reached by a game like this. But
maybe you do, John.
In the real world, fuck those people, and they should not play our game, and they should just go away and not be involved in this. And I wrote an essay in Blades actually about this, because right after Trump was elected, I was in a dark place and I was very angry. And I wrote an essay in the book about how the people that you play in Blades are disempowered people who are in a bad position. And this, as a person reading this book, this may be the first time you've ever had to experience that as an idea in your life. And this is a time for you to recognize that and to step forward and step into the shoes of someone who's in a different position than you are, and explore those things. And if this is very familiar to you, then this is the place for you to have a power fantasy, essentially, and to, you know. Yeah,
exactly, right? This is the exact same thing I'm trying to go for.
And I felt like the only place to address that, even though it's in the game, like the game itself does that thing.
I feel like the game's already kind of like got quite a bit of queer elements.
I felt like I needed to say it. I had to write that essay and be like, look, listen up, dude bros. Like, this is the situation that you're in.
Those who will not catch the subtext.
This is not a fucking fantasy for you to continue to be powerful. Like, you have to play the disenfranchised of this setting. This is the point of the game. And not only that, but hopefully when you play these people for more than a session, you will look at the population of people in prisons and you will imagine that they're not criminals. Like,
yeah, that they're human fucking beings.
They have committed crimes, maybe. Some of them have. But to brand them with this identity, like,
is bullshit. Yeah.
What do you think about your character in this game? Do you think that they should be locked up and that should be their fate? Like,
do they have any other choice than to engage in criminality? Right.
Yeah. Like, it's very important, and it was one of those things that I went back and forth on a lot because I wanted that to be an emergent quality of the game, but also I felt like there needed to be a baseball bat that was hitting someone over the head, because why else would you really figure that out?
That is going to be in the rules text of my game somewhere as well.
Okay.
Like, in a big way.
Up to that question.
Because like if you just don't have the context, then the subtext doesn't hit you. Right? And like, that's not even necessarily someone's fault. Like, I can't be mad at someone for being ignorant, because like I was ignorant at one point about like myself,
of course,
you know, and my own identity. Right?
We're
like,
always in some stage of ignorance about something.
I don't want to really like gatekeep. I don't want to block anyone out. And so like there will be all of the subtext in the world, and like those who will pick up on it won't need to read this bit, but then there will be a bit in the book that's just like, this game is about this shit. Explicitly, like, about queer stuff and about being oppressed, and that means like a non-cis white dude. That is the people that this is about, and if you are one of those people, this isn't about you. It's not for you. You can play it, but like, you're a stranger here. This is not your space. This is someone else's.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
that's a good way to put that.
And that in the rest of your life you get to, like, everything else is about you, so like, this isn't about you. Go fuck yourself. Like,
yeah, and
come here if you want, but accept that that's the case.
Yep, that's very important.
Yeah.
I'm excited about Allie's in chat here talking about her blade sag misbehaving, and I'm extremely interested in that because I ran a Prohibition game before I wrote Blades. After the World of Dungeons game, we played this World of Dungeons hack about Seattle, 1930s Seattle Prohibition people, and it was super white, most because it was Seattle mainly, but also that was our touchstones and stuff. And so I misbehaving Allie's hack as a black woman, like, her insight into that same time period and the power structures involved in that, to me, is very interesting, and I'm excited about her hack because of those things.
I mean, like,
it's a fun thing to play. Like, that's an exciting adventure to go on, to be a rum runner in 1932 in her thing, but also, like, it's a blade tag about racism, exactly. And
because when the white people break prohibition, they're a business, and when the black people do it, they're criminals, right? Like,
there's a lot to say on that topic, and I have a game that's on drive-thru right now. I have my game Bootleggers. If you want to play Bootleggers, you can, and it's fun. It's like a proto Blades set in Seattle in the 30s, and it's a fun like Prohibition game, but it's very like it's like whitewashed, I guess you could say. It's just purely about running booze and dealing with criminal elements, and it does not touch on.
It's like stripped of context.
It's complete. Right? Well, it is kind of. I mean, like, it's literally the situation that happened in Seattle at the time, which is not super racially charged. It's racially charged in the Irish versus American sense.
Right, because Irish people used to not be white.
They used to not be white, right? So that's a thing that's going on in Bootleggers. But that is a tiny, tiny, tiny part of the bigger picture. And I think Allie's doing something really interesting on that front. So I'm very excited about that game for that reason, but not because it's political, but because, like, that's a fun game to play.
Yes, that it will be interesting and engaging.
Yeah, like,
and that different people's voices makes for novel, cool experiences.
it's
for us
important to
engage
remember
with.
that, like, where, like, it's not altruism. Like, I'm not like, I don't want to play out this game because I think it's going to teach me lessons or something. Like, I want to play it because it sounds really fun. You know, like, that's
Yes.
that does matter. It's we're not just here to like walk through educational courses.
I mean, yeah, like no one's looking at Monster Hearts and being like, "Oh yeah, this really helped us be more sensitive people." It's just like, no, it's just super fun and excellent game that's really insightful because this person had this particular experience,
Yeah,
and turned that into art.
and that's the lesson of all these things. It's so easy to think like my experiences are boring, they're not interesting to people. I have something to say, but no one wants to listen.
Yeah.
And that is true to some degree. Like, you're not crazy. Like, that people don't give a shit sometimes. But also, just Graham Walmsley says this in Play Unsafe, his great book about how to be a good gamer. Sort of recontextualizing improv techniques into gaming spaces.
Yep.
He says, say what's obvious to you, because what's obvious to you, you may not want to say it because you think, well, that's obvious, like everybody knows that's boring, da, 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 da. And he's like, what's obvious to you, it's obvious because of your unique experiences and who you are, your self.
Perspective, right?
Your perspective is, at the end of the day, it's unique to who you are. And when you say what's obvious to you, you'll be surprised to find out that everyone who hears that will go, oh, what? Like, they'll be surprised by what you think is obvious, because we're all different. We have come from different places.
Even the most similar of people are still gonna have cute little variations that will titillate each other and be exciting and interesting.
Game design is the ultimate expression of that. If you're sitting somewhere and thinking like, I don't want to write a game about that, like, that's been done before. There's like tank drivers in World War II. That's like, whatever. There's movies about that. There's a bunch of shit. It's boring. I'm not gonna do that. Like, if you have something to say about that, if you have an interesting point of view about that, your grandfather was a tank driver in Belgium in 1945. Like, that's okay. Like,
yeah, let's play that. That sounds neat.
Let's go down that road. Let's talk about that. There's to me, it's the same block as any conversation, right? If you think that your point of view is boring and invalid or whatever, and you don't share what you have to say, then you're silencing yourself. The world is already trying to silence you. The world is already trying to shut you up. Like, don't assume that no one wants to hear you. You have something to say. You have a point of view. You have an interesting thing to say. Whether you're a game designer or a player too, you can do it as a player in a game.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can play a character that has a lot to say about whatever you care about.
And it may feel obvious to you, but everyone else is going to be gripped by it, right?
Grab that space. Like, so many spaces are closed to you. So many people want to shut you up and ignore you. Grab it. Like, take the opportunity to share your experience, say something about some topic, ruffle people's feathers. You know what I mean? Like, inside the space of gaming.
Yeah,
you can
find a space where it's safe to do so.
Yeah,
and then
you can find that space, and if you can find that space, go for it, man. Just like Avery did. Like, Avery found a space in the gaming community to be out, to transition, to. I mean, I remember that night we sat at a fucking table and had chili dogs, and at the time, my friend Joe looked at me across the table and was like, "Oh, dude, I'm gonna cut my fucking penis off." And like, that was the conversation that we had. And
as y'all ate hot dogs.
Yeah, it was like, raw and real, and we all had to come to terms with what the conversation was. And I mean, I'm sure Avery's in a different place now, but like back then that's where it was. And we had an honest conversation about that, and I said that was a bad idea, and we had that conversation, and that we weren't playing a role-playing game, but it was in the same context of like that group of people and that space of trust and that space where we could be ourselves and say what we really thought about stuff. And what's really wonderful about being a gamer, this conversation has gone all over the map, but we get to live so many different lives, and we get to explore so many different things, and
like be vulnerable, and like that there's a prescribed safe place in which to experiment and be vulnerable and be wrong and be corrected and like grow and adapt and adjust, right?
Without it being as charged as real life.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
at a remove, right?
Yeah. If you make your gaming giving it the same stakes as your real life, then you're robbing yourself of that opportunity to explore. Just go for it. Like there's so many places to like Andrew and I are talking about, like we're gonna race each other to the bottom and try to be the most powerful bottom that we possibly can, and that's a fun thing to explore. And I personally, by doing that in gaming, have discovered that that's not my kink. Like that's not what I want in my real life, and gaming gave me a space to explore that, and I still love it. It's still fun. So, but
you're not about to go like torpedo your whole life and career and everything trying to hit rock bottom.
No. No.
You get to have that fun and then be like, cool, okay, and we'll just put this aside.
Yeah. And Adam has rightly pointed out many times on his stream that like power bottom is one of the most powerful gaming positions to ever be in, and that's absolutely true. And if you're interested in that, you should definitely do it, because nothing beats it. It's
a good time.
It's really effective in every game on the market. If you play a power bottom character, you will dominate the game. That's a surefire way to to play a strong character in RPGs.
I think this is a good note to end on, because I'm starting to get sleepy. But
time to wrap it up.
We wrapped up on an inspiring note about how cutting off your dick and being kinky can make you a better human.
Yeah.
I think that's the real takeaway from this whole conversation, John.
Don't be afraid.
Yes.
Go where your self leads you, whether it's temporary, maybe you're just visiting, or maybe that's where you want to live. You're gonna play to find out.
Yep.
And there's nothing out of bounds or off the table, as long as you've in your culture and your gaming group and your design space. If you've created a safe space for yourself to play and to explore, use it. As a game designer, don't be afraid. Throw out your dice, use cards, use tokens, do anything at all. Explore the space. And as a gamer, don't be afraid. Play young girls.
Use your voice, right? First and foremost. Don't be afraid to let that come out.
Step into the shoes of a character that you would normally not experience. Go crazy. My advice.
I'm Andrew. I'm making a game called Girl by Moonlight. You can find me on Twitter at Comedian Crow. My game is a hack of Blades in the Dark, which was made by John Harper, and incorporates a great deal from Avery Alder's Monster Hearts, which you can buy the second version of now. She has released it. John has released Blades recently as well. There are a couple copies of the special edition maybe available still as well. Yeah. You can get it until tomorrow, maybe. They're going fast. Yeah, it's like 6 copies, and you know exactly who they're going to at this point.
It's yeah. I'm John Harper. I wrote Blades in the Dark, and I wrote it so that lovely and talented and beautiful and sexy people like Andrew Gillis could make hacks of it. And this is why we're here. Andrew and I are committed to having a design relationship as his game goes forward, and we are going to keep doing these videos together in the future, and maybe they will not all be this long. Probably not.
But you know, the first one's you gotta start with a bang.
Yeah, we're getting it all out of our systems. We don't get to hang out very much, so we're just enjoying an evening together.
Yeah, it's partly just my excuse to like make John my friend.
Yeah,
I'm hacking your game just to be your friend. That's
I'm
all
fine
I
with
want.
that. I'm
It's probably the best way.
Yeah, we will do this again next month, probably. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah,
it's up to Andrew and his process. So he will let us know when we need another meetup. In the meantime, I will be planning my next game, and maybe it's Apocalypse World, and maybe we're playing with Andrew. We'll see.
I mean,
and
put me in your games. I will do stuff.
You automatically get a spot, so that's no problem. I think, Andrew, it's fair to say that there are Girl by Moonlight games people could try to watch.
Yes, this is a good venue to talk about that. So Quantum Dot, Mikey is running a bunch, so check out his channel. There is a game that I have emceed on Distracted Elf's channel. There is also Cnome on Twitch, which is Andrew Kwan. He's got a game going. I think Nath's game isn't happening anymore, but they were doing a game with Mikey, aka Quantum Dot. Anyways, those are probably the places to look. There's probably more stuff happening. I try to like platform it on my Twitter as much as possible when I see it and when people let me know.
What is your Twitter?
It is @CommutingCrow.
Commuting Crow.
Yes.
All right.
Because you see, in Vancouver, there's a massive colony of crows, and they all live in one spot. There's like 30,000 of them, and they all commute every morning into town, and then fly back at night.
I did not know that. It's like the Ravens of the Tower of London.
Yeah, it's really intense. You can like hang out as they're all like congregating, and they kind of like trickle in. And there's this nice little place called Still Creek where you can like check it all out. Next time you're in Vancouver, we could go do that and hang out and look at the crows. It's very impressive because like 30,000 of them roll up.
You know, I'm buddies with the Raven Master of the Tower of London, which you should follow on Twitter. He's a very cool dude.
Of course you are, John. Of course you are. What a John Harper thing to say.
His Twitter about his ravens is amazing. I met him years ago when I went to the Tower of London. He's a cool guy.
That's rad.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good night, everyone. It's like 2 a.m. here, so we're gonna shut things down.
We're gonna wrap it up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for all your questions and comments and observations. And thank you also for the Blades hackers who I'm seeing in the chat now, Allie and Dark Lavender Void, Adam, and
yes,
Trist was here before, and there's a bunch of cool people. So Sith Master, hello, I love you, you're the best. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a pleasure. This is literally my favorite thing to do in the world, so I really appreciate the opportunity to hang out, talk about games, and I hesitate to use the word, but mentor an incredible game designer like Andrew.
Yes, this is definitely a mentorship
process.
You know a great deal. You are a very wise and powerful sage. I climb the mountain every month and bring offerings, and you impart knowledge.
Yeah, I will contribute to my own destruction.
Your own obsolescence, right?
The new generation will supplant me and my ideas.
All right.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Andrew. This is awesome.
Yeah, thanks, John.